Hello, again. Hi. Welcome to Gen Con TV. Good morning, gamers. Good morning, fans of Dungeons & Dragons. We are here celebrating 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons. We've been doing this is our third Saturday in a row. It's like a mini-series. It's a mini-series. Who said the mini-series is dead? No, the mini-series is back. We are counting through the editions of Dungeons & Dragons in order. So the first episode that we did, I mean, that was because I'm a planner. You're like, right. How did I pull that off? All those people scheduled and for the right edition and
it's
in
impressive.
order. Yeah,
you're a game master.
It is crazy. I'm a planner. That is. And so we started with original Dungeons and Dragons back here some number of weeks ago. And John Peterson was here.
That's right.
And he almost had a TPK, but Bonsai killed the dragon. And then we came back the next week, and Luke Gygax was here running it. Luke Gygax ran his AD&D, channeling his father. Yep. And we did all die in that episode. That was a TPK.
Hold on, wait a minute.
That's right.
Okay.
And then last week, Zeb Cook was here running Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition, and this week we're on the 3rd edition, and we have Jonathan Tweet.
Yeah.
See,
you got it all figured out.
I'm Peter Atkinson. My pronouns are he, them, and I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves now, starting with him.
Yeah, so I'm Jonathan Tweet. I was the lead designer on this version of Dungeons & Dragons when I was a teenager, and I'm really proud of it. And then Peter had me work on an official version of Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition, which I worked on with Monty Cook back in the day. So thanks, Peter, for that opportunity.
You're welcome.
I'm Sean Reynolds, and I was a contributing designer to various 3rd edition things, including the first person who wasn't part of the 3E design team to work on the monster manual.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
I wrote the 3E displacer beast, baby.
Ooh.
I was wondering why that was so good.
Yeah. Nice.
I'm Monty Cook. I was one of the on the design team for 3rd edition, along with Jonathan and Skip Williams, and for part of the time, Rich Baker. And I'm just excited to be here.
I'm excited to have you here.
Well, hi, I am Lexi the First. I normally play D&D right here on Gen Con TV, and I am just an avid 3E fan. It's the edition I started playing Dungeons & Dragons on, so I'm just here to represent everyone else who is geeking out at home, but I can do it for you in person.
Yeah, so here we are. We are here. So we're going to talk about 3rd edition D&D. Yeah, we're going to talk about 3rd edition D&D. And I think to start that conversation, if all these shows are kind of linked together, we got to pick up with AD&D, where it was. And, this also happens right after the acquisition of TSR by WotC. I don't want this to turn into an acquisition story. It's been, that's really very off topic. But I will have to say a little bit about that, in that when I think the official origins of 3rd edition D&D, I know that people at TSR have been working on ideas for 3rd edition before I came along.
We had.
But when I got the keys to the building in Lake Geneva, TSR, Lorraine handed me the keys, and I walked into TSR headquarters. This is in 1997, in the spring-ish, close to summer of 1997.
Seems right.
We had an all-hands meeting, and I believe at that meeting I announced that we were going to do a 3rd edition Dungeons & Dragons. You were there. You were both there, and I think I did.
I don't remember that specifically, but I'm sure that probably happened.
And knowing you, it was really, I'm very excited because I want us to do a 3rd edition of D&D.
I probably don't remember because I was thinking in my head, who's this guy?
Exactly. Well, and I also know that I led the company in the company song.
Yeah.
That's the part we all really remember.
I do remember that. I remember everyone being a little freaked out about that.
Yeah.
There's a company song.
Yeah, the Wizards of the Coast Company song. I don't think that they acknowledge it anymore.
Is that the one about the head? On the
Yes.
left?
Yeah. Okay. Since you insist, I will sing it for you. I have not sung it on any of the other shows, and I won't. But it applies.
It does.
fits narratively. Yes.
right.
I guess I'm playing the bard maybe today.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It was a head, it was a human head. Pappy held it up, and this is what he said. He said, take it to your room, water it every day, chain it to the wall so it don't get away.
Right.
Tears in my
Yeah.
eyes every time.
Yep, that's the official Wizards of the Coast Company song. You heard it from me. It is. They might not realize it or acknowledge that, but it is.
Was that on like YouTube anywhere before this moment, or was this like the unveiling?
You
of
don't
this
have the
company
album?
secret? I don't. I missed that one.
Multiple verses, but you will have to stay tuned to another episode.
That's
Yeah, okay. So,
Next topic.
We're gonna circle back to that song though, because that was.
it launches us into a narrative arc, right?
That's right.
So, TSR, a lot of people in TSR end up moving out to Seattle. We didn't jump into it right away. There was a lot of
Pretty close,
business. There was a lot of business to take care of, like getting Player's Handbook back in circulation.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, from the design point of view, though, I think my memory is that we started talking about it. Really, like I want to say within a couple months.
Yeah.
Of coming to Renton.
Yeah. Well, yeah, good. I mean, this is generally true. A lot of things are kind of a blur at this point.
Totally understand. It was a little while ago.
Yeah.
Now, it does help that because the end of TSR wasn't producing any stuff. Like the designers were designing it, but it wasn't being printed, put on the shelves. So you had a bit of breathing room that you didn't have to immediately start making new products to come out because there were things that were done and ready.
Oh, yes, we had a lot of work to do in terms of moving people out, getting contracts signed, getting people desks, getting people relocated. I mean, there was a lot of stuff. But the process of turning TSR, the line of Dungeons & Dragons and the line of TSR products back into being a profitable business, it was the easiest turnaround ever. I mean, just turn on the printer. All we had to do was pay off the printer, pay off Random House, pay off a bunch of people and get employees, and there was this lovely inventory of second edition.
Right?
Yeah.
D&D
That's right.
products that were ready to go to print, plus perennials they had to get back into print, like the Player's Handbook.
And then Ryan Dancy started taking the sub brands off some of the products to make them sell better, right? So one of the things that TSR had done is they had split the market up into people who like Ravenloft and people who like Dark Sun and people who like Forgotten Realms, and so we were going to do another Ravenloft Book of Monsters, and Ryan Dancy was like, how about we just take Ravenloft off of there so people will think it's a book of Dungeons & Dragons monsters, and even if they don't play Ravenloft, they still might like it. And so he stripped that off of there and sales went up.
Yeah, no, and that you're absolutely right. So Ryan was busy doing a lot of the business analysis of, and along with Keith Strom and Lisa Stevens, I think, and Cindy Rice, I think became kind of the core business man. So out of those 4 people, 2 of them were TSR people, they came over, Cindy Rice and Keith Strom.
Right.
So you had 2 people on the team that knew the TSR business well, and Ryan was good analyst, and so is Lisa, and they all worked on saying, okay, what do we, how do we get this, how are we going to run this business?
Yeah.
Right. And somehow, somewhere in there, in terms of 3rd edition, my memory, but please help me out, fill in the blanks and correct me. I know you'll correct me. I think we launched sort of to the TSR designers, say, if you're interested in working on 3rd edition, what would you do What would be your philosophy be? What would some of your ideas? Now you must have raised your hand because you ended up on the design team.
I did, yeah. In my memory, it was Bill Slavisek and Ed Stark were kind of the ones sort of heading that initiative to figure out who was going to work on it.
And we'd appointed Bill Slavisek as the head of TSR R&D, writers and developers, and
exactly. And Ed Stark was the creative director for D&D, I think, or I don't remember the job titles exactly, but I think that was right. And so we all had to write up. Anyone who was interested, wrote up an essay about what they would do with D&D. And if you're going to ask me what was in mine, I don't know. I suspect I sort of came into that process thinking that I would be the one who had all like the crazy ideas that everyone would tell me, oh no, we're not going to do that. Right? We're not going to bring the half-orc back. We're not going to have assassins, right?
Double-sided swords.
Right. And so I think I probably put a lot of that stuff in there, but knowing that, cooler heads, the Skip Williamses of the world would say, no, we can't do that.
You gave them your wish list.
Yeah, exactly. But that turned out to not be the case.
That's right.
Because I started proposing those crazy things, and everyone said, "Yeah, cool, that sounds good."
Yeah.
And I realized, oh, I've got a self-censor. Oh no. Yeah.
Well, I think it's good to point out that at this time, because you're a famous name in tabletop games and RPGs. Partly because of your resume, partly because there's a whole company named after you, Monty Cook Games. It helps the branding, it helps the awareness. At that point in time, though, I thought of you as kind of a junior person at TSR.
Certainly. So initially, the first three third edition designers were myself and Skip Williams and Rich Baker.
Right.
And among those guys, yes, I was definitely the much newer. I worked on that crazy Planescape stuff. I was kind of the outlier, I think.
There were people around like Harold Johnson.
Oh my gosh,
and
yes.
John Pickens.
And then there's a whole nother
Williams,
generation.
And, Jim Ward had just left. The amount of gray hair in that department was
correct.
significant.
From the larger TSR point of view, yes, I was very much the new guy. There were probably only one or two people who came to Wizards from TSR who had been there shorter time than I had.
Right.
I was one of them. Cindy Rice, myself, Dave Eccleberry, and Bruce Cordell actually were among the 4 or 5 last people hired at TSR.
Yeah.
Right.
That was a baby.
How'd that work out?
You're okay. That's right. You proved yourself.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I certainly have fond memories of all of those people. So anyway, I just think it's it's always great to have the young kid on the team with the crazy ideas.
Yeah.
That spoke to me. Because a lot of your ideas, we would of course disagree on some things, but a lot of those ideas were exactly what I was interested in.
Yeah.
And even though you would eventually become the leader designer, you were not involved.
That's right.
In the beginning.
So my big thing was I was doing crossover products. So I was doing crossover with Magic, right? Like either do a Magic role-playing game using streamlined D&D rules. So I was hacking the D&D rules, but not for D&D, but for a D&D compatible Dominia supplement or game, and sometimes it was a board game, right? That because those were hot at the time, like a dungeon crawling board game, and we play tested that. You were in my Dominia playtest for quite a while, as I recall.
Yes, Dominaria.
Dominaria.
Think you mean? Yeah. By the way, Steve says Jeff Grubb too, talking about old white people who were older than Mark.
That's right. That's right.
Yes. And we had no shortage of old white people at TSR.
Old white men even.
Old white men, yes.
Old white men. Well, I certainly remember working on Magic RPG, like Dominaria. I mean, like we had this thing where we would look at a Magic card and say, what would its stats be in D&D? And it was so inspiring. Like it was you would just come up with crazy shit that you never would if you were just staring at a blank piece of paper, right?
Yeah, it's a real spur, right?
Yeah.
I was in one of those playtests, and I was playing the Prodigal Sorcerer. And one of his special abilities was just like, at any time I can just cast Magic Missile, whenever. I used to joke, like, I spend, 2 me mana, tap myself, and cast Magic Missile. Because there's a blue card.
No, I think what's so cool about listening to this, like, just from the consumer side of things, especially when you talk about, like, the marketing, like, removing the Ravenloft name and kind of including everything together, it's because I remember when this started coming out, for those of us who were kids or teenagers around this time, we didn't have smartphones in our hands when we were at the game store looking at books.
Right.
So things like, if I see the name Ravenloft, well, if I have, so much money to spend on a game book, I'm going to pick what's familiar because I don't have a phone to Google, what is Ravenloft? Is it compatible with D&D, and so I can see like why that was so, it worked on us, that's part of why that was so successful for us. And hearing like all those things that you wanted to put in, I really do think that one of the things that was so special about this edition, it was kind of that combination of like, it put a lot of creative freedom into the game, and it put a lot of accessibility into the game. Like it really just kind of like reintroduced it to the world. Because before that with D&D, it was kind of one of those things where, again, like growing up very, very nerdy with a very select group of friends, and only so many things you all enjoyed doing. We were always looking for something to do that was still social, because we were still social people. We wanted to interact. Video games weren't quite as multiplayer and social in the way you wanted it back then. You were really limited, and second edition, kind of everything with that sort of felt like you had to know someone. If you didn't have someone that you knew to introduce you to D&D, it was hard to get into it. We're third edition, like all of us were first-time players. Our DM, every single player, we were all first-timers learning it together, and third edition was kind of what made that possible for us. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was definitely. We were very aware when we were working. I don't want to talk too much about second edition, but when we were working on second edition products, we were very aware that if you were playing second edition, someone taught you. You didn't learn by picking up the books, right? It just wasn't. It really wasn't even the way they were designed, and so that was definitely something that we wanted to change with third edition. Was make it that sort of more accessible. I remember one of my favorite bits of angry hate mail that we got after third edition came out was, "You made this a game that anyone can play."
That's right.
Yep.
They were mad.
He's still mad about it.
He probably is. Let's
He's
face
still
it.
writing you. It's in the chat.
Hey, it was Sean.
I have a mustache and a hat on, so he didn't notice it.
Yeah, and there's this interesting, and that's kind of geek culture in general. Like I think a lot of us got made fun of growing up, even in my generation. So it's really only been a recent change. And there was this mentality that even comes say the Marvel movies came out, and suddenly it was, hey, you made fun of me for reading comic books in high school. But I personally, and that's probably because I came in with that wave of like, I didn't have anyone to teach us. My parents were immigrants. They didn't grow up with D&D, where they grew up. And where I grew up, a lot of us, just had parents that were never exposed to that sort of thing. So it really was like it had to be accessible for us to even discover it, because we didn't have people in our lives that grew up with that sort of thing.
Well, Lord and Lady Mills on chat say up until basically a decade ago, the only way you'd learn is either reading the book or knowing someone who played. And yeah, that's right. But now, just by checking YouTube for an actual play has really changed everything.
That's actually how I got my husband into it, was him being able to watch playthroughs on YouTube. I tried so long, but it's hard, especially when he's the type of learner that he just wants to sit down, watch. He wants and I didn't have a D&D group at the time because my friends didn't play either. And it was actually when a bunch of my friends started watching D&D games on YouTube and Twitch that suddenly they all came back to me and were like, hey, okay, we're ready. And I was like, yeah, thank you.
It's really amazing now to hear of kids learning to play D&D so they can fit in.
It's very weird. Yes.
So let's. So initial design configuration included Rich Baker, Skip Williams, you, and eventually evolved to include Jonathan.
As you were on there for a while.
Okay, yeah, well,
Actually, yeah.
I'm curious. What are my credits in here? It took me a while. Player's handbook, design, additional design, and direction. Peter Atkinson. There we go. That's the player's handbook, D&D design team. Yeah. So what I did was I said, okay. I remember having a conversation with Bill Slavisek and Ted Stark and Ryan Dancy, who were all the management chain, if you will. And I said, listen. The third edition design team is going to report directly to me. Sorry. I know technically you see that as part of your organizational structure, but no. Yeah. And so I never considered myself a designer or really part of the team, except that the team reported to me, and I would sit on a lot of the design team meetings.
Yes.
And you made your interest known, like you were an avid playtester and had tons of comments. And yeah, that's right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I remember sitting, I would attend meetings and sometimes fall asleep. But we had these couches in kind of a corner of a building. It was kind of a little lounge area.
Yeah, we had a lot of meetings back there.
And there were chairs and couches, and I would just kind of like listen curl on the couch, and you guys would be debating what you do, and then once in a while I'd nod off.
D&D.
Yeah, you submitted a whole skill system.
Yeah.
Is that why we have that really nice, there's like in the lobby area here at the studio, there's that really comfy couch out there? Is that why? Inspiration.
That's right. If you get bored,
I thought about sleeping on that couch many times.
Yeah. I remember it's going to kind of bleed in my mind as to when exactly you were there versus before you were there. So I think, but I remember having a lot of conversations about what were the sacred cows.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's right.
I was going to mention that. Yeah, that was really kind of where things started. Was when we were formalizing the process, the first thing we had to do was figure out what are the things we can't change, right?
Right.
And because, and I don't remember if this is the right order or not, but I still remember like, one of the directives that you gave us, Peter, was that we should do whatever we wanted to make third edition the best D&D that it could be, right? And so, because there was a lot of different opinions and confusion, because the transition from first to second was quite slight, right? It wasn't very big, and so what was third edition going to be like? And so, with what you said in mind, we came up with a list of, I don't know, like 20 things, and they were very broad things, like going to use the D20 to make attack rolls. You're going to roll handfuls of 6-sided dice for fireballs. There's going to be 6 stats. 3 to
Magic
18.
missile always hits.
Magic missile always hits, exactly. All those kinds of things that we just said, that's what, it's not going to feel like D&D unless these things are true. And
3 to 18.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, class and level.
For sure.
I thought of you when I rolled up a 5th level character on D&D, 5th edition character on D&D Beyond, and it gave me the option of showing my character sheet as the stats or the mods. And that's what you wanted to do all along. Way back in 3rd edition, I remember you saying, why, if you get a +3 for a 16 strength, why write down 16? Why not just write down +3?
Right. And
am I misremembering?
no, that's correct. But the thing is that we did this a few different times with different things, where we created a rule and then we created a reason for why we were going to do that rule, it was because you could increase your stats.
Yeah, so you can increase them by 1, for example.
Right.
So you can increase that 16 to 17 or something.
Yeah.
But that wasn't true at first, right? And it would just became, at first it was just these extraneous 3 to 18 numbers that you never ever referenced.
That's right.
And it seemed like chuff. But
Then you built the ability damage and ability drain rules.
That's right.
And
that is
you had to
true.
use
That
the
is
extra
true.
stats.
Those came along
So they
as
could
well.
go up and they could go down.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Which is, I think, still the case, or why they're probably still around, but yeah.
But I remember speaking of things that we designed and then designed for reasons to make it, the D12, we accidentally wrote the D12 out of the game. Not intentionally, right? But we were, at one point, there was just a version of the rules where like, there's no reason to ever roll a D12.
Some people still say that.
It's such a cute guy.
I know. It's gotta be in there, for
It was a
sure.
mistake. It was an accident. We quickly, made the barbarian hit die and they
right.
a great
Probably say
axe.
something about the D12.
Yeah, careful. Careful.
No D12 slander, sorry.
Yeah.
And I remember, as a person who was not part of the 3E design team, y'all were, having your meetings, and then it got to the point where you were ready to share that information with the rest of us, and you started having like monthly updates with all of the RPG R&D people. And so you would go to the giant lounge area and be like, okay, you pass out documents and you kind of give us the bullet points of, this is the new thing that we're working on right now, and this is how our abilities are going to work, and oh yeah, monsters can have levels, and hey, there's a sorcerer class. And so it was just the rest of the RPG people going, what is even happening? And some people were like, yeah, this is awesome, and some people were like, oh, I don't like this. This is not like D&D that I remember. And they were like, get over it.
Well, one of my favorite stories is Harold Johnson coming into my office with a manuscript of 3rd edition and slamming it on my desk and saying, "This is hubris."
Yes, he said that to us too.
Yeah, I know.
He said that at a public meeting. Everyone's gathered around in a big circle.
That might have been what I'm remembering. Yeah.
He let us.
I want that on a t-shirt.
Let us know. Let us know his opinion.
Good.
And I don't want to focus on this too much, but I want to like imagine for anybody who's watching this now, like imagine that your job is to make this thing, and because it wasn't just the D&D designers, it was the whole company. Everything was posted on what was it called? First class.
Yeah.
First class.
Right. Every new
It's our
draft.
Slack system, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Every new draft was posted there, right? And so you got, like, what was it, like 400 people who were very interested for all different reasons in what we were working on, and just had the ability every day to make comments to us and whatnot. Like, it was like having 400 people standing over your shoulder and looking at your screen.
It was glorious.
It was really good.
It certainly made I'll just speak for myself. My skin got very thick during this process, right? I mean, I'm sure at the beginning I was all upset, and by the end I was just like, whatever, shut up.
As Jesper used to say, deal with it, pink boy.
I can actually ask you guys a question. I mean, D&D had been around for already a while, when you started doing 3rd edition, and it had this, like almost a cult following. Like, it had its loyal fans. It was like, this sacred thing passed, down among friends. And obviously, so you must have felt the weight of the responsibility. This was a pretty big overhaul of the game. You were getting letters from people saying, how dare you change this thing that I've grown up with and loved. But part of you guys must have then felt that it needed the change, though. How did you kind of balance that, like respecting the source material, knowing it needed to move forward?
So I remember what Peter would say from doing focus groups, because he would go around to like the RPGA groups or whatever and sort of get a sense for what they wanted, and they were adamant they did not want a new edition. And then he would say, well, if we did a new edition, what you would want? Oh, this needs to be balanced, and this needs to be changed, and these rules are broken, and we never use this, and this needs to... It's like, oh, okay. So we understood that while people said they didn't want a new edition, that they would appreciate a better edition. And the byword, the catchphrase that we used was demonstrably better. Right. You could make a rule change if it was demonstrably better. If it was just like, it's different and might not be better, don't do it. But if it's like, oh, that's not the way it used to be, but this is demonstrably better, then we could do it. And so that gave us, the two things: change it, but make sure that you're changing it in a way that people are going to appreciate. And that
And by
put us in the right
better,
direction.
Not to say, we're not doing, 3rd edition is better than 2nd. It's better in terms of elegance of rule design. Like, in terms of this rule works better because, and we can explain why it works better. And like, I think one of the classic things is making all the dice rolls you know,
Higher's better.
they get better as you roll higher.
Yeah, that's right.
Across the board. You know,
Yeah,
if you're
that's
rolling a die, you want high.
That's
okay,
right.
and that wasn't true.
That's right.
Before, and also flipping the AC.
Yeah,
You know,
that's right.
Yeah.
Same
Oh.
thing. So your numbers are
Yeah.
higher, better if they're higher. Yeah.
So when we get to the point where we're talking about the launch at Gen Con, I have a story about a guy who was upset about not having THACO anymore and explaining to him how 3E works, and it just light bulb. It was great. Cool. So that's in the future. We'll get to that.
No. I think you've started the story.
yeah,
We can jump around here. Yeah,
I think we already are. So,
yeah.
So that year at Gen Con 2000, you had an event at Gen Con called The Big Announcement. By Wizards of the Coast, didn't say what it was, but everybody knew
Everybody
what
knew
it was. And a lot of
yeah.
people who were actually 3E playtesters under NDA knew who it was. And so there's 500 people showing up there, and it was a couch full of people. And you had started us off and said, "We are announcing that we're going to make a 3rd edition of D&D," and everyone just went wild, right? And we had the TSR booth, which was still a castle at Gen Con, and we had a table set up so that anybody who was upset that we're making a new edition of D&D, and we had these T-shirts that had all these cool things printed on them, and I'll let
that's
someone
right.
else tell that story. But one of them was "No More THACO." It was like thing that it was like
Theg Zero.
Theg Zero, exactly. Yes. Oh, I'm such a stickler about that. But they had a person at the booth sitting at a table, and it's like, you can ask me questions about 3rd edition. And some guy, I happened to be manning the booth for part of this, and guy's like, "Why are you getting rid of THACO? THACO is the best thing." And I had to explain that, like, okay, well, if you are in a 2nd edition game and you're attacking something that's AC -5 and your THACO is 15, what do you need to roll? And he's like, "Well, I have to subtract this and that." Okay, cool. So in 3rd edition, if you're attacking something that's AC 25 and you have a +10 attack bonus, what do you need to roll? And he's like, "Oh, I just roll. If I roll a 15, it's +10. I roll 25. I'm like, "Exactly." And he's like, "Oh, additive math is so much easier. I'm always rolling higher. AC's higher is better." And so that was just like, oh, he got it. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what we wanted.
I mean, we are gamers. We are smart enough to add two negative numbers together. We know how to do that. But come on, let's be honest. It's just easier. We don't have to do that.
That is right.
And AC 25 sounds so much cooler than AC
So much
25.
cooler.
And
So
the way
much
it's sped
cooler.
up combat too, even if it's just a little bit longer to do the
right.
negative addition, but you do that every single time for every single player on every single
3
turn.
attacks per round.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to speak up in Harold Johnson's defense, because when he said this was hubris, he was talking about an earlier version of the game that we didn't stick with. We ended up ditching that system and doing something, the system that's in the book now.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, do you think it
maybe
would
it wasn't-
matter? Do you think it matters which edition he was holding up if it didn't look
think it
like
was-
just a slight incrementalism from
I mean,
second?
maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I guess we don't know. Like, I mean, it's worth saying though too that like it's not, you know, like you were saying, to just build on that, like it's not like when we sat down to start working on 3rd edition, this popped out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There were many different versions, right? And some of them, drastically different from others. You know, I don't know, however many initiative systems we had and all those different things. Enough so that I remember, playing 3rd edition after we were done and being sort of confused and befuddled a number of times when I was like, I remember the discussion about this rule, but I don't remember what we actually decided.
Yeah. I think that's a common story with game designers.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the games that they designed and developed and then got published is not being able to crystal clear, obviously remember
right.
every single rule, because it did change.
I remember specifically you saying, I think the people who pick up the player's handbook and learn how to play actually will know the game better than I do because I have all that backfilled information.
That's right.
In fact, so one of the things that on that first Gen Con, when 3rd edition first came out, one of the things that we did, I don't know, as kind of a promotional sort of thing was, we designers all ran games for the RPGA, just in their normal way of doing that, right? Like, so people didn't know they were going to get Jonathan Tweed or me or whatever as their GM. We would just show up. And so people, they didn't know who I was. And so I ran this game. And one of the things about the RPGA, at least back then, was you got feedback on different aspects of running the game. And, I got high marks in everything except for rules knowledge. and it was because I actually had to refer to the book.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did we decide? Yeah, that's right.
One clue that you also had, because we had external playtesters as well, not just people in-house. There's
Lots of extras.
At the time, I think the largest RPG playtest that had ever happened.
Yeah.
And there was an iteration of the rules where feats were called heroic feats.
That's right.
And that was in a playtest version. And so we can tell when someone was a playtester as opposed to just buying the book because they still call feats heroic feats.
That's right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Magic Missile, we almost screwed up. So we had a version of it which was you can save for half damage against it like any other spell.
Like
Kinda.
any other spell.
Well, and monks have evasion, which lets them take no damage if they make their save.
Right.
So you could Magic Missile a monk and deal no damage. And the playtesters were like, no. And so we're like, okay, we're not going to argue. We're happy that they liked almost everything else. And
I would agree with the playtesters. I don't know how that slipped by.
we thought it was demonstrably better.
I see. But you were wrong.
So, in a different take on that, there was an iteration of the rules where there were no gnomes. You guys are like, we don't really have a role in the game.
You can blame me.
That's right.
I still hate gnomes.
They're kind of hobbitish.
Exactly. They
kind of
have
dwarfish.
no role. They're kind of exactly.
I will tell you, I think that the role for gnomes in any edition of Dungeons and Dragons is when you have been playing so long, you're like, what left is there for me to do in this game that is crazy, that's going to be weird? You go, I'm going to play a gnome. That's what the gnome is for.
Well, what really bugged me about gnomes was kind of that, right? It was the rule like, okay, well, I just want to screw with everybody else, right? I just want to play tricks on everybody. I want to screw the game up. I'm going to play a gnome. And I was like, why are we empowering these people?
Harold Johnson, to talk about Harold again, he was like, we need to have gnomes in the game. Gnomes have been in the game since the start. And Monty was like, what is their role? And he's like, well, they're the trickster race. And like, that is why in a real situation, all the other races would kill them off because the whole role is just to be obnoxious.
No, I mean, we had done things like that. Like, we changed thief to rogue,
That's right.
Yeah. And the main reason we did that was because we heard stories about people saying, well, it says thief on my character sheet, so I guess I have to steal all the paladin's gold, right?
That's
because it's on my character, right? And we didn't want to sort of force people into doing those kinds of things if they didn't want to.
I knew Stefano, he's on chat. I knew he wasn't going to like the idea of no. Saying it ain't so, as he says.
So there are
But it was you who made the very good point that third edition shouldn't take anything away, right?
Seems
we can
right.
add half orcs, we can add assassins or whatever, but we shouldn't take things away. And that was what you're right, and I agreed with that.
So the artist solution was that gnomes would be techno-punk. And they would walk around on like mechanical stilts and have like repeating Gatling gun kind of stuff. And it's like, well, okay, now gnomes have a purpose, but everyone's going to steal their Gatling guns. And then they won't have a purpose anymore. So.
But they're shrewd.
I tried to get gnomes on the 13th age, and Rob Hainsel wouldn't let me. So the same old.
It's just that,
who's going to talk to the badger?
That's just right.
The dividing thing in D&D is it gnomes versus no gnomes. That's where the line gets drawn.
First edition, gnomes were monsters.
Yeah, we spend way too much time debating this. You thought we were talking about really highfalutin things like the initiative system.
Oh no.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Water.
So, what's your favorite thing about third edition? Like, of all the things that we did, what do you like the best that we did?
I like the monster templates because in some role-playing games, especially the more free-form role-playing games, there's very little discovery that the game master can do because there's not enough crunch. And in third edition, I can say, what would happen if I took this dire wolf and made it an abyssal dire wolf? And then I put those things together and I roll it out against my characters, the players, and we all find out what that means. And I don't know ahead of time. Like, I'm I'm discovering it myself. What happens if you give a gnoll a level of ranger? Let's find out. And as the dungeon master, you get to find out things about the world.
Yeah.
And in the same way that the players are out there exploring to seeing what's out there, you as the dungeon master can kind of explore the rule space.
Yeah. Yeah. That was really, I agree. That's a really...
Yeah, I like that. The additive aspect, not of just the math, but of what you can do. You can add templates to monsters, you can add classes to monsters. Every character can multi-class as much as they want. And so it's like, oh, this big giant warrior, it turns out he's also got a level in cleric, and he can use a wand of cure serious wounds on himself in between. It's like, that gives you so many options to do entirely new encounters that you couldn't do before, and it just kind of explodes your imagination possibilities.
Yep.
So for me, I think that the thing that I'm still very happy with 3rd edition is I sort of see in D&D, but really in game design in general, right? There is this I don't know, you could call it a tug of war or a dichotomy of games that are where the rules are very formalized and exacting. There's a procedure for everything. And then there are games that are very freeform, right? And for me, I always felt like the thing that I was proud that we as a team did was I think we hit the sweet spot between telling you exactly how to do things, but also giving you enough room so that you can, do the kinds of things that I'm going to make up a gnoll ranger and, those kinds of things. And we sort of gave you the tools to do that, but, you could do what you wanted to. And I feel like, we went from earlier editions of the game, which were to some degree or another more freeform, and then we saw the evolution through the editions of D&D, of where people were sort of adjusting that, that slider of where the game falls, and obviously I'm biased, but I feel like 3rd edition really kind of hit that sweet spot where. We were still giving players and GMs or DMs a lot of freedom, but also, if you didn't want that freedom, you could fall back to the rule book and it would probably tell you what to do.
Yeah, the +2 rule.
Yeah, exactly. The +2, the DM's best friend rule.
+2?
The idea of that is that if you're the GM, the player asks you, can I do this, blah, blah, and you're like, well, I could go page through the book and find the appropriate rule, blah, blah. But it's just faster to say, all right, sure, I'll give you a +2 or a -2 modifier on that. Because actually, if you look it all up and you spend all that time doing it, you're probably going to end up close to a +2 or -2 modifier.
Right.
Yeah.
So might as well just jump to that +2 and get on with the game.
And most of the times on a D20, a +2 modifier doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
what are you talking about?
90% of the time, a +2 modifier on a 20-sided die doesn't make any difference. But between a hit and a miss.
But it feels like
It's regular +1.
But no, you don't know. But I mean, that's what matters to the player, right?
That's right.
When you're talking about the GM talking to the player,
that's right.
Oh, +2. For my great idea, I'm so
that's right. That's right.
But if you need a 20
on
to
this
hit,
one, I think that too is a
and
pretty
you give
big
me a
deal.
+2, now I need an 18 to hit, I'm 3 times more likely to hit.
That's a 10% chance you're going to hit instead of where you would have missed.
No,
That's right.
15 instead of 5.
Yeah, so there's a 10% chance that it makes a difference.
It's 3 times as likely.
I was here on this one, actually. I'm not going to lie.
It's 3 times as likely.
You're both right.
Now, if you only needed a 5 to hit, it's not really going to matter. But I'm not worried about the situation where I only need a 5. I'm worried about that situation where I need a 20.
Well, we'll see what happens at the game today.
Oh, no.
I'll set you up a situation where you need a 20.
There
and we'll
you
see what
go.
happens.
And you roll a 17.
And I'll give you a free +2 bonus.
Yeah, and I'm going to roll an 18 and roll a in your face.
Yeah.
Because that's
I've
the way
had
the
too many.
dice.
I just feel like, and it could also just be the longer you play, those close calls are the memories that stick out to you,
sure,
obviously.
right, yeah.
So I feel like when I look back on my time playing, I'm like, I've had so many close calls. That +2 has come in handy so many times. Or that -2 has, screwed me over so many times.
That's
you
right.
know?
Or the bless spell, the cleric, cleric gets him with the assist.
true.
I think it's one of those things, even if it doesn't help you that often, when it does, that moment is so sweet.
Yeah, that's right.
It's such a sweet moment.
And you're right about it definitely making it more memorable, right? Because you don't remember all the times you almost didn't get into an accident when you were driving, right?
Yeah.
Like you mentioned the bless spell, like I know game groups, I've played with them at conventions where they have one of those little puck lights, you can just tap it, and the cleric has one that says bless, and the bard has one that says, bardic inspiration, or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So you just leave that light on, so people remember, oh yeah, I've got that +2. Thank you, cleric. I've got +2.
That's pretty good.
That more thing,
It is.
Yeah. So, you looking back, what's your favorite thing about 3rd edition? I mean,
I think honestly, I don't want to repeat what Monty said, but I think that summed up a lot of it for me. So just to say something different, like one of the other things that I really loved was, again, the streamlining of combat specifically, because I think it's one of those things. Especially like, again, from the perspective of I played this, while I was still in school, whether you can do math well or not, when you've been sitting in a classroom for 6 hours a day in our public school system doing math all day, and then you finally, it's the weekend or Friday night and you want to play D&D with your friends, you don't really want to sit there and do all that math. It does kind of like kill the fun. And when you can only get together so often because you're in school and band and orchestra, you don't necessarily want every single combat session, like maybe a big final battle will take 3 sessions, but you don't want every single battle to be a 3-session thing. So I think being able to kind of like streamline combat a little bit and just being able to do shorter encounters was really, really huge.
Yeah.
I appreciated that a lot.
I remember I remember Ryan Dancy talking about how in one playtest he ran, he and his group just did a long combat, and they did like 90 rounds of combat in 2 hours, which is just an incredible amount of combat to. It's like
That's right.
2 minutes per turn. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
I think, and this kind of overlaps what you're saying. I love the initiative system we came up with in 3rd edition, and it was, in AD&D in 2nd edition, the way you were supposed to do it was everybody announce your actions.
Yeah, that's right. We play tested that, right?
And then you roll your D10.
Yeah.
And depending on you modify your dex modifier, and everybody rolls every turn.
Yep.
And then there are delays based on segments of casting, all this sort of stuff like that. And most DMs just don't do that. And when they're DMing AD, they just don't bother for good reasons. A lot of things in AD&D. I love AD&D. Don't get me wrong. I really love AD&D a lot. It's so much fun. But it was hard for me to sort of walk away from that, like to walk away from casting time, have casting time no longer matter, and to have weapon speeds no longer matter. But just to roll D20, modify, and then just stick with it. It was just like you have your list, and then it became fun. That's why it was so much faster, right? That and the THAC0 and reversing number class, right? So it was just like, okay, here's the battle order. You go, and you just repeat. But then you could do things like mess around with your position by doing delays and ready in action or delay. I thought those gave some really interesting tactical options in combat. And the fact that we embraced, I think this gets back to our strategic discussions, like what did we want 3rd edition to be? And there was the question of like, how much crunch, how much do we want to, because there were already in the late 90s, IPR, Indie Press Revolution is on the horizon. Narrative-focused games, story games. You were in the forefront of this scene. You had done a lot of work in this direction. And we could all see that coming, right? Like, is the day of the crunchy game over? But I remember feeling like, no, we're going to embrace that. This new generation of games is coming that is story-oriented and stuff like that. Great. D&D is not that game.
That's right.
Well, and I think what's cool, even like with D&D, is people can still, like, once they've gotten used to the streamlined version, they can go back in and add all the crunch, everything else on top of it. This gives them that baseline to start with instead of like diving in on difficulty hard,
Yeah.
So one of the things that Ryan wanted from us was to provide a unified game experience to the players, so that most of the people out there are having a similar experience, that you can tell them what the experience is and sell them on that experience, as opposed to second edition where you could play playing Ravenloft and that's one kind of thing, and you can play Mask of the Red Death and that's slightly different, and so one of the things we had to figure out was this very thing, is like where are we on the crunch versus story element, and we kind of ended up with it's sort of about kicking down doors with style, like you're in character when you're kicking down those doors, but that's what the game really is going to focus on. And we had some idea that eventually we would do the highfalutin book of role playing, and it would be all the stuff that we didn't do in the main rules, that I don't know, your character's family background or that sort of stuff. But people liked this so much, we just didn't see any need for it. Like, we thought people were going to look at this and say, oh, but you're missing a whole bunch of the story stuff that used to be in second edition, and we never got that feedback.
Yeah.
It turns out that people have been adding the role playing on top of D&D since the very beginning.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Whatever rules were there,
right.
the role playing you add on top of that, that's what you bring to the table. So we didn't really have to put that in the rules.
Yeah.
I did once in a while. One of my pet rants was when somebody would look at third edition and say it was too complicated.
Yeah.
And I would say, are you kidding? It's way easier than AD&D.
Yeah.
Right. And I would point to something like, changes to hit versus your opponent's armor class, but only if they're humans.
Yeah.
And like, oh, well, we just don't use that rule. Well, okay. I mean, are you comparing third edition to AD&D as is written, or third edition to AD&D as you've
House rule.
as you've thrown out all the things that were too complicated for you? Now, okay, you can do that, but then don't say that third edition is more complicated.
A lot of the things that we did, if you want to just talk about basics, like, we did based on feedback of what people were doing, right? Like the way that the death and dying rules work, right? That was just like sort of the most common house rule that was out there. Things like that. That's where right. We kind of were trying to make the game that a lot of people were already sort of playing, and that they had house ruled second edition into. Because what we wanted to avoid, and I think this gets back to what Ryan was saying about the sort of universalized experience, was we didn't want there to be that experience of, okay, so now I'm going to play in Sean's game. Sean, give me the rundown of all of your house rules, because your D&D game is going to be so much different from Peter's. And if we could just sort of eliminate that step, even if there were a couple of, because everybody house rules a little bit, right? Right. But if the core of the game is sort of solid enough that you're not house ruling all of that stuff, then you're going to get that common experience.
That's right.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a great point. Like, if you make the base system really solid and cohesive and easy to find answers, then you're going to be less likely to go throwing a bunch of it out. Because,
And I like that the game has different levels of complexity and difficulty depending on your own play style. Like, if you're a person who wants to have a very simple character, fighters are pretty simple, rogues are pretty simple. If you want to have a character that has all these wacky options, play a wizard or a cleric. And that's in the game. There's all these different things, because we know that you might have a very different play style than you, and like, I don't like characters that have too many options. Like, I don't want to have to have choice paralysis as I'm looking through my character sheet for the 20 things that I can do.
That's right.
And it lets everybody get in and play the game together.
That's right.
It's funny. I remember we wanted part of the logic for feats. I think, I don't know if Scap deserves a credit here, but I remember him being really vocal about this, is that, that fighters were so boring.
Yeah.
That, it's your turn. All you do is roll the hit.
Yeah.
And miss. And what was funny is that I had been playing D&D for, 20 years by then. And he's absolutely right. And I had never noticed it, though. I always thought it was a blast to roll the hit.
That's right.
Yeah. I think that's where multi-classing came in really well in 3rd edition too, was you could still be a fighter if you wanted just a little more.
Yeah.
You still didn't want the full sorcerer, wizard,
That's right.
cleric impact, but you did want a little bit more than just swing and hit.
right.
That was always a good option for that too.
And you could pay close attention to the board, right? So you can use your 5-foot step really carefully, or the delay and ready actions that Peter was talking about. So there are these sort of little tactical things in there that make it possible to do a little more than deciding which guy you're going to swing your sword at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
And even within the fighter class, you could build a fighter that is all I am is rolling to hit.
Yeah.
And I have a really big number to hit and a really big damage number. But you can also have a fighter that's I'm going to have this maneuver, or I'm going to do this other thing,
right.
or I'm going to set up a combo with this other person.
That's
so
right.
even within a particular class, it's supposedly the easiest class, you have so many options.
Yeah.
I think what a lot of people here today in 2024 forget or just simply don't know is that just a lot of the things that we are tossing around right now started with 3rd edition. Even talking about building a fighter, right? You didn't build a fighter in 2nd edition, right? You just rolled a d10 for hit points and were
Pick which weapon you had your weapon proficiency with.
right.
Yeah, your biggest decision was, do I switch weapons? Let's see. Yeah, because my two-handed sword does more damage versus large opponents.
There you go.
right.
Yeah, you didn't have skills back then.
Right.
Right.
Well, but you did in second, right? You had secondary skills.
Yeah.
Your proficiencies.
Proficiencies,
Right.
that's right.
So, that's kind of an interesting story about how, we decided really early on that we were going to have skills.
Yeah.
There's going to be a skill system in the game. And so we started looking at what the previous versions of the game, previous editions had in terms of skills. And it was really all over the board. And so I can remember working on this list where there were here's the skills that you're going to use all the time, when you're adventuring, right? If you're tying a rope or whatever, right? That adventuring type skills. And then there's cooking, right? And are you it depends totally on the game that you're playing, right? You might be making cooking rolls all the time. You might never make them, right? But then there were this other category, this 3rd category of skills that you'd never really made a roll for, that enabled you to do something new. And that was, I remember they were called A, B, and C skills, and then we turned C skills into heroic feats, and heroic feats became feats.
Yep.
I think that was you actually that got rid of the heroic.
I think so.
Yeah, because you hate
I
heroic.
hate heroism. It's all about grubby realism.
And it's just thinking about how those things evolved, and it explains why. We haven't mentioned this, right? But we worked on 3rd edition for over 2.5 years, right?
Yeah.
This was a process.
And you could argue that we should have worked on maybe another year.
I wish we had done that balance a little better, I got to say. We streamlined everything, and it's okay, now everything works really smoothly, and now we can really tell that the wizards are overpowered.
Yeah. And or the
clerics.
I wish we would have, paid more attention to higher levels.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Would you say that's something that 3.5 addressed, or not until later?
Not really.
No.
No, 3.5 was a weird situation because
Because that's experimentation too. It's 3.5, right?
What are you talking about?
the short form is the 3 people who reworked the 3.5 core books weren't on the 3.0 design team, and they were never really given a hard answer as to whether they were supposed to be doing a revision or just kind of a tune-up. And so it ended up kind of being halfway between just tune-up and fixing stuff and let's make some radical changes. And I don't know if it satisfied either of those ends of the
I
spectrum.
feel like we pretty consistently kind of played a mix of 3 and 3.5 rules once that was a thing. Because it was, it's like anything else. And honestly, been a while, so I'm trying to my memory's fudged between what exactly was 3 and 3.5, because we did mix them a lot, but I do remember there were some things in 3.5 where we actually really liked and we pulled them, but we didn't do the full switch over.
Sure. Well, halfway through today's game, we're going to switch from 3rd edition to 3.5
good.
and give you new characters.
I used to challenge players. I used to run this 3rd edition scenario once in a while at Gen Con, and like, we're playing 3 or 3.5, and I go, I dare you to figure that out.
Well, I don't know if Monty gets this, but sometimes I was a lead designer on 3rd edition, and they go, oh, we play 3.5.
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
you don't have anything to do with my game.
3.5 is a completely different game.
And I worked on Pathfinder for 6 years,
Yeah.
which is just an iteration of 3.5.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean,
Thanks for saving 3rd
It's
edition
3
for
in the
us.
next code.
I mean, 3.5, definitely fixed. I mean, there were just
that's right.
some issues, right?
That's right.
Haste was overpowered,
That's right.
and things like that. So I don't want to completely badmouth it, but it also didn't have a very clear, like Sean said, it didn't have a clear design directive, and I think a lot of that is because a lot of the it's all sort of internal corporate stuff, right? Like the people who were leading the process changed, and
Yeah, I wasn't there to make sure.
there you go.
exactly that was the problem.
So what this kind of opened the door to what, looking back, what are some of the things that we got wrong or could have done better? What aren't we happy, or how do you feel? Like, what do you look at in 3rd edition and go, man, that might have been a mistake?
I mean, I think spellcasting is really weird, right? Where it's like, as you go up in level as a spellcaster, you cast more spells, and those spells are higher level, and the spells of a given level also get better based on what level you are. It's like, do we need you to get better in 3 ways? Like, what if wizards never got a higher number of spells but just cast higher level ones? They would still be really happy. And so you had this weird situation where if you are a spellcaster class, you don't want to multi-class because every one of those levels, like the nth level that you do, the 7th level is a bigger boost than 6th level was, and 6th level is a bigger boost than 5th level was, and so you have this weird compound thing, and it's nice and streamlined, but clerics are unbalanced, wizards are unbalanced.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
again, I'm not disagreeing with you at all, but how much of that is legacy, right? I mean, that's just the way D&D
That's right.
worked.
That's right.
And how many people would have screamed
Yeah.
if we had changed that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was, if you remember, like, it was sort of like in the time of the design process, it was 11:55 when we sort of thought, it's really stupid that spell levels and are different from character levels,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
And it would be really easy to just recast. So
Make Fireball a 5th level spell because you cast it at 5th level.
right, exactly. And it was that was definitely one of those things that we all sort of agreed. If we had more time,
Yeah, that's right.
I would not have allowed.
I mean, that's another thing that people could have screamed about.
Well, yeah.
And let's also talk about like how how in that very last minute of 3rd edition development, that was when Ryan Dancy comes along and says, well, we're going to just take this game that you made and make it into a general system called the D20 system.
Right.
And we didn't design a game that could be applicable to cyberpunk
That's right.
and whatnot, but suddenly that's what it was getting used for. And that was there's definitely things we would have done differently, I think, if we had known that. And I don't know if that would have been a good thing or a bad thing, but
I don't know if that would have been a good thing. I mean, I think designing
probably
D&D
not.
to be D&D and not worrying about that, maybe that compromised how effective D20 could be because of that. But D20 still ended up doing really well.
Yeah.
So, I think.
I do remember at some point you all said, like, the D&D rules are really good at letting you run a game of D&D.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
that's right.
Like, specifically,
That's
you're
right.
making a D&D.
That's right.
I remember, one of the common questions that we got was, what other games were the biggest influence when you were working on D&D? And I said, or we all said, D&D.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Second edition D&D has the biggest influence on third edition D&D of any other game, right? It's just that's what we were shooting for.
That's right. We're not trying to simulate combat. We're trying to simulate D&D combat.
Right.
We're not trying to simulate magic. We're trying to simulate D&D magic.
Right.
Because D&D had created its own world and its own shared knowledge. And then third edition was the time when we sort of doubled down on that. And second edition tried to be sort of more generic. Right, and so they would explain things like, "Oh, if you think about a wizard, think of like Circe or Merlin," and it's like, "But those aren't D&D wizards. Why? That's not a good example."
Oh, there's an
And those are two
article.
different examples. So which one are we looking into?
I got a good comment from Chad.
Okay.
Formerly Feral Games writes, to be fair to all the designers involved, magic as a concept is just an insane thing to put into any game.
Oh, by definition, it's breaking rules,
that's-
right?
that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
That's
it doesn't have a physics engine that we know of. It doesn't.
That's right.
You got to invent
So
one.
I'll tell you my regret about third edition,
Yeah.
like the thing that I look back at. And I know it's something that I pushed for because I was really I didn't care about crunch and I wanted realism. It really was a case where you had to have a spreadsheet to. What's your character? I mean, to really.
Wow.
If you were if you were a real geeky person like me who liked math and likes formulas and likes spreadsheets, you just found your life was a lot better if you put your character in a spreadsheet.
I mean, that's right.
It is, and the very specific thing was how if your stats changed.
Yeah.
It would change your bonuses,
Yeah.
and that would
There would be a ripple
it would
effect,
ripple
yes.
effect through other things. And so you really did need a spreadsheet so that if somebody threw bull strength on you,
Yeah.
you could put in your new strength.
Yeah.
Better yet, you have your base strength and your
Right.
current strength, and
Right.
then you could tweak that, and it would go through and affect your bonuses to hit,
Yeah.
your bonuses to damage.
That's right.
I loved that.
Yeah.
That's
And
right. I
learned-
love digital character sheets.
Yeah, but I also learned to realize that it really was a fair criticism
Yeah,
of people
well,
who
and
said that, yeah.
It becomes so much worse. All those things are true, and it becomes so much worse if you're the DM.
Yeah.
Right? Because now you don't have just one character
Right.
who's getting bull strength cast on them and you have to change all these things, right? You've got a bunch, right?
Yeah.
And you're running through. I mean, that's probably my biggest regret is that we made a game that's just too hard to be the DM. It's just too much.
So we could take the high ground on how we simplified the game by taking out weapon speed. But then,
Right. Yeah, I mean, this was a directive from on high.
yeah.
But the idea that we had to make NPCs and particularly monsters work exactly
Yeah,
like player
that's right.
characters. I mean, I get it. I understand why that's cool and why that's important. But boy, that became cumbersome, and it became a situation where. You could go to the player's handbook and you could look at some high-level monster and go through his skills and just say,
Oh, made a mistake.
no, because you forgot this, this synergy
Synergy
bonus.
Bonus, yes.
And
Yeah.
I'm not thrilled with the fact that I created a game where it was so easy to pick nits about things like that, right?
So I had a long-running third edition campaign. It was the best D&D campaign, best role-playing campaign I ever ran in my life. And it was the campaign that I started after the player's handbook had been turned in. And so I knew that we had a good game that the players would want, but I wasn't sure that it satisfied me and my needs because I'm more story-oriented. And so we launched this campaign, and it was variant experience and whatever, my own setting. And it worked great. And at the beginning, I did like what happens if you have these orc barbarians and what are their stats and whatever. But when we got to high level, it was sort of like, oh, this guy's got 200 hit points. And I didn't know what their dexterity was or anything like that. So if someone casts bull strength on them, we'd be like, well, I guess that's +2 to hit and +2 damage, but I don't know what else right? But I definitely went through that cycle of eventually getting to the point where I kind of just need the basic stats. I don't need to have the synergy bonuses and the skill checks.
Because it's going to die in 4 rounds either way.
That's right. Probably never going to need to know what its woodcrafting skill was.
And if you look at the stats in the monster manual, you like have all these like high hit dice angels and demons, and you just had because they had like 6 or 8 skill points per
right.
You're like, okay, I guess this Solar has plus 18 to acrobatics checks because why not?
It's got wings, but okay.
That burned me when I was playing a cleric that was trying to fight an imp, and I couldn't hit the imp because it had I didn't have a magical weapon. But it's like I can grapple it, and it's small, and I'm bigger than it is. And so, sure enough, I grabbed it, and it's like I'm at least going to be able to hold it and keep it from getting to my friends. And then it had escape artist, and it got away from me. And I'm like, I guess I wrote those rules. And that's perfect. That is what should happen. I got this little demon. It's not gonna. Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
I can't imagine playing knowing that like anytime something goes wrong, you're like, I designed that. That is so fun and infuriating at the same time.
It certainly could be. Yeah.
I think the 5-foot adjustment rule was a window into all sorts of problems.
Oh, really? Okay, it's one of my favorite things. But
Well, it was so important actually in so many ways, but it also was like, well, can I use that and then move so I don't provoke? As a way of getting avoiding oppies and that sort of thing, which might be good.
Well, the introduction of the attacks of opportunity was also a game changer.
That was really huge,
and
right?
having ways to get around that
that's right.
was the kind of the back and forth of the pressure of the two sides of that game design experience.
Yeah, that worked out great. Yeah.
Because there are some people that just like their whole thing is, I'm going to find every sort of way to get out of an AOO so that my character basically is a second edition character that doesn't have attacks of opportunity.
Right.
I'm one of those people. Guilty.
I will be right back. I'm going to do what we talked about earlier.
That seems fair.
I played a lot of Magic users, so not getting hit was very important to me.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that was a change in the rules where the fact that you could have a wizard who has a creature in its face, you could still cast a spell if you make your concentration check to not provoke an attack of opportunity. That meant that a good 30 to 50% more wizards survive beyond first level because it was just you get hit and you've got 4 hit points, you're down.
Yeah.
So thanks for that.
I mean, that's another thing that we didn't change, but probably because it was too difficult. But how fragile the lower level characters are, and then it sort of puts a floor, right? Like, how many hit points can a monster have? Well, they're always going to have at least have as many as a player character, because player characters at first level only have this many. And so I think about that sometimes, how we could have done hit points a little differently.
Well, you have the legacy of wizards have a D4.
You've got the legacy, that's right. You start with 1 hit die.
Right. And the only reason I think that becomes a problem, because, fragile characters can be a lot of fun. There's an extra layer of fun, but 3rd edition introduced all of these ways to customize and build your character, and so you spent a lot of time.
That's right.
Right, and then I've only got 4 hit points, right? So I'm probably going to die. It sucks a lot more, right?
That's right.
Than if you were playing an earlier edition of the game, it wouldn't. I just roll my stats, I'm ready to go.
That's right.
That actually makes me think of the whole argument for having toughness in the game. Because toughness, you look at it, it's plus 3 hit points. That's mostly a garbage feat unless you are a first level wizard.
That's right.
You're doubling your hit points.
Yeah.
And when I remember talking
why
to
it's
you,
in the game.
Yeah, you're saying at some point, like, we should have just said, like, a hint, like, hey, players.
We should have just called it
Wizards.
tougher first level wizard.
So you know why this is in the game, why that's
Yes.
there.
Yeah, that's another, we were talking about regrets. I wish that we had been a little bit more forthcoming with those kinds, like I think
like a tip, like
how to
tips,
play.
like tips.
I think at the time we thought there was some value in allowing people to figure that stuff out for
System mastery.
themselves. But in the end, I wish we had just said, don't take this unless you're a first level wizard, right? Or whatever. There are other things like that in the game.
Especially nowadays, I think it's cool because you can go to the message boards. Like if you're trying a new class, you can literally Google like best way to build a level 1 sorcerer, and there will be like all these message boards you can go on and like kind of compare that way, which is cool. But before all that, I can see how it tip if you're playing a level 1 wizard, you might want to take toughness.
Yeah.
What I missed? What was the thing that everybody?
How easy it is to kill, because they're so cool when you get to higher levels, but you got to get past those first levels if you were a magic user first. You got to survive. Hope your tank really likes you.
Or you could play a dwarf. You could have a maxed out con dwarf wizard, which is something you couldn't do before.
That's right.
Like, why not?
Well, and that was my real answer, by the way, to the question, like, what did we like most about third edition? But it was very similar to what you were talking about, specifically templates. But I always thought of third edition as like, instead of saying you can't, we say you can.
That's
like,
right.
You can do this, you can do that.
Yeah.
And in fact, over there in my studio is hanging the half-orc paladin.
That's right.
The piece, to me, that painting, which showed up on the cover of the first Dragon magazine that talked about third edition. It was the cover. To me, that's what third edition was.
Yeah, people like that.
The half-orc paladin.
That's
Oh,
right.
I mean, we've all had stories of gamers coming up to us at conventions saying, "Oh, can I tell you about my character? He's a half-orc paladin." Well, of course he is. It's like you said, no, I want to go and I want to stand out against the stereotype that all orcs are savages and blah blah. It's like I want to play the paladin. Heard that story so many times, but having that in the game as a real thing is so nice.
Well, it's fun. I think it really opened the door to, a lot of people who play D&D, not everyone wants, some people want the realism, but a lot of people do want that hero's tale. They want to be the main character of Lord of the Rings. And they come in and, really opening that character creativity, I think just opens the door so much for storytelling of like, oh, could I be like, half-orc, a half-orc paladin, and that makes me different than everyone else.
Right.
People, you want to be the unique, you want to be the hero of your story, at least usually the first time you play D&D.
Right.
I think every first time player, that stereotype of, I'm a half-elf rogue who was an orphan. Of course you were. And that is a dig at my husband. That was his first character. But it is one of those things where, and then, then as you play more, you're like, what if I was just like a normal person? And that's like the most exciting character you can do. What if I'm just like a human who's a woodworker and my parents are alive and well and happy, actually? And then you beg your DM not to kill them, in session 4. But yeah, it really is like, it opened that door to, again, that more of that role-playing side of things. And they always say like a lot of creativity kind of happens in a box, but there's, when you open that box too, it's a lot of like, okay, well, I can do this and I can do this and I can put these together. Like, it's fun. It's a lot of fun, I think.
And I think you had talked about like those B-list skills before, like cooking and woodworking. And I think that the fact that the game at first level you get 4 times as many skill points means you have a lot of skill points to go. I don't have to put it all into perception and stealth. I can have a point in cooking or a point in woodworking, and that makes your character like, oh no, I have a skill that isn't necessarily like adventure worthy.
That's right.
But it adds to my background and I'm justifying why I have that.
And I think this can be so fun. If you have a DM that like really encourages the creativity, that let me argue why this would work, kind of DM, then you can, like, those skills won't come in handy all the time, but it's like the one moment it does, you're like, wait, my woodworking applies to this puzzle in this dungeon somehow, and it's the only time the entire campaign it applies. But you got it that one time. Like that's again, it's those moments that stand out to you
And you
as a
remember
player.
it,
Yeah, and it's the aid rule that lets you do that, right?
and if it's me, then I miss my check and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, anyway.
Worst
Why did I take woodworking?
So I'm remembering a skill system debates.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We, Scaff, I am an adult. I'm accountable for my own decisions, so I shouldn't blame this on Scaff because I went along. So Scaff and I we went on down a certain path for a while.
Sure.
Where we wanted every skill to have associated with it what die you rolled.
That's right.
I remember.
In that skill. It wasn't always a D20.
That's right.
And so was it a skill where there's a lot of variance
That's right.
in the results of what you're likely to get versus a skill where, if you have this skill, it's mostly about the skill, not about the die roll. Because I was very bugged, and I still am kind of bugged in a way, but it's like the concessions you put. It's like giving up the casting time of spells, right?
Yeah.
Giving that up is hard, but you do it in the interest of game design. game elegance, if you will. But the idea that that let's say rock climbing. I was into rock climbing at the time.
I thought you were going to bring that up. That was the example that Scaff used.
Rock climbing, it's like if your climbing skill was like this, then there's this very narrow range of like that you're always going to hit something very close to that skill level, right? Mm-hmm. And if I can climb. At that time, I'd say, hey, listen, if I go out with somebody who's never climbed before, there's no freaking way they're going to keep up. I mean, they're just not going to be able to because I'm a climber and they're not, right? Yeah. But yet, if you take your skill and add a D20,
that's right.
And I can roll a 3 and you can roll an 18, that's right. And you're climbing better than I am.
Yeah.
And that's just not realistic.
That's right. I mean, it's a weird fit because the D20 plus a bonus is for combat where you're rolling over and over and over again, and there's lots of variability and it's little moments in time, and then we take that same system and apply it to something very, very different.
Yeah.
And it is a little wonky.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys.
But wonky is 100% worth it.
Yeah. Right? And you can take 10, and so there are a lot of, when you take 10, then suddenly your skill becomes really, really important because there's no die roll.
Right.
I think that is one of the flaws of the game that I regret, and having worked on Pathfinder and encountered an iteration of this, is that the game doesn't really stop and say, like, low-level characters are clearly realistic characters. Like, they can jump this far, they can climb this far, blah, blah, blah. But there is a point where characters become superhuman.
Yeah.
A fighter can survive a 200-foot fall and just be like, fine, I've still got half my hit points. Yeah. And we don't ever actually say, this is that line where this, like, Einstein would be a 6th level expert. Yeah. And beyond that, you're just superhuman. And there's a lot of people who push back against fighters and rogues getting magical abilities, even if they're 15th or 20th level, because they're the realistic class. They don't have magic. But you were talking about someone like Conan at his peak, who is just able to kill hundreds of people, and it's not just about die rolls, it's about everything else associated with the quasi-supernatural level of power of that character. But the game doesn't really tell you it's okay to break realism at this point.
Yeah, I think, because you brought up Pathfinder, that was one thing where, and again, like I've always played D&D. I only a few years ago went into Pathfinder. It's because I had a DM that was running our D&D game, and he was one of my favorite DMs I've ever played with. So when he said, hey, I want to run a Pathfinder game, it took me kicking and screaming, but because he was, again, I love playing with this DM, I was like, okay, I'm going to learn Pathfinder. I'm going to do it. And I did see how in the higher levels, there's certain things it addresses in terms of like power capping, like with players, where in Dungeons & Dragons, I noticed sometimes at the higher levels it gets challenging, like balancing, especially combat between like, well, our players are this powerful, so the monsters have to be this powerful, but then one bad die roll and you've got a TPK.
That's right.
Because the monster's so strong.
That's right.
And kind of figuring that out once you get to the higher levels of D&D. But as a player, on the other hand, being that powerful and unrealistic is super fun.
That was pretty fun.
Well, one of the paradigms of 3rd edition was that a CR appropriate fight would use about 20% of your character's resources, spells, charge magic items, hit points. But at higher levels, 20% of your resources is one of your 5 PCs. Like in that Call of Cthulhu D20 playtest that you ran at MontyCon, I think. You just had a stack of character sheets from every single class of 20th level characters, and we were fighting Cthulhu. That's right. And every round, Cthulhu would kill one character.
And I'd just be like, okay, here's your new Miley. Okay, here's another Regdar for you. Yep. I have such mixed game designer feelings when we start using words like realistic, realism. I actually think that realism is one of the real traps that game designers fall into. I think that because once you start going down that route, the only way to really do it is to take it to the end, and suddenly you're playing some hyper complicated super.
Well, what's a realistic level 20 sorcerer?
Right. And then you have first of all, you're comparing. You're trying to make a real unrealistic thing realistic, which is that's a whole thing too. But So in the Dungeon Master's Guide, I think I pretty much avoided the word realism entirely, and I used verisimilitude.
That's a nice euphemism.
Right, and it's just like, okay, it doesn't have to be realistic, it just has to be believable,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we go to an action movie and we see them doing all these things that are unrealistic, but we believe it because it looks, oh, okay, Tom Cruise really did jump from there to there. Okay, well, we'll just keep going.
Or there's some justification of he trained as a ballerina for 3 years and he can make that jump now. And you're like, okay.
Right. Because we want to enjoy what we're playing, what we're watching, right? And so, as long as you've got the you trained it as a ballerina kind of thing, right? It is. You're really ready to go for it. You're ready to go with it. I think down that path lies madness. Down the path of trying to design a realistic game, because real world is weird.
Yeah. I think when I was around 20, I didn't like the D&D system because it wasn't realistic. The classes aren't realistic, the hit points aren't realistic, attack rolls aren't realistic, and then by the time I was working on the game, it's like, I'm so glad it's not realistic.
But there are some aspects that require a certain level of realism, like the climb or the jump skill.
Yeah.
There's two different tables, and they're saying this is how far you can jump vertically and horizontally. This is how far you can jump if you're having a standing jump or a running jump. And I remember those early versions were way too low. Like I said, I had a conversation with you in the office. I'm like, Jonathan, I am not a trained person at running and jumping, but I'm 6 feet tall, I'm the average strength, and I can do a standing broad jump of 6 feet every single time. And you're like, prove it. So I jumped, we measured it out, and over and over and over again, I jumped 6 feet. And you're like, okay, if you take 10 with a jump, you should be able to jump your height. We were going to make adjustments to that. But the fact is, I'm sitting here jumping in the office looking like a fool.
One of my
I love this story.
It's like making this chart, be like, okay, we need people at this height, stand here, it's like measuring the jump.
One of my favorite memories of designing third edition was we were talking about how much you can accomplish in a round, what you can do as an action.
That's right.
And there was some contention between Jonathan, Skip, and I about what you could actually realistically do. And Jonathan, we had a stopwatch, and Jonathan had to mime all the different actions that were in the player's handbook and see whether he could accomplish them within,
Should it be a 6-second round or a 12-second round?
Right.
How long does it really take to get a potion out of your backpack?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Fish around through it, find the right one.
Yeah.
Can you
pull
run
out the stopper, drink it?
Can you run 30 feet and say the Pledge of Allegiance?
It's because that's spell component.
Like, can I mean, that's something we still run into. I mean, I think in every edition is you look at your DM and you're like, okay, can I do an attack and yell to my teammate his weakness is his back? Or like he's weak to fire and swing my sword. Can I do that all in one turn? Does that have to be separate turns? Is that my bonus action? Is it a free action?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of that, when you get into, I can only imagine like designing the system, like those really specific questions, because they come up.
Yeah.
When you're playing the game, like you had these moments where you're like, I know for us, like for my long campaign, we started doing things where we specified to our DM, like before we went out on stuff, we're like, hey, my health potions are hanging on my hip.
Yeah.
We would specify that, so if we needed to give it to someone, because he would penalize us if we were digging through our pack for it. So we would say,
I mean,
okay.
I think I think drinking a potion should take like 3 rounds, really. Right?
Finding it in
But
your
that's
backpack.
boring.
I don't know. I was in the military. I can chug a potion pretty
Stopper.
fast.
And if you played first edition, drinking a potion, you also had to roll a d4 to see how many segments of time it would take to take effect in your stomach.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Something we
And God
get
forbid
rid
you
of.
had another potion earlier.
Exactly.
Oh,
You have to use
yeah.
the potion miscibility
Miscibility
table.
Which that was just good, clean fun there.
You're hoping for the both potions permanent and not both cause an explosion in your stomach.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. The evil wizard's doing experiments. Looking for that combo. Flying and gaseous form. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, when you break it down, you can really. That's why I always feel like, even like no matter what edition, and I think third still did a really good job of breaking things down to address if you need. But I mean, when you're playing a game like this, your players are going to I don't care how extensive your rule book is. Someone's going to ask a question, and you're going to go, no one in the history of this game has ever tried that. Like, it's always going to happen eventually.
Yeah. Like, can I launch the gnome from the end of my great hammer so that he gets a bonus on jumping this chasm that he can't normally do himself?
And I don't know about you guys, but that is succinctly why I play role-playing games, right?
Yeah.
And not just a board game that with clearly defined rules of what you can and can't do, right? I want people to be coming up with crazy things that have never been done in the game before. That's why I'm doing this.
As a Magic user, I've been notorious with my DM for trying to combine spells, especially out of combat, just in situations where we just needed solutions to things. And I'm like,
interesting.
What if I used my spells for these things? And it's not always a yes, but he always lets me pitch it. So that's all I can ask for sometimes.
Yeah, in 13th age, you can use a spell to do an impromptu ritual, right? And so sort of that idea of like, what could you come up with what you have in your toolbox? Yeah.
It's fun.
You gave Stefano an excuse to say gnome again. Launch the gnome.
See, they do have a place in the game.
Yeah, they do have a place
Flying
in the
through the
game.
air.
Flying through the air. Okay, so any other interesting sort of office memories you have, like remembering? Just it could feel like a total off-topic sort of thing, but like.
So here's how Eric Mona got to know me.
Okay.
He's just moved into R&D. He's got at his new office. Around the corner, he hears someone say, "Who the hell is Eric Mona?" Because he had just come in and dropped into these conversations that were on First Class or whatever, and was like, and we were changing the Greyhawk deities in order to make them more generic.
Yeah.
Right.
And he didn't know that. So he came in and was like, "I'm going to be helpful. I'm going to tell you all the ways that you're making mistakes with the Greyhawk deities." And so here's this name I've never seen before coming in, and so anyway, we became fast friends.
That was you that said this.
That was me saying, "Who the hell is Eric?" And we found out that we're sitting right next to each other.
I remember when was it BioWare? Was that the company that did Neverwinter Nights?
Yeah.
Nights, which was I remember when the two principals came down, and Ray, I can't remember his last name. Anyway, I'm embarrassed now that I don't remember their names, but they were great guys, and they came down for us to run third edition for them fairly early in the process because they wanted to be developing in parallel, and one of those guys always told a story about how when I was playing a barbarian, I grabbed a plastic knife off of the catering table, put it in my mouth, and crawled across the table. I said, "This is what I'm doing." He was like, "How can you have your knife ready?"
Yeah.
I'm putting it in my mouth like this. Anyway. So, I mean, hopefully I won't have to climb up on the table today, but
But if you do, you will have to demonstrate. That is
If you don't.
yeah, don't put it past me.
All right.
I mean, it has to come up organically.
No problem.
Lots of tables at a wedding. I'm just saying. I've been to
That's right.
And lots of cutlery.
It's a really simple memory, but I don't know why, but this particular day really sticks out in my brain of I guess it would be you and I and Skip. We went into some little meeting room in Wizards, the building, and we sat down, just the three of us in this room, and we were like, okay, what are we talking about today? And it was like, somebody said, okay, it's 4th level cleric spells. And I just, like that moment of like, my life is so awesome. This is my job. I'm getting paid to go into a room and talk to two other D&D geeks about 4th level cleric spells today. And that's my job for the day. And it just made me feel so good. Like all my life choices had come to
That's, I mean,
And was that, do you still look back and say that was the peak? And since then,
I didn't say it was the peak.
I mean, it was good times.
It was really, really good.
That was hard to match. Yeah.
So spells were actually the way I kind of Budinsky'd myself into working on the core books because I knew that you guys were all working on this, and my developer brain is very much like, why do we have 2 different spells of 2 different levels that basically do the same thing, like Obscuring Mist and Fog Cloud, or Spook Spell and Fear, blah, blah, blah. And so I just wrote up an analysis of like the first 3 or 4 levels of spells and said, this, is compatible with this is basically redundant with this, blah, blah, blah. And I just handed it to you. And I think you guys were kind of like, well, he's got a point. We didn't ask for this, but he's got a point. And then it got to that point where you were working on polishing up other stuff, and Skip needed some help with the monster manual, and we're like, how about we have Sean write some monsters with their monster manual? They'll take some stuff off of Skip's plate. So you guys gave me like goblins and blink dogs and displacer beasts and gnolls, and I just kind of barfed out some ideas, and Skip looked at him and he's like, oh, we don't have rules for that yet, so you didn't get it right, because we actually haven't finished writing this. So a lot of me writing stuff for the monster manual was exposing holes that hadn't been filled yet. So
interesting.
That's really cool.
I did what I could.
Yeah.
I was still a baby back then. I was like 26.
Oh,
You know what else is a really fun memory? Remember when we brought in, I want to say it was like 3 teenage boys, and we gave them the manuscript, and then we watched them like through a window or something.
Yeah, they're the one-way mirror.
Yeah, we had a one-way mirror. We had a playtesting.
And we just watched them try to figure out how to play without any sort of help from us or whatever. And I don't know, it felt very professional, right? It felt like, ooh, this is very sophisticated. Here we are looking at them.
It's also kind of a glimpse, because I feel like when you make it, you don't always get to see people play your game, obviously, And I think that kind of gives you that glimpse of like, oh, this is what's going to be happening in living rooms, this is what's going to be happening at the local game shop, where they have tables set up that you can play in,
It was a very humbling experience, actually, to see them play.
A bunch of teenagers tear apart your work.
And get a lot of things wrong and not understand things. Like, we learned a lot, right? It was a very valuable exercise.
That's awesome.
I have I have a memory, but I'm having trouble placing it. If it was the same meeting that we were talking about earlier at Gen Con, when the big announcement meeting, was that the time that we had Gary and Dave both on stage?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Or was that the next year when it was being released?
I think it was the next
year,
next year when it was launched. So I just really felt good about that, which was after so many years of both of them being persona non grata at TSR, and and not necessarily really wanting caring about each other, there's some strife, there's some complex relationship between the two of them, but at that stage of their life, they're willing to put that behind them and share a stage and before a big audience, and come out and say some good words about what we were doing. Yeah, that was really nice.
I mean, neither of them really needs a lifetime achievement award because they are who they are. But the fact that
the existence of the RPG industry is kind of their lifetime achievement award, right? The fact that we're all sitting here right now.
I mean, if I could throw one more question out to you guys, I think in the greater legacy of Dungeons and Dragons, and all of it from first edition to now we're in 5th edition, I feel like, in the community, everyone has their own favorite edition and everyone has their own reasons for liking what they like. But I think 3rd edition does really stand out to anyone who likes the game. And I mean, how does it feel to have been part of that legacy of creating the edition that really allowed this game to kind of, I feel like, pick up in the way it did and put it out there and create a version that even if, maybe people like 5th edition now, maybe people still love 2nd edition, but no one can really argue that 3rd edition was a great edition, kind of full stop.
It feels great.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
I've been playing D&D since I was 10 years old, and it was the best thing when I was 10 years old, and to be able to come back to that when I was whatever, 30. Yeah. And I don't even look back on it and think about, I don't think in terms of we fixed it, right? We saved it, all those things. But what I do think is that we bolstered it, right? We helped make sure it continued. Yeah. that feels really good. That feels like, a contribution to it's something that's always been really important to me.
I mean, I was part of this edition when I was in high school, right? I thought this was pretty cool. So I'm super stoked to have worked on third.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was growing up, you could only get D&D books in game stores. You wouldn't get them in Barnes and Noble or Walden Books or whatever. And so the fact that this edition just kind of blew everything out of the water and was everywhere, it could be like, oh yeah, there's a book with my name in it. Like, it's not on the cover, but it's like I could flip it open and be like, there I am. I'm in a published book, and it's D&D. Like 10-year-old me is just like, what?
You were mentioning Gary and Dave, and earlier you had said something about, made a joke about like that was the third edition was the peak for me and everything. But like, here's what was actually the peak. No joke. We had Gary go through and review the 3 books when their drafts were completed, and he was very glowing about everything. But I remember still, because the very first book that I owned myself wasn't somebody else's that I was looking at, right? The very first book that I owned was the first edition Dungeon Master's Guide, right? And I just
So good.
just worshipped that book. And so for Gary, when he reviewed the Dungeon Master's Guide, his words were, "And oh, the Dungeon Master's Guide. I learned many things about being a better DM by reading this book."
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I cried.
That was really something.
I mean, that probably is the highlight of certainly of my third edition experience, and maybe of my career, right? Of having Gary specifically say that he liked the Dungeon Master's Guide, right? I mean, he liked the whole thing, but yeah.
I think, for me, I mean, I was a firebrand in those days. Like, I was very critical of AD&D, and I confessed last week in front of Zeb Cook, who's the lead designer of second edition, and a table full of people who love AD&D second edition. And I confessed, I said, I was mad when second edition came out because I felt my house rules were already better than that, right? Yeah. But they, I learned that they were under tight constraints of what they could and couldn't change. And the upside down armor class system, they were told by management, you can't change that, which gave me a lot more appreciation for how second edition really was a cleaned up version of AD&D. So that said, that the improvements along the way, I feel I'm very proud of third edition, what we did, and certainly economically for WotC, for D&D, for the whole gaming industry in terms of the lightning bolt of business that came through the D20 and all that sort of stuff like that. But I gotta say, the original AD&D was so good too in this way. Like I've grown to appreciate like AD&D also so much, even though I've been in conversations of things like, we got to fix this. This is demonstrably better, right?
That's right.
But the game, I feel like third edition, I feel like every edition has its place. You know what I mean? And it was fun watching John Peterson run original D&D. And I came out of that wanting to run original D&D. I came out of the AD&D game 2 weeks ago wanting to run an AD&D game. I came out of last week's game wanting to run a second edition AD&D game. So see how
But then we came to third edition.
Third edition
from there.
No. And I'm really happy that. I'm so happy that it turned out well and that we did a good job and it worked on so many levels. But I'm also happy that all these, that it has its place, and that every edition has this has its charm, and it's all part of a narrative arc, you know. And you know, I'm looking forward to next week. Maybe I'll feel the same way about 4th edition finally, you know. You know.
I mean, Rob's going to run a pretty good game.
He's going to run a great game. That's good. It's opened my eyes because I used to always joke, well, I just play the odd numbered editions. But I think that I think this is really. I think this has just really helped, this whole series has helped me personally have an appreciation for how every edition fits in a sort of a narrative arc of what Dungeons and Dragons is, has been, will be, you know.
Yeah.
I think one thing we successfully added was a little bit of world building. Like D&D's mostly up to what the Dungeon Master does, and you know, we don't have a big world section in here in the core books. But you had, for example, the 4 core characters, right? Like Lida and Tordek and whatever, and they appeared over and over again in art and in illustrations, and they really were player characters, like identifiable as regular player characters, and then the story path, the idea that, you know, these adventures are going to start at first level and sort of show you the world a little at a time, and you
pointed out here. I mean, we would be so remiss if we did not comment on the art.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, you know, working with Don Muir and Todd Lockwood, and Sam Wood, and talking about, saying, hey, listen, I want to see us go to realistic. There was a shift in art from, from sort of the stark character that, you know, oh yeah, I've got a backpack and I got a bunch of tools and a lantern and all stuff like that, but you know, you don't see that, you know, in a classic D&D art piece, which is great art too, but like this, you know, these characters, they're loaded for bear, right?
Yeah,
they got a bunch of stuff.
I'll never forget,
right?
like flipping through that book, and like, you know, your first time playing, you're trying to create a character, and then you see something, you turn around and you point at your DM. I'm like, how do I be this person? How, like, what is this character? I want to be this one. What is it? You know, when you're starting, and it's just such a cool visual for like what your character can grow into.
Yeah. I mean, so much cosplay fodder for that too.
I started cosplay in high school as well. So.
I mean, we touched on this a little bit, right? But earlier editions, I mean, they were sort of, okay, this is the game where you can be Gandalf. This is the game where you can be, you know, this flavor of fantasy that you love. But by the time we came along with 3rd edition, we didn't even have to worry about that, right? We wanted this to be D&D fantasy, right? D&D was its own kind of fantasy, so it required its own kind of art, right? And so you needed to be able to open this up and say, okay, that's a D&D character, right? That's not a Tolkien character, right? That's not a Tolkien elf. That's a D&D elf, right? And that was very empowering, I think, and led to a lot of really good things, both design and flavor.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the covers too? That's just a radical change.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that we have this, it's a cover that the artist physically made that and it's photographed, but like this
exists.
I didn't know that actually.
Yeah,
That's
they did all those. Those are actually like actual physical models that they made, and the decision to do this as opposed to having traditional fantasy art or D&D fantasy art was just a radical thing, and so many companies ended up copying that. They're like, oh, we have to have our own wild, realistic tome as our book. And it's just so different. Like it's evocative in a totally different way that doesn't show monsters fighting characters or a dungeon scene. It's just like, oh, this is a book of fantasy lore.
Like this could be the book in the game.
Yeah.
Any last thoughts before we wrap up
again,
our
not
first?
trying to again withhold the very, very nerdy fangirl that is still very present right now. I mean, just thank you guys, honestly, for this edition, for seeing that D&D was this incredible thing. And again, not talking ill of the earlier editions at all, but just realizing that this was something that did deserve to go out there, you know, and working through all of the pushback of, this is our precious thing, don't change it, and working through the pushback of, if you haven't been, you know, bullied X amount of years, you don't get to play, you know. I think you guys really did help take this and say, but what if more people got to play this with their friends? Isn't that great. Like at the core of
Right.
everything, like creativity, everything else aside, really just coming and saying like, hey, more people should get to do this because it's really great. And
Yeah.
I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, thanks.
Wow. Excellent. We did it for past Lexi.
Yeah, she's so grateful. Because she wasn't going to high school parties, I'll tell you that.
And along those lines, I would run into so many people at conventions, and nowadays this game is 24 years old, so starting around 10 years ago, I'd have 18-year-olds, young adult people come up to me and say like, "Would you sign my player's handbook? This is the game that my mom and dad taught me D&D with."
Oh yeah.
And it's just like, this is like building good family stories, and also I feel old, but
Right.
it's just it's sweet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break. This concludes the first part of today's programming, which is for us to sit around and shoot the shit about third edition D&D, tell the old stories, wax lyrical fond memories of working on this. We're going to go have some food now. We're going to take a lunch, and then we're going to come back and we're going to play third edition
right.
Dungeons and Dragons. So please don't go away. We'll be back. We're back. Hi. Hey, we did it. We had some lunch.
That's right.
We got fed. And if you're just joining us and wondering, like, what's this "be back soon" sign been up there for a half hour for? You missed us talking about third edition Dungeons and Dragons as part of our celebration of Dungeons and Dragons
That's right.
series. We spent a good 2 hours almost just rehashing old times, things that we liked about third edition, behind the scenes stories, that sort of thing.
That's
If you miss it and you want to see it, after this stream is over, the entire stream will be available as a VOD here on Twitch. It also will, within a couple of days, it'll be up on YouTube. So, and this is Gen Con TV, and we're happy to have you here. What else I gotta say? Well, we're gonna play.
And
So it's
everyone
intros.
agreed that the sorcerer class was the best thing to come out of
Yeah,
3E.
and
It was
debating sorcerer versus wizard. Lexi's made her case. I decided to save my counter arguments for stream.
the sorcerer class.
I'm your host, Peter Atkinson, he, them, and I am joined by, please introduce yourselves.
Yeah, Jonathan Tweed. I'm the Dungeon Master. I was the lead on third edition, and I'm running an adventure that I wrote for Dungeon back in the day.
Here you go.
I'm Sean Reynolds, he, him, and I'm a contributor to 3E and a whole bunch of other stuff. And I'm playing a dwarf fighter, name unknown yet.
I'm Monty Cook. I am he, them, and I was one of the designers of third edition, and I am playing a human wizard.
Hi, I am Lexi the First. I am she, her. I am going to be playing a halfling rogue, and I am just a big old 3E fan.
I didn't say my character. I'm playing a dwarven cleric, and I haven't decided if it's a he or she yet. I'm drawing a picture though. Jonathan makes us draw pictures of our characters, so that's what we're all sitting here
Yes,
working
we're
on.
all
is
putting
coming
on
up with-
drawing.
This is what I have so
Make
far.
great-
I failed arts and crafts. This is why we have Tanel. You're about to see why.
I wonder what's Tanel doing? I'm gonna have the best character portrait. So we are getting our characters together. So who would I worship as a dwarven cleric?
The creator god, El.
Oh,
Yeah, that's sort of the good god, the god that created the dwarves and the halflings and the humans. The god of the
Not the
sun.
gnomes.
Not the
evil
gnomes.
god.
That's the evil god. The evil god created the elves and the gnomes, but since the evil god betrayed the good god, the evil god's creations also tend to betray him. So the elves and the gnomes don't really have anything to do with him, for the most part.
okay.
So elves are okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
This takes place in a happier time in my campaign than the campaign that I actually ran, where things are good and people get along, and there's weddings and yeah,
Yeah,
That's right. You're not-
things like that.
that's right.
What are my spells? I'm supposed to pick them?
You could, yeah, that's right. And as a cleric, right, you've got access to all the spells you want.
Okay.
I mean, any of the spells that are listed.
I wouldn't have suggested starting the stream if I realized I had to pick my spells.
Well, can you do it from memory?
No. This is okay. Okay, so 4th level. Is this Cantrips, first level and second level?
Yeah, that's right.
Spells? And what's the +1? Don't I?
That's for your wisdom, so you get an additional. Oh
Okay.
no, that is at your one of your spheres because you're going to have.
Because I have
domains. You're
domains.
going to have two domains.
Right. Yes, that's right. Okay. All right. Huh.
No one here's an artist, right? Like no one's gonna like show up everyone else with.
I mean, I
Monty
can play
is.
the keyboard.
There we go.
You notice I'm not drawing anything.
Oh, you mean us as humans, people, not our characters. Sorry.
Oh,
Can your character play the keyboard?
Yes,
I forgot the arms.
Can your character draw a good character portrait?
you'll find out.
These are actually self-portraits by our characters, so they will determine our character's artistic ability.
That's right.
So I don't really want a +1 weapon of some kind.
That's right.
Can I have something different?
Sure.
Like a wand of
Yeah.
something?
Yeah. That seems good.
Oh no. Oh no. This is going super well.
I figure if I drew enough beard, big enough beard, it covers up the fact that I forgot to draw arms.
Do we all remember earlier when I said that I would point into the handbook and say, I want to play that character? Well, y'all are about to find out why.
That's fine. I'm just drawing Jonathan as my character.
+2 on everything.
Nice.
It's the DM's best friend rule.
So my bonus is I'm going to be using the first 20-sided die I ever got.
Jeez, that's totally unbiased die.
And I, 20, oh, what do you know? And I hand inked it. I rolled
you
the
did.
die, and whichever side came up, I inked that side to be the 10s. So one side has lots of red on it, and that's the side that comes up more often, and that's where the 19 and the 18 and the 20 are. So we'll see how it does. 20!
I'm
Yeah.
suspicious already.
Yeah,
All right,
hold
so
on a minute.
last time I'm going to use this die, and then I'm going to sell it for charity. So, but I wanted to play it one last time.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm glad there's no combat in this adventure.
It's just, you're going to a wedding.
It's a wedding.
Leave your weapons at home.
There are no fights ever at weddings.
All right, Dorn.
Yeah, Dorn.
Yeah.
Or,
Hi.
well, you're a dwarf.
I'm Dorn. I worship El. Hi, I worship El.
Are you and I related? Did we come here together?
Are you a
You're all-
dwarf?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dwarf fighter.
dwarf fighter. We
Oh,
can
you
be,
totally
sure.
should be.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so I'm Gorn.
Gorn.
Dorn and Gorn.
Yeah.
Dorn
That's-
and Gorn.
Are you twins?
Wow, your
Okay.
parents were jerks.
What's our relationship?
Let's say we're cousins.
Cousins?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cousins is good.
Cousins.
So is this... The one
Gorn.
question is, how are you folks related to this wedding? Like, why do you care that there's a wedding in this
Is-
little town of Dockalong?
Yeah. Is one of us getting married?
Could be one of you getting married. It could be the sibling of one of you. It could be...
But we're an adventuring party,
You're
right?
people, and you know each other.
We know
we're-
we've
okay.
adventured together.
All right. Yeah, I'd like my brother to be getting married.
All right.
Okay.
What's your wizard's name?
Working.
Okay.
Work in progress.
I'm still drawing. It's your fault. You're making us do this.
All right. Your brother's
Monty's
getting married.
brother.
So you might have to figure out some gifts to bring. You might want to figure out what kind of fancy outfits you're wearing. You're going to be coming like you're the big adventurers from like the big cities, and maybe you've traveled overseas and whatever. And now you're going to go to this little town of Dockalong, which is in the Elven buffer zone near the Elven Woods. And so it's far from the beaten path. And they don't get a lot of people like you. So when you show up, you're going to be
Well, since
Fancy bird. Rock stars.
since my brother's getting married here,
Yeah.
maybe this is probably our hometown. So
Oh,
this
maybe it is your hometown. That's even better. Yeah.
Is it possible I'm performing the service?
It is possible you're performing the service.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not even going to make you roll for it.
Okay. Okay, I'm
For
performing.
no particular reason, her hands are behind her back and will not be drawn.
That happens a lot. Or sometimes the hands get like hidden in the sleeves,
Yeah,
and you don't see
yeah.
any hands. Hands are hard.
Tanel's not allowed to watch this, right? She can't.
This character sheet has
that's way better than
saves out of
mine. Look.
order.
I get what you were going for.
All right, I'm done.
What?
You call yourself a game designer. The
I
saving
need it.
throws are out of order on this character sheet. It's reflex fort will.
I got it off the internet. I thought the internet never lied because it's
well,
made of computers.
I got some news for you, Fred.
I'm not questioning
So I'm
any of these
wearing
numbers.
formal vestments of my
all right.
rank in the church.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yep. And I can't drink on the same day that I'm performing a religious ceremony.
All right.
That's why
So,
I'm there to drink for the two of us.
Sober.
All right.
You know, that could
Yeah.
be that could actually be an official role, right? That you are drinking by proxy.
I'm drinking for two now.
I need a name. Why is this
Oh
so
yeah, me
hard?
too.
Maybe you could give
I
each
thought you
other
were
names.
Gorn. Oh no, you were Gorn.
I'm going.
Yeah, don't let these guys
It's
pick
your
names.
brother's wedding.
Oh yeah, my name is Jorn.
I think these are really good. Yeah, that looks just like me.
Yeah. That's
I'll
great.
put the glasses in later.
Yeah, you got the steely good looks in the eyes there. It's yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will be Sally Mae. And it's not her real name, but it sounds non-threatening, which is what she's going for.
I like. That's right. You don't want people to know how threatening you are.
She's not threatening. She doesn't like hurt people. She just sort of takes things and doesn't want people to be watching her too
You're at
close.
Halfling Road.
Yes.
And so, Monty, I'm. How about we say you have not been to Docalong for years, so that way
That
you're
tracks.
in the same position as the other players of having to find out what's going on.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
My name is Phylan.
Phylan.
How you spell it? Oh, I never mind. I'll look there.
Sorry, what sort of magic item can I choose for myself?
Like a +1 weapon with a +1 bonus. So like +1 flaming sword, +1 frost mace, something like that.
Do you have a
And kind of
what's
whatever
your,
armor and masterwork
class?
stuff you want.
Race and class.
Human wizard.
Human wizard.
And then what are Dorn and Gorn?
Fighter.
Dwarf fighter and dwarf cleric.
And you're Gorn.
I'm Gorn.
You're Gorn.
You can tell.
I'm Dorn.
Dorn the cleric.
Dorn.
Dwarves. And you were a human wizard. Okay.
Yeah, we
So-
do this to know.
So,
Your brother's
so
wedding.
for Monty and Peter,
Your cousin's wedding? Your
what,
brother's wedding.
what?
Is it
Brother.
your brother? Okay.
So what is it that makes Dorn over here a great choice to be the officiant at the wedding? Is it just that he's fancy, or
Well, you must know my brother extraneous from me. If he asked you to perform the ceremony,
Or-
because I actually not super. I don't. Not really close to my brother anymore because he's marrying my old girlfriend. So I'm here, you know, but a little bit reluctantly.
What's your brother's name?
Yeah.
What is my brother's name?
Girl's name.
Dank?
Dank.
Dank. Dank. Not Dank. Dank.
Dank with an E.
Or an E.
Not Dank! And he says that a lot. Not Dank! Dank!
And who is Dank marrying?
This awesome person.
You want
Whose
to?
name is?
How about Elisar?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Writing your character's name on the back of your notes so I can see it. How's it going to be? I talked
Actually, that's a
to
good
Oh,
Violet.
yeah. I forget.
We do
not
that for
bad.
us too.
I'm learning, remembering old
You could
techniques.
you could also write every. That's right. Yeah. All right.
I don't have to write everyone's name now.
No, you're
because-
right. You don't. Everyone's got them up. This is so handy.
Yeah. I
Oh, I'm still
wrote
writing them
anyway.
down.
I want there to be something kind of maybe a little bit shady about how I ended up. Like maybe I arrived early, and started rumors about who was going to be officiating the marriage, and then stepped in.
So you found a way to horn in on the
Yeah.
Okay, well, I want everyone to arrive.
It wasn't a legitimate
Right.
priest of El.
Yeah. So I'm planning on everyone to arrive at the same time, but you certainly could have pulled the strings behind the scenes and revealed whoever this person was going to be as subpar compared to someone of your stature, and so with your connections, got yourself picked as the.
Yeah, or maybe I just outranked them in the church.
Yeah.
and I just showed up. I could support the idea that we just arrived by just saying that I outranked them.
So you're gonna
in the
show-
church,
yeah.
and so I just show up and say,
Okay.
we're not going to need you.
Yeah. Lexi?
I have knowledge local, so
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm also from the area.
Sure.
Can I be the maid of honor?
Sure. Whatever. Yeah, that sounds great. You're LSR's maid of honor.
And Ellis, and I feel like the rest of the party knows that I'm a rogue, and they know that I've acquired things for us as we've needed them along the way. Maybe the rest of the party just hasn't asked questions, or they just don't care. But LSR definitely thinks that I'm just like an up and standing. I'm a hero. Like, she's known me since I was a kid, but has no idea that
Right.
I'm shady.
What's
at all.
really going on?
Yeah, no
Okay.
clue.
Are you actually friends or are you frenemies?
She knows that we are friends. I am very convenienced by her friendship. I do like her fine. She's fine.
And there are other towns in the area. You might have come from some other place other than Docklong and specific. It's still
Yeah.
sort of the terrain.
But I still have been able to like weasel my way into the maid of honor.
Sure. So you're going to need to bring a very special gift.
Oh no. That I definitely bought with my money.
That's right.
Yeah. I sure did that.
So Danny K32 has already said that Peter is an agent of chaos.
No,
Not his character.
I am a
Peter.
priest of
Peter is an agent.
That's right.
The God-fearing dwarf. And Danny did point out I'm actually really glad people have picked up on my joke of Sally Mae is very vicious. She loans money freely, but it takes decades to pay her back. She does not actually loan money, but she does play with other people's money. So,
That's pretty funny.
thanks, guys.
So, if you haven't already decided,
Yeah.
it would sort of make sense for Denk to be some kind of craftsman, a carpenter, like,
Sure.
and our dad taught us carpentry and whatnot, and that's why I have so many, I have such high bonuses in these things. But I left so that I could become a wizard.
Right. And so he stayed and become a carpenter. And
Right.
just maybe building a little cute house for him and LSR. Okay.
So,
Right.
do you want us to talk about the gifts that we're bringing?
Yeah, I do want you to talk about the gifts that you're bringing.
So I spent basically every copper piece that I had
Yeah.
on this incredibly beautiful sculpture that I knew that LSR would love, and it is way beyond anything that my brother could make. So it's this beautiful nymph with a dragon, and it sculpted out of I don't know.
Maybe fancy wood from overseas or something.
Yeah, fantastic, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I have spent my 4th level D&D character money on this, so it is fantastic.
All right. Love it.
Does Elisar have a profession? Like, we know that Denk is a carpenter. Is she a sculptor? Is she...
That's a great question. Anybody got a good
she's
idea?
your ex,
Do you
too,
need?
so-
Do you want her to have a particular profession?
Well, if I'm thinking of gifts, I need to have something that's appropriate for, both of them. Otherwise, it's like, oh, I'll give you a vacuum.
there's
Edition vacuums. There.
It's made by a gnome.
there's some amount of brewing that goes on around Dockalong as the people take stuff from the elven woods that the elves come and trade, and then they ferment it and distill it before it gets passed along. So maybe she's some kind of brewer or fermenter or...
I actually just learned recently, and if you know better than me, correct me, but apparently historically, brewing beer was actually women's work.
All right.
And shifted to men's work in the early 1900s when they were trying to market to a bigger
Interesting.
consumer base.
Well, cooking.
So it was done at home, yeah. So it was traditionally a woman's drink until they switched it over. I just learned that like the other day. And again, if someone actually knows better than me in my internet research, feel free to correct me.
In this fantasy world, that is also true.
That seems
Go
great.
LSR.
No one can contradict you.
That's right.
That's part of D&D. So you get to be right about so many things.
That's right. And it's one session, so I'll let you get away with just about anything. I don't have to live with the consequences.
You're like, this can be true.
These illustrations are pretty good, I gotta say.
We did our
Why am I
best.
so much bigger
Why
than
do you
everybody
have
else?
color? No.
I bring my pens.
Yeah, see, he's set.
I had to make mine the
I didn't
size so that I
know.
could show that I'm surprisingly buff. With over 14 strength.
He needs LSR to know that specifically.
That's right.
It's
Exactly.
been working out
Yeah.
at wizard school.
Tanel said that she will
Wizard
draw
School
a
was
party
3
lineup
levels
based on our sketches.
So this is third edition.
Nice.
We don't need training in between each level.
Exactly.
So anyone else want to come up with a gift? You can say something vague if you don't want to spend the neurons. Come up
I
with
think
something
I'm going to
specific.
bring a really nicely made dwarven cask for brewing and storing.
Yeah, all right. Dwarves are good at building casks and that sort of thing. Yeah.
It's nearly as big as me.
Yeah.
And I'm wearing my fancy wedding armor.
Oh, okay. Wow.
My dad had it.
Yeah, all right. So like enameled or...
It's definitely got filigree on it.
Yeah,
and
all
lots of cultures there.
So his dad. Oh, your cousins.
They were cousins.
Sorry. Okay. I was going to say you just claimed the wedding armor from the priest.
No, I didn't. He's got a robe.
And he's got his vestments, right?
Yeah.
He's got to have all his
I call it a robe.
fancy...
Incense burning.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you know.
Sorry, if I may, Tanel is requesting photos of
Okay.
all of the...
So for a magic item, you said we could suggest an alternative
Yeah.
to a +1
Yeah.
weapon or +1. Yeah. I'm thinking incense.
Okay.
That would enhance my spellcasting ability.
Wow.
But just like Wild's Burning, it's a +1 to
Sure.
wherever a +1 would fit.
Okay,
Like a
that sounds
+1
good.
hit or +1.
Yeah.
Take a +2.
Yeah. Well,
If
it's a +1 item.
only clerics had like implements that gave them +1 on their spellcasting, the way fighters get +1 on their attacks,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am bringing a gemstone. It's just a gemstone. It's not like in jewelry or anything. And it's in a pretty little chest that has, the chest doesn't lock. Like there's probably a key that goes to it, but that got lost in our travels.
That's
So
right.
it's just it has a lock that, no key, but it's unlocked, it's open, so
That's
she
right.
can get in it. And it is definitely a type of gem that you don't find around here.
Okay, all right.
And I tell her that it was a reward for one of my very heroic deeds that
That's
I would
right.
like to pass on to her.
That's right.
Because I could not be the hero I am without her support in our life.
That's right.
She's just always been there for me,
Are you going to save that for the maid of honor speech?
That's what I say when I give her the gift. I've got something else for the maid of honor speech.
nice.
It's just really good, yeah.
Okay.
There will be tears. Not mine, everyone else's.
Oh,
It's
okay,
very
good.
moving.
Good. I'll be ready.
I'm not crying.
You are
see.
I'm crying before the wedding.
Yes.
You're crying for a different reason.
Your ex-girlfriend's marrying someone else. You're going to be crying about
My
that.
brother.
That's going to be awkward Thanksgiving.
You went adventuring because you wanted to earn money to propose to her properly, and you came back. And
And then I got the letter in the mail. Oh, we're getting married. Things got very quiet in the wizard.
Is he like the good-looking brother or the...
I mean, he's pretty. Do you see this? Look at that muscle. It shows through the shirt.
Well, I wear the tight shirts. So.
It's like Gaston,
Are you sure you're not a sorcerer? Like charisma-based kind of?
They hadn't invented sorcerers yet when I studied
You're
or
in wizard school?
I'm saying it's 3E. We have sorcerers now.
I guess what I'm saying is there wasn't a sorcerer for me to choose from.
That's true.
So my gift for the couple
Yeah. Oh yeah.
is going to be a reliquary.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And it's a reliquary where the husband and wife each put something special in it, and it blesses their marriage.
So you're the one that keeps our party on the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
It's like he's the cleric. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You always were the wise one of our family.
I kind of sigh while somebody walks by with a serving tray with a bunch of drinks on it.
I'll take one.
I will
my
say,
cousin.
I have given up stealing religious artifacts since being in this party.
Wow.
I mean, it took like maybe a month or two into being with the party, but I did eventually.
Have you vocalized this to us, or do we just?
I think it's been shown through my actions because I don't admit to stealing anything. I just kind of admit. So just you don't find religious art. I'm not selling religious artifacts to shops when we get to town anymore. Mysterious ones that have appeared.
So there are miniatures all around. Is there a good way for people to start?
Yeah, just go ahead and grab anything you want. Yeah.
I love this part for dwarves, wizards.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of player characters up here. It looks
These are
like.
orcs over here. It's probably. Yeah, those are mostly player characters up there.
Yeah.
Gold armored dwarf. There we go.
Sorry if I'm like
pretty
throwing
good.
off all the
waiting on
cameras.
Rob.
Sorry.
Well, maybe that's a human wizard, maybe, or
This is just us now, carrying the weight of this party because everyone else has stepped away from it. So what's our dynamic?
Ish. I know
Oh, I
she's
talk
tall,
too.
but looks like
I
she's
flank
force.
with the wizard.
I mean, I probably do have a
This one.
weapon.
My halfling's
but,
probably
you know,
dressed
it's
up
just
for the
not
wedding,
matter.
actually. Tanel, I'm changing my character art. Because she's probably in a pretty little dress for the wedding.
Sure.
Yeah, she's the maid of honor.
Yeah, that's
there
right.
you go. This is cute.
all right.
I like this. Okay. Sorry, Tanel.
Something cute.
I love you.
Is that also an incense burner? Or?
Yeah, I think so. I think the incense comes out of the weapon. Like, you know.
Oh,
it's
sure.
Just, it's
Like
got
Like a
it's just
sensor.
never-ending
Yeah.
sort of something in there.
Like
keeps
a
burning.
mace of +1 spellcasting.
Yeah. Magic.
It's very
mace.
fragrant. Reminds me of home, cousin.
Wearing a dress. 'Cause
And our Lord
it's a
L.
wedding.
Yeah, no, Lord L.
No one suspects a fancy
E.L.L..
dress.
But, all right.
Do that here, wait.
That also works.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, well, in the original Dwarvish, it's just the letter L.
That's right.
It's the
Oh,
humans
Tanel
who
is
added an
asking,
E.
what does it smell like? Jasmine, ocean breeze, something else?
I think it's more like cloves.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
cloves.
yeah.
You can probably always tell when I show up. He's like, oh. Smell of cloves. You guys are probably all really sick of the smell of cloves because my mace is constantly making this incense.
That's pretty good.
Everybody's coughing around me all the time. I have to sleep far away from the party. You know?
Yeah, I probably started smoking clove cigars and don't even realize it. They're just regular cigars to me because I'm just so used to the clove smell.
Yeah. It's sort of an acquired. You either have to like cloves or if you do like cloves, it won't be long before you don't.
How tall are you?
Well, I'm probably just a little shorter than you. You're the fighter, so.
Tanel requests to know what every spell cast tonight smells like.
I can tell you what all mine smell like. Cloves and more
Tanel, my little
cloves.
miniature too.
Mine all smell like
I think I'm
bitterness.
ready.
Bitterness and rejection.
I'm 4'4" tall.
Oh, so you're the tall one. I think
I'm-
I probably got some Napoleon complex going. I'm all scrappy because I'm 3'11".
I'm finally actually looking at my stats for the first time.
We're not going to need them. We're not going to make any rolls in this. It's just a wedding.
Ryan's gonna fight. It's a wedding.
I have a strength of 19.
What?
Dude,
You're stronger than me.
Preacher's got
not
a
fair.
strong
I'm the
right.
fighter.
Talk about surprisingly buff.
Preacher's surprisingly
Is this like the
strong.
steroid group? Or?
It's a very strong group.
Yeah, you'll have pretty good stats because whenever it's 4 hours, you might as well
I love
go
it.
crazy.
No, it's great.
Right?
Oh, I am like
My dex
massive.
is 21.
Crafting.
Can't hit me.
Okay, I made the reliquary. Okay. Just
Okay,
so-
sure.
Yeah.
I bet
'cause
you did.
I've got.
And I legally bought the gem I gave her.
I bet you did.
Saying that.
Yeah.
Always talking about how legal.
So above board because I am a pious person.
So you're going to truck a ways inland in order to get back to Dockalog. You probably have riding horses, maybe a mule for baggage and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Horses are great.
Because I am a halfling, can I be sharing a horse with someone else?
I think that's fine, yeah.
Because one less horse, then I'm little. It's fine.
I'm probably riding a stout pony. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm pretty bulky. I'm kind of like a square shape.
Am I riding with you?
Yeah, you can ride with me if you want to. Yeah, we can ride. I ride a horse because I'm in denial. My legs kind of stick out like this, but I pretend like this is the
See,
way.
the horse
this
can
is
take both of
normal.
us.
Yeah,
It's perfect.
It's fine. Yeah.
All right.
I'm a friggin' giant compared to
I'm so
That's right. We are. So how tall are you?
I am 5'8",
Wow.
Yeah.
which makes me a giant.
Towering over
You're
everyone.
almost 2 feet taller than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am 2'11". So
Wow. All right.
You make
yeah,
me feel tall.
So let's have a marching order as you approach the peaceful
You
city.
can barely see over the top
I'm like
of
my
it.
2-year-old's height.
Well, I think when we get to near toward the gates of the city.
You're not near there yet. You're
Oh, okay.
you're trucking through the
Okay,
forest.
so on horse. Okay, so
of,
we're together.
Yeah.
up a
We're
not
like
great
just shoulder,
road.
and the fighter's in front. And we're dragging him along. Like he doesn't really want to go.
Come on, it's your brother.
Maybe, but you're the wizard, right? You should logically be between.
Besides, it's a party.
yeah,
It's gonna
yeah.
be fun.
Yeah. So we'll
It'll be
we'll
nice to see my mom.
I mean, we're on horses, so we need a little space between. Is this 5 foot?
Yes, those squares are 5 feet.
Okay, so I think
Those what are 5 feet?
Those
Hexes.
six-sided squares.
okay. I mean, we need room for the horse, and
Yeah.
This horse doesn't want its nuzzle right in the junk of the horse and butt. So yeah.
And
so,
you smell like cloves,
Yeah.
so horses also.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Sorry, quick question. Is this the day before the wedding? Are we arriving morning of the wedding?
You're going to arrive the day before the wedding.
Okay, so I'm not in my dress yet.
That's
Don't want to make it for you.
that's fair.
I am in my
And
travel
then
clothes.
we have a little thing which is okay.
I know that was very
Keep
important.
aiming.
We're all
I'm
very
gonna get
worried,
something
so.
for the pony with all the stuff on it. There we go. Can I use a rat man?
That seems good.
Oh, I thought you were going to veto it, but it's okay.
It's a one shot. Why would
I
I
got
veto anything?
I got the pony right behind on a rope,
That's right.
and it's that's with all mostly her clothing and stuff, and mostly her stuff.
Just like things
Although you're small, so
Yeah. See, when I...
Keep all of her clothing.
See, it's not so much clothing.
oddly she still has more stuff than any of us.
It's a lot. It's not clothing, but it's a lot of stuff that has acquired during our journeys. It's not. I didn't leave home with that much stuff. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right. So you're going through the woods. This is the sort of place that lots of dungeon masters would have some kind of ambush. There's trees on every side, and you're walking on kind of a narrow road.
And that would be so trite. We would be so disappointed if you did that.
So the Knoll Rangers waiting, and they see who's in the front.
Me.
Yeah.
Right? They see, oh, it's a pretty studly dwarf fighter there, and then, oh shit, a wizard, and then.
Do we hear this?
This is
Just for the
so you can
narration for the audience.
narration.
Right?
So you're sort of the audience
Because
too.
I do have plus 8 to
okay.
listen.
What you as players don't see is them like looking at you through like, oh shit, there's 4 of them, and they just let you go past because they are trying to find easy prey, not adventurers.
That's fair.
And so
They can see how pissed off the wizard looks.
it looks like he's going to kill somebody.
That was just waiting to hurt someone.
He's not quite fireball level of pissed, but close.
Getting close.
I'm still out of practice. I don't even have dice here. Like, oh, shame on me.
Well, it's a good thing I
gotta
didn't
remember
watch a
dice.
combat on you
This is a
then.
stream where we run around
That's right.
and we don't stay in one place like we're supposed to.
I got to point out it's really fun and funny that Jonathan was running an adventure that he wrote that was published in Dungeon Magazine. So it's like, I'm running this adventure that I could be running from my own notes, but I'm going to use the fancy printed version perhaps. And
It's pretty cool. It's true. I don't know where I would find my own notes from 20 some years ago, but yeah, it's great. No, it's kind of fun. Don't pay any attention to what you see on the cover.
Okay.
Okay, so coming up the road toward you is a young human man. He's got a mule with a pack saddle behind him. It's all filled with stuff, and he's walking, kind of striding along, and he sees you down the road, and he stops. He says, "Who the hell are you?"
is he coming our way? Or?
Yeah, he's coming the opposite way of you, so he's gonna. You two are gonna wind up passing, but he's stopped, and sort of like he's blocking your way. Who the hell are you?
Oh gosh.
I'm a dwarf.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I think, usual for us, where like he's in front, he's the dwarf, and eventually one of us has to intervene. And it's usually, the wizard, or okay. So we're like, we're just like, okay, not again.
We don't need bandits here.
Excuse
Take
you.
your stuff some other place.
Hi. Excuse me. She's like trying to lean. She's very, very little. And again, just like I forgot to say.
Trying to see over the horse's head.
She is 2'11". My 4-month-old baby is 2'1".
All right.
So I just feel like that perspective needs to be out
There you go.
So she's like, hi. No, actually, I'm the maid of honor. Yeah, me. So, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, we're here to see if that wedding's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, Dank and Elisar, they're going to be so happy.
Yeah, they're really cute, right?
Yeah, you're the maid of honor from the big city.
That's me.
Oh, well, you should have said something.
I
And
did,
this is your
just now.
entourage?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're also important. But yeah, I'm here. Hi.
All right, well, that's I almost drew my trusty sword on you, and he pulls out his short sword.
Well,
just to
we're
show
big
off.
heroes, so you wouldn't want to do that.
All right, well, that's good to know. I'm sure happy for the two of them.
Does this guy have any heraldry or anything that would signify that he is of rank? That he has the job of questioning people coming in? Are we
Just a guy.
How far are we from town?
You are gonna make town in maybe a couple hours.
Oh, so we're a ways away from
You're
town.
still a ways away. That's right.
But he's got a bunch of stuff. He's clearly traveling. He's not like the guard.
That's right. He's got a whole bunch of trade stuff on his mule pack. No, he looks like a young man of modest means.
And he's got trade goods in a cart.
And he's got trade goods on a mule.
On a mule. Yeah, and he was
Yeah.
You should be more careful about how you address strangers on the trail, especially being alone. Yeah. I think you owe us an apology.
And who are you?
He's also a dwarf.
Yeah.
I am Thorn, anointed by El.
Well, you're not on my invite list, so I didn't know if you were here to cause trouble or whatever. If you come to our territory.
Are you affiliated with the wedding?
No.
Why would you have an invite list?
I mean,
You're very confusing,
I don't.
man.
All right, well, hey, it's a good thing that everything turned out well, right? All's well that ends well.
I'm suspicious.
Oh,
I'm
are
looking
you?
into the trees, looking for companions of this
I
guy.
think he's mad he didn't get invited to the wedding.
Does all end well? I'm not so sure.
How old is he?
That's a good point. Yeah, he's about 20.
So in dwarf terms, he looks very, very young.
Yeah.
So
All humans look kind of young.
But very, very tall.
right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's why I'm on the pony. So, boy, do you have any news from town that we should know?
There's a wedding. That's what everyone's talking about.
Supposedly.
Anything else?
I'm sorry, my sign just won't stay up.
He could.
I did that already.
Lubric found a bunch of big mushrooms yesterday. They look pretty good. Yeah.
That's in my people, that is a noise of appreciation.
My cousin really likes mushrooms. She's super into them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm keeping my eye out in the periphery.
Yeah.
I'm hardly paying attention to any of this.
Are you coming back for the wedding? You seem to be
sighing a lot.
walking away.
I
Looking at his stuff.
I have valuables to take down the road and trade.
Well,
So-
watch out for Noel Rangers.
And thieves. Roads like this.
Brothers.
Steal your women.
I'll be on the lookout. Thanks for the warning.
I think we proceed,
yeah,
Jonathan.
I think you proceed.
I think
Yeah,
we just
that's right.
proceed past this guy.
That's right. And he sort of pulls his mule off the side so you can walk, and he pretends not to be impressed by you as you go by.
How closely are we to like his mule as we go past it?
How close do you want to be?
Can I reach out?
I'm keeping an
and
eye on her,
grab
by the way.
Am I sitting in front or behind you?
In front of me.
Oh, okay. Then never
Shorter, that way I
mind.
can see
He's the
over.
one
You
person
wouldn't
that
be
like.
able to see
Yeah.
anything.
cares.
No, I'm actually watching the periphery. That was
Okay.
a joke. That was said that for straight.
I'm
I'm actually watching the periphery
Okay,
because
so
I
I
think if there is anything about this guy, it's that he's got friends that can ambush it. So
So I glance over my
Absolutely, if
shoulder.
I wasn't in my own little gloomy world, I would probably say something back like, Sally Mae, keep your hands to yourself. That's what I normally
you don't?
do. but
Okay, and
this
you're
time I
looking?
don't.
I'm looking off into the
And
periphery.
so if you're looking
yes.
off, you don't say anything. You don't say
I
anything.
mean, as long as
okay.
you keep paying tithe on all your ill-gotten
Oh, and I sure do.
gains.
I sure do. Because I'm going to party with you.
As long as I don't know.
So I am going to try and pluck something off the mule as we
Sure,
go past.
yeah.
I have sleight of hand
Yeah. Yeah.
and move silently if that applies at all.
Well, try your sleight of
Sleight of
hand,
hand, okay.
and if that is messed up
First
badly, you
roll
might
of
want
the
to try to
game.
move silently. That's right.
That was a low roll, but I have a high plus, so it's a total of 15.
That's just what you needed. Okay. So just sort of suddenly you manage to pull something out of one of his packs, and then once you're out of sight, you can take a look at it, and it's a squirrel pelt, and you realize that this guy's valuables are like squirrel pelts, and right, and that's what he's. Yeah.
My
Oh,
pack.
yeah.
So,
Very
Whatever.
impressive, Sally.
Hey, you're gonna be grateful when you get cold and you need something to warm your head.
Well, sometimes it's okay. Hey, you gotta, you gotta try, right?
She's got a point,
Yeah.
cousin.
Shove that in
Yeah.
my pack real quick.
The nights do get cold. And lonely.
Onward.
Would you like the squirrel?
No,
Okay.
I don't want the scroll.
I think we'll go in front now.
All right. I'll
I
take
am
it
not
back.
impressed her.
All right.
I'll watch the pony.
Do we all
Yeah, you
know
watch
that
the pony,
he likes LSR,
protect the
or like
lizard.
have you told us that? Like maybe you like
Oh,
talked about her on the road, or
I think
we all know.
I think you probably
Okay, we all know.
know.
Maybe you can give it to her. She might like it.
Thanks,
Oh,
but no.
okay. Just put that back.
All right.
all right. You're following this winding road a little more. There are some offshoots that go to little towns in the woods, next up you hear people yelling up ahead around a corner, sort of. It doesn't seem like a fight or whatever, but some sort of domestic disturbance, maybe. But you can hear people sort of going back and forth at each other.
Well, I have improved initiative, so I will react quickly and spur my pony forward to investigate what this disturbance is.
All right.
Hey, is it really any of our business? Oh, he's already gone. Okay. Fine.
I mean, I'm not
So
a pony.
close
I'm not super fast.
Well, neither am I. Well, I guess he's going. Let's.
Okay. As you get closer, you figure out, oh, these sound like halfling voices. Seems like they're angry or something, but not scared or alarmed so much. And then around the corner, you see two middle-aged halflings, a woman and a man, and they're sort of like obviously upset about something. And the woman has in her hand like a big switch, like you would use to discipline a rowdy child. And it's not using it against this other man, but she's carrying it around and gesticulating with it, and they see you and sort of stop in mid-yell.
I'll wave, like, hello. Anything you need a dwarf to intervene about?
Well, welcome. You've been traveling on this road, I see. So maybe you could tell me. And she sort of walks up to you brazenly, and the man behind her, they look alike, so maybe siblings. He's sort of shaking his head and looking at you a little embarrassed, and he says, "Well, El's blessing be upon you. And have you seen perhaps a lazy, no good, no account young halfling man who doesn't know what's good for him, wandering around? Maybe love struck a little." That guy was a human.
Yeah.
Was he a halfling?
He was a human.
We saw someone with exactly that description, except for the species was wrong. Right? Yeah, it was a human.
Was he lazy? He had like a whole thing of stuff to sell.
Maybe he stole that.
Who would do that?
Never mind. Actually, definitely not your guy.
What about a young halfling woman, kind of smart ass, disrespectful, not as pretty as everyone says she is?
We all looked.
I am exactly as pretty as everyone says I am. Excuse you. Everything else that's true. Oh, yeah.
No, you're gonna have to find your own.
All right, so the guy comes up behind the woman and says, "Hey, sister, I don't think they've seen anybody."
Halflings are really good at hiding. Yeah, so that would explain why we might not have seen, or they might have gone a different direction.
Yeah, we'll find them.
What are you looking for him for?
She puts a switch behind her back. Oh, nothing. It's lunchtime.
Well, sounds like not our problem. Anyway. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
What are their names, just in case we run into them?
Yeah.
Nolly.
Nolly.
Nolly and Belina.
Nolly. And
Nolly's the no good young man who deserves a switch-in, and Belina is the girl that's not as pretty as everyone says she is. And
what is your relationship? Are you their parents? Or?
Nolly's my kid, or will be as long as he lives. And you can guess, Belina, for some reason, I don't know, the two of them, young people. You might remember being young. Oh, such foolishness.
Yes, but we have arranged marriages, so we don't know about this whole wild courtship thing.
Well, that's much more. Maybe that's what we should do.
It's worked for our family for generations.
yeah, I mean the main thing is to marry outside the clan.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Get babies with two heads.
yeah.
We don't want that.
No.
It's all just going to end in heartache anyway.
We're on the way to the what's the last name of the bride?
They don't have last names. She would be,
Okay.
if she left Dockalong, she'd be from Dockalong,
We're off.
or she'd be the brewer or whatever.
We're off to the brewer's wedding. We're part of the brewer's wedding party.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that explains what you're doing up here.
Dockalong's this way, right?
Yeah,
we're on the way to Dockalong.
That's right.
I'm the
Yeah,
maid of
that's
honor.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Same.
Oh, it's gonna be.
Yeah.
Those two are really right for each other. Unlike some couples,
Yeah.
I think they're going to be very happy together.
So are you going?
Buddy.
I
About a minute.
if you're all going to be there, that sounds kind of interesting.
No. All right.
Yeah,
well,
I didn't know you were coming in from obviously from the big city.
Yeah, or just on the other side of it. Yeah. Yeah. Well. All right.
Well, we'll see you there. Good
See
luck
you there.
finding your rebellious offspring.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
I wish you were a dwarf. I hear dwarves respect their parents.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We better. If we don't, there's trouble.
The chat says, I love how gloomy Monty is.
That's pretty good.
He's not always this way, by the way. He's role playing. He's role playing. Yeah. He's actually a very cheerful lad.
But not an elf.
No.
No.
All right. And so you're almost to dock along now, you think? And
I mean, we're not like supposed to be killing everybody that we run into, right? I mean, this isn't one
up
of
to
those
you.
games.
Yeah, when do we worship the demons?
When do we meet the cannibals?
Okay, I feel like we're missing something here. 3 encounters now.
2, right?
Well, there was the gnomes.
Oh, but we didn't know that, do we?
No, we does. I'm talking.
as players, you
got it.
do.
I'm metagaming here.
Got it.
Players, are we missing something here? It's like,
Well, if we are, we've missed it.
okay, we keep going.
I mean, that probably is actually going through your head. It's like, usually we've been killing some people.
yes. You see, it's so rare that we have an encounter and everybody lives on both sides.
It's like you're not even adventuring.
Yeah, no,
You're
we're not.
taking a break from adventuring.
This is really just a peaceful little town.
So
This is what the whole day is going to be like.
He's got an itchy mace finger.
Yeah, okay. Well, so, all right.
Honestly,
Yeah.
you are confronting that. You've spent a lot of time out doing dangerous things, meeting dangerous people, killing them. They're trying to kill you.
Yeah.
And now you're wandering around places where it's like, the problem is some guy ran off with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Right? Or a guy's got a short sword and thinks he's badass.
Yeah.
And now you're coming back to dock along. You used to live here, and it's like, so what is it like now as adventurers who've accomplished something to come back and see just how rustic and uneventful life is for most people in this world?
I know, I'm so suspicious of everybody. I was about ready to start casting spells right there.
Yeah.
She's stealing stuff from people?
She fully just
That's
thinks
the only
that she
normal
is.
thing that's
Oh no, she's milking
that
this.
because
She's
you
like,
rolled a
I
die."
always deserve to be the hero. I am the star. Like, she is just living her best life now.
That's the way I just enjoy how I've justified it by, well, it's an increase in income in form of tithing to the church. Yeah.
Under other circumstances, I would be coming into town probably full of arrogant contempt.
Sure.
Right? Like,
these little people.
These,
We kind of have
what
the
are they?
same.
What have,
Yeah.
how many dragons have they fought? Kind of thing. But now it's just like, I did all those things, but what did it get me? I should have just stayed here.
As we leave, I will, the couple, I will give them some short little clerical sort of preach about acceptance
Sure.
and love and, and forgiveness.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the name of Al.
All right.
Go on.
Okay, they appreciate it.
I admonish them as an elder of the church.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah. You know
Because that's what elders of the church do.
That's what, especially dwarven elders of the church. Yeah.
I bet they really took that to heart.
I'm really good at looking sanctimonious. Like, I'm a dwarf. I got the beard. I got the deep voice, and I'm also sitting way up on a horse with my legs going like that.
You want to make like a charisma check of some
Yes,
sort?
I do.
and
I
see-
almost rolled the dice. That's not dice. Those are like, okay, charisma check +2.
Do you have a skill in like
Let's see, knowledge, ability, dodge,
scripture? Do you want to
graph.
cross one of those out and write sermonizing?
Finger wagging.
I don't really use trap making very much.
That seems great.
So okay, we'll go admonishment.
That must be a
Is my-
family thing, because I also have trap making.
Yeah, well, it's a random NPC generator.
Okay, so that's +3.
All right.
And I got +2 is +5, and I roll an 11.
All right.
+5.
So 15 is a standard
16.
DC, I would say, right? That's what
Sure,
she needed
16.
to snatch a pellet. So the man nods his head, and the woman is quiet, but you can see that she drops the switch on the ground behind her.
Good.
Her comically small switch.
I look very proud and sanctimonious, and we keep going down the trail
All right.
up towards Dockalong.
Right? Any other questions about what's going on? Okay, great. Up ahead, you can see the trail splits off to go down the woods, and another one of these little little
Village or
settlements,
hamlet or
little
something.
villages that you've seen before, and now there's a woman with a little dog, a human woman with a little dog, who has come across out of that side path, sees you, and then stops and waits. And you can see that she's got the big circle of L on her vestment, so she's a religious person of some sort, and she hails you as you come in. She says, "Welcome."
As we come in,
As you're coming up the path towards her, she's waiting for you. She came onto the path from a
Right.
sideway, saw
Okay.
you, and now
Okay.
is waiting for you and gestures to you.
okay, well, I'll greet her. Greetings.
Yeah, and you have some sort of, probably some praise things. You say back and forth to identify
handshake.
yourselves as worshippers of El and clerics and
Or
whatever.
you could just see.
That's right.
Yeah.
She says, I see you've traveled far. Welcome to the area. You must be...
Dorn.
Yeah, so I was going to say, this must be the maid of honor that we're all waiting for,
knew.
Sally Mae.
Wow, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, and then, well, welcome back to Doc Longfile. It's been a long time. I'm so glad you could be here for your brother's wedding. It's quite a big day.
Yeah.
Does everyone know you like her?
Well, that's a good question. Was that
I imagine we probably were quite
you were a
the
thing?
item.
Yeah, that's right. Back in the day, right? And so you went off, left her alone to go do the adventurer thing,
Exactly.
And yet
Yeah.
you're blaming her and him.
So, are you the
rough,
greeting
buddy.
part? Are you here to? Are you here officially in some capacity?
right? So I'm the ranking cleric in Docalong, and I'm checking on some of the local people. There's some people ill down here in the nearby, but I'm getting ready to head back and prepare for the wedding tomorrow. I'm going to be officiating. I'm so excited to.
Well, I know. I think I'm going to be officiating now that I'm here.
Oh.
Yeah. Do I outrank her?
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
I
yeah.
do. Yeah,
You
yeah.
do,
No,
yeah.
but I appreciate all the. And let's. You
I
could assist
see.
me.
Yeah, you might like to see my notes.
Yes. We'll review them. We can pray over them together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
excellent. Yes. Let's show us the way.
I will. Yes. All right. So you're going to be officiating.
Yes.
It's hard to be supplanted, isn't it?
It's
No. We are. It's only right. It's only proper.
it's only right and proper.
I'm not being.
Is it? Is it really?
I'm not being nasty here. This is just.
We shouldn't let our
I
personal.
outrank her in the church. That's all there is to it.
That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
And
All
even
right.
though I live here and know them both personally and have
Probably
been
met her
preparing
first.
this,
Well, your notes are going to be very invaluable, clearly.
but
Yeah.
all that personal history aside, what's right is what's right.
Yeah, but
That's
should
right.
personal history be put aside? Think that's the question, I think.
We're having two conversations.
Wasn't it great?
I think I should. For we have a distinguished guest who outranks me in the church. I think it's only right that the past be put aside so that the future can move forward smoothly. Thank you for caring so much about my situation. I've never seen someone be so glum over
I suppose that's the noble choice to make.
Well, let's proceed.
It's
We've been.
the bigger person would make
Yeah.
that choice. So good for you.
Thank you. Yes. I'm pretty sure I know what we're talking about. And it's all good.
Well, yes, we would love to. Let's proceed.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So she walks beside you for a while. She with her sort of big hairy dog.
What's her name?
Jick Hardwalk.
I'm not writing the names down because Sally Mae does not care enough to remember them. She is not going to
That is fine.
come back to this information later.
Fair. I will
It's one ear, not the other for her.
make sure that my my ferret stays very close. I just looked down and saw that I have improved familiar. So make sure that it keeps far away from the dog.
That seems fine. Yeah, that seems fine.
Chat says, no one's going to ask about the dog.
I wrote it down. I will say I did make a note about, but it's a big hairy dog, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. No, I just wrote dog, but you know.
That's right. Big hairy. That follows
I feel
logically.
like if this was a horror movie, where like the prior people, everyone's sitting watching the movie, going, "No, don't do that. Wait, pay attention to that." And we're just like, on town.
Meanwhile, the gnolls are creeping up behind. One at a time.
Gnolls and the halflings
And the sun is out there.
and the knave.
And that gnoll disguised as a dog.
That's where
It's infiltrated. It's a short commute from old to dog.
True.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So she wants to know about you and like what you've done. She probably remember her. She was, maybe she was an acolyte or something like that back in the day.
Older than me, though, probably.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she wants to know what you've been up to, and learn a little more about how you know LSR, and so if there's anything that you want to impress on her, or are there anything that you think she would glean from talking to you?
Well, my dear friend's been very tight-lipped about the whole thing, so I am trying. I want to get a little bit of understanding of who the bride and groom are. Like,
Sure.
Basically. Will come out and say it, but trying to find out: do they have professional classes? Are they adventurers?
Right.
Are they a threat?
So
Now, this bride, what is her strength stat?
Are you going to check for traps before we go in the tavern? Is that the kind of character you are?
If a fight does break out, are they the threat, or do they need to be protected?
So she talks about them. They're lovely people, but they're regular people.
Yeah, like what does he do for a living?
So,
how's he going to support her?
So he's
Or is she gonna support him?
he's a carpenter.
He's a carpenter. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Still got that thing
good.
with his eye.
Did they have to get married?
I mean, I think it would be a crime against nature if they didn't. They're so right for each other.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
Okay.
and she really loves Denk's mom. I think there's going to be a great mother-in-law,
Hey,
daughter-in-law.
isn't that your mom too?
Yeah, that'll be my mom.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, no,
Does Dank's mom
Also,
think they make a
Phylan's
good couple?
mom.
Yeah.
they're just lovely people, and she talks about Dockalong, and it just seems like a bucolic little peaceful place. Things are nice there. There's some ruins nearby, but nothing ever comes out of them or whatever.
No,
There's just ruins.
No.
And
Usually these things have to be awokened.
right, that's right. It's a pretty sleepy town. It's a pretty sleepy town.
Maybe later we can sneak off to the ruins. The wedding's not till tomorrow, right? How far away are the ruins?
They're close. You could get there and back. No problem.
In a night, for example.
Right.
I'm in.
Yeah, I think we should head up to the ruins later.
Praise hell. Let's get some loot.
Hell for loot.
Cyclist.
So she walks with you for a while, and then has to take another detour to call in on some of her parishioners.
But
she points you to where Dockalong is, and
Okay, and where are we staying?
well, that's a good question. You would have something lined up ahead of time.
I would think so.
I'm staying with LSR because it's like, girls' night before the wedding.
That seems fine. You're
I'm staying
with your parents. That's right.
You guys are probably welcome. We could have just easily made arrangements for you guys to stay with there too.
That seems good.
Right.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm sure we're probably not talking about a town with like a big inn or anything, right?
That's right. You remember there is an inn for travelers, but it's not like the inns that you are used to.
Liberals.
And it's and you'd probably be more comfortable at a private home where you have someone to take care of you.
Then I would have arranged that.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems great.
I didn't know you were going to jump in and perform the ceremony, I'll say, as we make our way there.
Yeah, kind of a betrayal, huh, buddy?
I just seems like it would be easier on you for somebody who understands the situation, understands what you're going through. A friend, you know? It's like,
Are you going to try and break them up?
That's a good point.
Is that what you're saying?
yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Absolutely. No. Oh, maybe. I
Yeah.
don't know. I think we could.
He said maybe.
No.
Yeah,
no,
we could
no.
just kneecap your brother.
Yeah, he's got strong knees.
Well, as a carpenter, maybe we kneecap his hand.
There's going to be, you are going to be with the maid of honor. And that the maid of honor is who we like.
So,
But wait, where's the loyalties? One's the brother, the other one's the maid of honor.
Yeah.
That's the ex-lover
Yeah.
or the brother.
The betrayer.
Okay, it's clear to me now.
okay, but think of it this way. Everyone brought presents for the wedding. And
Yeah.
if there's chaos at the wedding because they break up, no one's going to be watching the presents. And our friend will be happy.
So
Don't steal my present.
Your present?
no.
Oh, no, you can have it.
I think it's safe to say we're having a private conversation
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
There,
Yeah.
We're doing this for you, buddy. Don't worry. You're welcome.
You as players can enjoy the conversation, but we're scheming here. Like, do you really think? Do you think that's
This
what?
is just saddle talk.
Well, didn't Elle say, and thou shalt help your buddy out with the girl he's super into?
It doesn't go quite like that.
But I'm like paraphrasing.
You're definitely paraphrasing.
I for sure read the book recently.
Well, you planted a dark seed in my mind. Again.
I mean,
Yeah, when has that ever happened?
it's like a gray seed. That's dark. It's like middling color.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like a blue seed. Blue isn't good or bad. It's just blue.
On sort of a meta level, it is worth saying I have not been back here for years. Like I have no call to be as sort of morose and betrayed
that makes it better.
as I am.
You're the guy who went off to college, and you're upset that your high school girlfriend has moved on.
She waited for like
Exactly.
a solid year, and now we're like 4 years later. She tried.
For sure.
Okay. Well, let's see what comes. Let's see what opportunities we get. Let's be
I
opportunistic.
love opportunity.
About it. Yeah. Let's do that.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Like, don't take
I'm still very tempted about the ruins.
portrayal of my brother to be the actual.
Oh no, she fully is.
facts of
She is
his
taking your portrayal at its word.
It's all we have to go on.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's all we have to go on.
until you meet
Would
him.
we be like screwing things up if we went off to the ruins tonight? I mean, that's not what you have planned, is it? You're like, boring wedding? Oh no, there's a ruin. No, I don't think that's what he has planned. Okay, we're not going to go out to the ruins. But it's so tempting. If this was a
But he
longer term
mentioned them.
campaign.
Like, why would he mention them if he
I
really didn't
know.
want us to go?
That's right. Yeah.
Should we
What
do
if
the
we-
ruins as a cutscene, or should we do the wedding as a
What
cutscene?
if, no, hear me out, hear me out. We go to the ruins and we take Dank as like a bachelor night thing and then we leave him there.
Ah, that's a good prank.
Yeah, prank. And then he doesn't come back for the wedding or ever.
In what state do you leave him exactly?
Drunk, obviously.
Unable to get married.
Okay, I think we can cut to tonight or tomorrow morning. She's off with the bridesmaid.
All right, so we're
Don't go with my plan.
So we're
Never
going to
do.
go the entrance to Dockalong. The road has gotten bigger and bigger. The more little side roads have connected to it, and now it's kind of wide. And there's other people who are walking along to and from that might or might not make conversation. And then when you come to the city of Dockalong, you see it's mostly one and maybe two-story buildings. You can see the top of a really tall tree that is somewhere in the middle of the town, and then there's like a tall building that looks kind of fortified. You can see the top level over the other levels, and then where this road leads, there's a massive stone archway gate, and it looks like it used to long ago was part of actually like maybe a wall or whatever, and all that's left now is this gate. And you have seen, as you've walked on the side of the roads, old worn stones that had been cut into shape, whatever, sort of peeking up. So you know that there were some kind of ruins here before, some sort of civilization that's fallen, and this giant archway that is the main entrance into the city is part of that legacy. And then sitting on a stool in sort of light leather armor with a halberd is a young woman who sort of gets up onto her feet as you come and picks up her halberd. And she says to some kids that are nearby, "Hey, go get Honesty. We've got some armed visitors." And she says, "Hail, travelers! What brings you to Dockalong?"
Hey, have you guys had like trouble here recently or anything? Because everyone's kind of jumpy. Real quick to violence.
We're here for the wedding.
Yeah. So when armed and capable people show up, it's a rare event, and maybe we're a little jumpy. Because in a place like Dockalong, we don't get a lot of action.
Well, no wonder if you're so inhospitable.
Well,
She's defensive. It's because of her size.
Hey.
No, we're here for the wedding.
I see.
Yeah, we're here for the wedding.
Clearly wearing wedding armor.
Yeah, I'm in my vestments.
And
yeah.
I'm the maid of honor, so.
It's a blow a little incense her way.
All right. Well, so our Sergeant Honesty is going to be here. He's the one who approves armed visitors to the town.
We're happy to treat with him.
Yeah.
For her.
And you're the maid of honor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's the bride's size. I mean, the groom's brother.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you must be so happy for Dank.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So she makes chit chat for a little bit, and then on the other side of the gate, kind of up the road, comes a warrior in heavier armor, and it's a hobgoblin. And he comes striding through the gate, and who's in the lead?
I guess so. I'm back up in the front with the pony.
So you're up in the...
I think we were up, kind of gathered together.
Yeah, by now we can
Right.
together.
You know, like we're just kind of, yeah. So,
Little mishmash.
yeah.
When it comes to random hobgoblin arrows, I should be in front.
All right, so he
Does this seem at all familiar that there would be a hobgoblin?
you haven't heard of any such thing.
Great.
Right. So he comes up to you and says, "What's your business in Dockalong?"
We're here for the wedding. We have the officiant and the maid of honor. And
Jake Hardwalk is the officiant.
no,
What are you trying to pull on me?
we just talked to her, and my cousin Doran he outranks her in the church.
Not up to date, are ya?
I'm looking very scowling and
Yeah.
elderly at him, you know.
So
Right.
elderly.
You
Emphasis
know,
on the elderly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of disgust not hidden.
All right. What's your most powerful weapon, sir?
My heart. My dwarven heart.
That's a fair answer. In which case, you won't mind me taking hold of your, what do you got? He looks,
hammer.
Yeah. So you won't mind me taking possession of your hammer if it's your heart that is your biggest weapon. And then he holds out his hand.
Are you just trying to rob me here into the city arch? What are you doing?
I'm asking you to hand over your hammer.
Why?
This is nonsense.
Because I am so authorized.
Rubbish.
Steal my hammer? I'm not giving this to you.
Well, that's
By who? I'm from here and I don't recognize you.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Do you think I'm going to attack people in the town? I'm a follower of hell. Praise hell.
Hell.
you seem like an obstreperous bunch.
I don't know what that word means.
Me neither.
And I like him more now.
I don't know. You look like troublemakers.
Oh, we're trouble solvers.
That's offensive.
Pot, meat, kettle. It's the word. The word of a hobgoblin.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You can certainly find lodgings outside the city limits.
No.
Well,
We're coming in.
if you're not amenable to taking legitimate orders from the local authorities, then you're obviously troublemakers who put your own selves above the law.
What if I want to take
Maybe you
your
don't
weapon?
understand it. We're staying with my parents, and I kind of point down the street where they live. It's all
Here's your
fine.
dad waving at
It's all fine.
Oh, are you Deck's brother?
Yeah.
All right, I heard about the people you fell in with. So this is them. Well,
Yeah, the heroes from the big city. It's what you've probably heard, I'm
yeah.
sure.
Well, things are different here. This is a little city. You can't just come wandering in, thwarting authority, swinging your magic weapons around, casting spells on people.
Swinging
None of that even happened.
Well, if you're not going to swing your hammer about, then hand it over.
Why should we trust you? What authority are you on?
Well, so the guard that told the little kids to go and get honesty, she's standing by him and treating him like an authority.
Are you like the mayor of this town?
I'm the sergeant.
Well, look back at the human woman. Like you're cavorting with goblins.
I know it seems weird, but he's proved himself, and I report to him.
Well, what do I have to do to prove myself?
Well, who does
Yeah.
he report to?
He reports to Sheriff Saville.
We'd like to an audience with
Is that a familiar
Sheriff
name to me?
Saville.
You do remember Sheriff Saville from a long time ago, back when she was a guardswoman, but not the sheriff.
Did she always think you were a slacker?
Look, let's
So,
just say that
what-
our weapons are worth more than like anything in this little town, so we really don't feel like just sort of leaving them with a stranger.
I think that's a great reason for you not to even bother to come into town and to dirty yourselves with our pathetic little lives here. You're welcome to stay outside the city limits if you're not willing to comply with local
He's
authorities.
a grouchy one.
We'd like an audience with Sheriff Saville.
Yeah.
Is that your last word?
No.
I mean, but then hand over your hammer.
No, just get the sheriff.
All right.
Get
Well.
the sheriff.
All right.
Yeah, get the sheriff. That's what they said.
All right.
I don't
So,
see anything.
so the guard that's with him just says, "I'll go see if I can find Sheriff Saville."
Okay, who's got good charisma? Because it's not me.
And then, he sort of eyeballs all of you. And you've been giving him kind of the contempt look and whatever.
for sure.
Yeah. It seems that he notices, but it seems to kind of just wash off him. He seems very even-keeled and unflappable.
I'm flappable.
Okay.
Consider me flapped.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I'm trying not to
When did
go
you come to
berserk.
town?
About 5 years ago. Goblin life is not all it's cracked up to be.
I bet.
Yeah. They don't appreciate discipline.
Does he have like a accent, like a goblin accent?
Yeah, sure. So he was raised among goblins or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, so
he seems like an outsider.
He's legitimately.
Yeah,
He's a hobgoblin, right?
he's a hobgoblin.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But it could have been a spell or something.
So, but
Polymorphed.
yeah, goblin society is kind of unpredictable. It's not
Dishonorable.
dishonorable.
Evil.
Well, sure.
Thieves.
Yeah,
Butchers,
people stealing things from strangers for no reason other than just petty greed.
I mean,
Yeah, who would do that?
thievery is kind of minor compared to what most goblins are guilty of. Torture. I mean,
Yeah.
horrible stuff. Yeah. So you could see why we,
you could see why you might doubt me.
Yeah.
That's right. I think if most goblins walked into a goblin city and found a dwarf running things, I think that might cause some trouble.
Yeah.
So are we going to talk to the sheriff? Or...
So so my guard is on the way trying to find Sheriff Saville. It might be a couple hours.
All right.
This town is like 5 houses big. How is it going to take that
I
long?
mean,
Well,
maybe,
exactly. Like that seems kind of strange.
Maybe you might feel comfortable going in and
I got my crossbow.
Scouting about.
Shocks for
All
right.
Small.
How about
You might not notice.
It's a toy crossbow.
you and I have a duel? If I win, then I get to hold on to my weapon while I'm in town. And if you win, I will relinquish my hammer for the duration of our stay.
God, I hate when he does this.
I love it when he does this.
I have a counteroffer. Well, we have a duel of words, and you tell me what to do, and I tell you what to do, and whoever has authority in this place gets their way, and whoever has no authority in this place just sucks it.
What do I have to do to become the sergeant?
I think my brother's losing.
That's, you're starting to sound like an adventurer, the very sort of people that we want to keep out of here. The kind of ambitious, violent people who want to overthrow authority.
I haven't hurt anyone.
Yeah.
My parents are right there. I don't have
You
any
can see him waving.
weapons.
What is your most powerful weapon then?
His heart?
His heart. It's my intellect.
Well, that's a tough one. Normally, sir, if you would come here on your own, I wouldn't have any problem letting you in. But you seem to be bringing some riffraff here who want to overthrow the rightful authority and place themselves in charge and refuse rightful orders from
I'm
authorities.
sliding off of the horse and trying to sneak into the town.
Okay. Is anyone going to stop?
No, we're going to make
I'm
diversions. No, I encouraged her.
Yeah.
I'm going to light up
Cleric told me to. God
I'm
said
going to light up my incense. Have a little extra smoke.
Yeah.
I will say, I totally understand what you're saying, and I'm sympathetic to some of your points, but there's no reason to start calling them names.
That's a 30
Oh, okay. All right.
to sneak into the town.
All right. You're a little halfling rogue, and you sneak around. And so
Just barely bigger than her real world son.
that's right.
My real old daughter's 4 months old.
Yeah.
I'm like the size of the 2-year-old.
Yeah. Okay. So you have sneaked away and into town while he is here arguing with these people.
Yeah, and we were diverting. I was lighting the smoke and being
right.
more. I might start praying or preaching to anybody around in the area.
Yeah.
You're seeing it. The word of El being denied.
There are some more people are starting to show up. There were some kids here before, but now it's like people have heard
It's quite a show.
voices, and right. So
This is probably not the first time we've had to do this, actually. Yeah. We often have to flim-flam at the start of a town, and you sneak in.
That's right. Yeah.
As I get into the town, I realized that I was told to sneak in, but was not really given direction past that. So I just see your dad still waving, so I just go to him. I don't know where
We've
anyone else
learned
is.
that you don't listen to the directions anyway.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
why bother?
And I haven't been here since I was a kid. I grew up nearby, but this wasn't the town I was from. So I go to, because you are waving, I go to your dad and just be like, hey, they want to take all of our weapons that are very expensive and priceless, and we don't want to give them.
what? Oh, but you got allowed into town. I see. I heard there was a holdup that you were going to be stuck at the.
He let me in because I don't have any weapons on me. She's got a little cape that covers her crossbow. But the others have all of their stuff and they don't want to get. Dwarves. We got some dwarves with us and they've got their really fancy dwarf stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, right. You get it.
Yeah. So Phylon, he's fallen in with some pig-headed adventurers, has he?
He has fallen in with the greatest people he will ever know. You're welcome. But we've definitely kept him alive. We are the backbone of all adventuring ever and saved a lot of lives. But that's beside the point. So do you know where the sheriff is, or can you go vouch for him being your son? Or no, maybe you can vouch for Phylon, maybe, or you can find the sheriff, or can you help?
It sounds like the problem is your friends.
No, it's not though. Because they have the dwarf things, and they're really important, the dwarf heart. It's I've had to listen to this speech a lot.
Yeah, it sounds all right. Well, let's go see if we can find Sheriff Savile.
Thank you, because it's actually really culturally insensitive. I didn't want to say this, but they're not letting the dwarves keep their weapons.
So the
Yeah.
So the dad brings you along to a well where Sheriff Saville is hanging out with that guard, and it's just sort of chatting, and you hear him saying, "Well, you think it's kind of long enough? Should we make them wait longer?" And then you kind of show up.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I'm with Phylon and our friends. I'm the maid of honor.
Oh, so you were let through the gate.
I don't have a weapon on me, as you can see. Nothing. There was like a rule. There was like the weapon can't be bigger than everything's so small. I'm so small. So here's the thing, though, if you will hear me out. Again, I didn't want to have to say this. I don't like pulling this card, but it's definitely culturally insensitive to try and take dwarves' weapons from them because they're like familial. There's like. It's like almost religious.
You want to make a charisma check and see how?
I don't, but I will. Shoot, what is my charisma modifier? If my charisma is 13.
Plus one.
Plus one.
Plus one.
I love that. Okay.
If anything like
Persuasion? Or?
I was looking at that, and I do
Local knowledge?
local knowledge. If I can argue that I know how things work around here. No.
No. You might want to cross out one of your things and turn it into bluff at some point, but for now, roll that die.
Yeah, we're just
See
going to
what you
commit
get.
to just that plus one.
Just see what you got.
It's going to go really well.
You can do it.
That is a 9 plus 1 for a 10, which
Okay.
is not disastrous.
Yeah. Yeah. She's like, you wouldn't believe how many times I've heard this.
You get a lot of dwarves through here? Really?
There's always some excuse.
Then why are you still rude?
Yeah, well.
That many dwarves. That's kind
Yeah.
that's kind of bad luck, actually.
Yeah, and I mean,
Yeah.
you can drop the act though. It's not going to do you well. I know that
no.
maybe in a big city.
No, listen, it's not an act. Like I'm with you. I don't really regret it, but trust me, no, the dwarves, it's real. Them and their cultural
Yeah,
thing with the weapons, that's not fake.
All right,
That's a very real thing for them.
We're hoping that you can act like Dockalung people while you're here in Dockalung.
Ooh, see, you say these things and they just sound really bad. Do you not hear yourself?
Yeah.
Say that. That's
Okay. Well. Yeah. All right.
Okay. Well, can we just go back to my friends? So
I guess we have to do that now.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to stay here and
Yeah.
keep talking. I don't think you want.
Can you talk less, maybe?
Well, if we get there, I'm gonna talk on the way there
Could you-
still. Yeah. Because it's just I just need you to know.
If you feel the need.
I do, because it's just really
Yeah.
I leave, but
I-
everyone's
yeah.
different. Everyone's different.
I mean,
Yeah.
you were saying, okay. All right. She breathes a sigh and trucks off to you. And pretty soon you see this woman, Sheriff Saville, showing up with the guard.
And I'm standing behind her.
And this guy, Honesty, says, sort of bows to her, welcome, Sheriff. My assessment is that they're troublemakers.
I'm a priest of L.
And outranks your local.
We're
Priest
not
of L.
troublemakers. We're here for the wedding. We've brought gifts for the family.
Nice gifts.
So Sheriff Saville says, you balked at the whole weapon thing is what I take it.
Well, he did. He spoke to us very rudely about it.
What's wrong with weapons?
I think he turns to him. Did you do your routine? And he said, yeah, I did my routine. They would not comply. And he said, well, you seem like people who won't listen to authority. You seem like people who consider yourselves to be your own law, and you're going to do what you want to do.
Well, I reckon.
And if you get caught, you'll try to talk your way out of it.
Yeah, but talk about wait.
So-
but we didn't But we didn't.
So it does seems like if we let you in Dockalung, you're going to be trouble.
We didn't attack him and barge in. We're pleading our case.
So
What, is there a law against weapons?
there's no law against weapons, but you're expected to obey the local authorities when
So if
you
he
are.
tells me
Well, you're-
that he says to lick his boots, that I should do that?
Yeah.
Well, I reckon.
What he said.
And you're the sheriff, right?
I'm the sheriff.
Well, I recognize your authority. I just don't recognize this goblin.
Well, that's fair. He is a goblin after all. So will you hand over your hammer?
Fine. And I'll reach back and I'll take out his carrying case.
Yeah.
Open it up, set it in there, say a prayer to my grandfather who made it.
Yep.
close it up,
And L.
put the padlock on it, press L.
Thank you.
Right.
Told you, big deal.
This belongs to my grandfather, Torn. I will expect it to be returned to me unopened and undamaged.
Oh, you could keep it. We just wanted to see it. And she hands it back. And honestly, said, I didn't say I was going to keep it.
Well, you didn't say you weren't going to keep it. You said to hand over your weapons. That sounds pretty permanent-y.
Yes, it does.
Well,
Maybe it's a translation problem.
you sound like troublemakers. You sound like people who are going to make your own decisions on what you're going to do.
Well-
For all I know, you're going to mess up this whole wedding.
Talk about stereotyping.
I just decided how much I'm going to steal from this town. That's an internal.
Yeah.
It's going to be a
I
lot
sling
now.
the carrying case on the ponies.
Lesson on stereotypes and
Well, you're
all
a-
sorts of things.
You're a man of L. Kind of
Yes.
get your word that your people aren't going to be trouble while you're here.
We will. You have my word. And we will not be trouble while we're here.
All right. Well, welcome to Duck-Along.
Okay.
Oh, welcome back.
We go in.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. Is this still happening?
It is. It looks like it's all set for tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, apparently Jick Hardwalk has a wonderful speech set up for everybody. There's going to be games in the play field after the ceremony. It seems like it's going to be great.
Wow, Jick's been working real
Yeah.
hard on this wedding, huh?
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Like real, wow, yeah.
And now she can just enjoy
Yeah,
the
it's
wedding.
going to be
Yeah,
good.
probably was going to be like, the highlight of her clerical career in town, knowing what else going on.
Probably
But hey,
something-
good for her. She
It's
can
probably
relax
something
now.
they've been waiting for a long time. So
Yeah.
I can see where you'd want to make a big deal out of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Big important thing like that.
big enough to bring you back, and yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty exciting.
Shall we find
pretty
your parents?
Oh, I met your dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, how's he doing?
He seemed nice.
Yeah. Probably a little sad though.
No. Not really.
He's keeping it on the inside.
Yeah.
He knows.
I'm sure.
He's on my side.
Yep.
He always liked me best.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh,
Never
boy.
in all my days. Hobgoblin taking a weapon and handed it back, though.
Well, you didn't give the weapon to the hobgoblin. You gave it to the sheriff. That's what's important.
Thank you, yes.
How dare they judge you by your appearance?
Yeah. How dare they? Making assumptions based on what you are.
His name is Honesty, but look at this beard. That's an honesty beard. No unsavory character could have a beard like that.
All right, you safely got through that encounter.
Yeah.
Four now.
You're
earning so much XP.
allowed to enter the city.
Yes.
So that's good. So now you've got some time to kick around. You're here. You probably want to meet up with your parents and brother and whatever. You might want to show these people around the town, or they might want to explore. But the wedding's tomorrow, so you got some time to mess around.
So what I would like is to bring them back, introduce them to my family, including Dank, and Dank's just awesome.
Yeah. Sure.
He's just a great
Yeah,
guy,
that's
high
right.
charisma, just
Yeah.
everyone loves him.
Yeah.
Don't I get a saving throw? Can I get a saving throw to not like him?
No, I don't mean. I'm not saying you have to like him. I'm saying like the
okay,
people in the
okay,
town. Like,
okay.
he's very popular, and that's why the wedding is everyone's excited about the wedding.
I'm very loyal to my friends.
I appreciate that.
Because I don't have many.
Don't worry, he's only like the second most handsome person I've ever seen. Don't worry. I mean, you're not the first, but
I get it.
No, it's fine. Like his smile only lights up like half a room.
Yeah.
Whatever. He's not that great.
I don't think he's done a full smile yet.
No, it's just that cute little smirk he does, and it's like kind of crooked. But it's not that great. It's not that great.
Hey, Dank.
Oh, that's how you're going to ruin the marriage.
I'm chaotic neutral. Emphasis on chaotic.
Okay, I'm going to go find Jick.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, she was the one that you met out wandering around.
Yeah.
And so she's back now, and you can find her. There's a local temple
Yeah.
with an altar and whatever. Yeah.
I'd like to review your notes, and let's go over the plan for the service tomorrow.
That sounds wonderful.
So,
I feel for you, Jim.
Right. Okay. So the two of you can talk. She's got small pieces of parchment that have had old writing scraped off of them, and she's written on there some notes of what about how wonderful Elisar is, and Dank, and how they got to know each other, and.
so honestly,
Is this just a you thing?
yeah, I think it's just
Okay, great.
me and her.
Yeah, you could have someone along if you wanted, but
Oh,
I'm probably back with
Yeah.
my family. It's okay.
yeah, I think. Yeah, I would have tried not to. I would have tried to make this just turn me.
sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, what is my honest assessment of her as a clergy person, and how well do I think she would have done?
Yeah. I mean, so she seems reasonable, maybe not learned, but obviously involved in the lives of the people here, and seems like a faithful cleric. And with her notes, whatever, you can tell that she knows these people, and the people here know her, and so she was kind of leaning into that for the ceremony.
Okay. So what I will suggest, now that I will be
Yeah.
in charge of the wedding, is that she basically does all that.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice.
But
Yeah.
I'll be kind of in the back,
Right.
like blessing it.
Right.
You know.
Oh, that's nice.
Right. Yeah.
So you get the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
She gets to do her thing, and the people appreciate her because they know her.
Right.
But you're the higher ranking one, and you're bringing the extra mojo to the
Yeah,
whole
I'll bring
scene.
extra mojo. I got the incense going.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll probably do a closing prayer.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, she likes that idea a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, she's all up for that. So she'll
Yeah.
take you to where the ceremony's going to be. And,
Yeah, I don't want to be
yeah.
creating, undermining her aspirations to be
Oh,
a
all
good
right.
priest of
Yeah,
hell.
that's
if you
right.
will. Yeah. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
All right.
Good. Anybody else want to do anything fancy?
I think now that I've been turned loose from not having to
Yeah.
engage with what you're doing, I don't know if you're sulking or not, but
Oh yes, I'm definitely. You can just assume that I'm sulking.
So I think maybe I've had enough of that on the trip. I'm going to go follow Sally Mae around, not to keep you out of trouble, but just to see what you're up to, and to be a looming presence if someone decides to.
I'm like, okay, you can help me with my plans. So I'm going to take you, and we are going to go see Elisar.
All right,
But we're going
right.
to take her out for a little luncheon, so she's not
Sure.
at home and there's no one else around. And we're going to talk to her and be like, so you're not getting cold feet or anything, right? Because it's so normal if you are. Because I know you're so happy, but no one's perfect,
It's a black 8.
That's a black 8, so that's an 8. So she's like, no, I'm sure it'll be great.
Yeah, of course. It absolutely will be. And if anything is wrong, you can tell me anything, right?
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, you haven't seen her for years, maybe, or
No,
whatever.
but we've been pen pals.
Okay, all right.
We've been writing back and forth.
So all this time, she's been with his brother.
Yes.
You've been writing
And I
with
did not
her.
make the connection until we got the wedding invitations. I was like, oh my god, my friend is finally over her ex. Yes, that has been going on this whole
There's
time.
really some very awkward conversation where you're telling me this story. I'm like, oh, really?
Yeah.
What's your friend's name?
And then at the end, we finally were like, I feel like we never shared names until because I gave her a nickname. I called her I had some kind of nickname for her that doesn't sound like her name. And so we both received the wedding invitations in the mail at the same time, and we're like, oh.
So that person you've been talking about, that was Elisar?
Yeah, good old Lily.
Lily is Elisar.
And you are the ex. Hey, we're ready.
It's funny, I wouldn't have actually used the term X until I got this invitation.
She's been writing about her brother for 3 years now. So
Yeah. Oh, my brother.
yeah,
Oh, dang.
yep, the ex's brother.
Good old Dank.
Good old. She says that he treats her so well.
Yeah,
I have a lot of letters if you want details.
no, that's
she sent
okay.
me a lot of details.
Good.
A lot.
Good.
I know
What
things
a
about your brother.
fun, happy time
I know.
for her. Great.
I hear women talk.
You're probably glazed over.
I'm like looking at you in an all new light, like, ooh. Yeah, he's got. I wanted to compare note. Oh, okay, nope. Okay.
What is this word in human language, girth? I do not understand.
That's probably why she never replied to my letter.
One letter.
One letter you sent in 4 years.
I was busy at school.
Yeah, right. Adventuring.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
There were displacer beasts to fight.
All right, so you take her out to this little luncheon, and she's like, well, you know, when you're trying to make a decision about the rest of your life, how can you be really sure?
I mean, yeah, you can't be, except you probably should be.
Well, I mean, it'd be hard to do better than Dank.
I mean, he is kind of cute, not gonna lie. And he's pretty charming. I told some really funny jokes at one time where he actually hit me up. But that's not the point.
Good provider. Loves his mom.
Did stick around.
He stuck around.
Was there for you. But who, you know, sometimes you ask yourself, like, do I want someone who's there for me and loving and funny and like affectionate, or do I want someone who is like legendary and done a lot of murder? Things to think about.
Yeah.
Displacer beasts that he designed.
That's why I used to.
So what about you? Do you have a guy in your life? Maybe someone who treats you right, or maybe a murderer?
Oh, no. No.
It's either one or the other.
Two typed up. But I tell you what I would choose if I did. It would be the murderer. Because if he's willing to kill, he's willing to kill for you.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good point.
Yeah, just, I'm just,
actually
hey,
a good friend.
Here, have another drink.
Situation gets dire. You want
The guy who can cast magic missile.
It's a classic, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you don't want the man who says, "Don't hurt me, I'm just a carpenter."
Yeah. I've heard people say that right before they got hurt. So,
By someone else.
Here's the
yeah,
thing.
by someone else, not us.
I'm a fourth level wizard and I'm a carpenter. So
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
nailed it.
so did his brother.
all those points that you racked up with the little speech before just went away.
Okay, listen, it's, Just,
Well,
something to think about.
I mean, at some point, it's going to happen. So
It is going to happen, and the question
I'll
is,
hope for the best.
who with now that everyone is home? I'm here, Goran's here, Doran's here, Phylan's here.
Oh yeah, Phylan.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
So great, so great. He would be able to protect you from many big, dangerous things, and especially, maybe not loneliness, but beasts and monsters, for sure. And I just think keep an open mind. I mean, I'm just saying when they were both here, you dated Phylan first, and that could have been for a reason. That's all.
Is your brother much younger than you?
He's younger.
So he could have been like a child.
Well, I don't think that much. I mean,
Yeah. Life is funny, isn't it?
Oh, it's so funny. It is so funny that you, moved on with his little brother. So funny.
Well,
What a story to tell your kids, right?
he could sort of take that as a compliment.
I'm sure that he is taking this so well.
I liked him enough to marry his brother.
Yeah, that definitely will
He
keep him
didn't
happy.
turn me off the family.
Yeah, those are the thoughts that
I'm a
will
man.
warm him on those cold, sad nights. That is what is going to, keep him from wallowing in misery, because he's just such a loyal guy, He's so loyal that one could say he's so loyal that his feelings never changed. I don't know, maybe. He's just a loyal guy.
I mean, isn't he like an adventurer now? Doesn't he date succubuses and
No, not
enchantresses?
Phylan. He's been too busy, not moping, but in a sexy way. Just really
see.
it's romantic. It's so romantic.
And he got that tattoo.
Yeah, he got that tattoo of it means strength. in a language. It's very, very bold of him.
Probably
so
the
good.
hawk one.
Yeah. It's like celestial or something because he's like really important. But yeah, I just, but like when you're getting married and you're so happy, and I'm sure you never think about Phylon and his like sad, pretty, mopey eyes, like ever.
I didn't know you were just emo.
Okay, wait, I have to ask. So before we got the wedding invitations, what was Phylon's personality like?
Oh, upbeat.
Oh, he was super.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just saying, he's like, actually, he's like so cheerful, and you wouldn't know it now because he just like, was just so, again, so loyal, so in love. But yeah, he's actually like really, really fun, and will definitely bring light to a home someday. But like, he's too busy like saving the world and being just the coolest. So it's whatever. It's whatever.
I did get the idea that he was too busy saving the world or whatever.
But I mean, like, if he didn't, you wouldn't have a world to get married in.
I guess that's...
Because he was like saving you. He was thinking about you and saving you the entire time. Like, not that it matters or anything, but you were always on his mind and he was loyal. That's all.
Well, I'm glad he's willing to come back to the dock along for the wedding. It means that he all must be forgiven and things are cool with him.
It means
so
that he
that's
would do
good.
anything for you.
Oh.
Yeah. Pretty great, huh?
Oh.
Really great.
I mean, it's a great family.
Yeah.
They
Especially the ones that like are actually willing to like put their money where their hands and mouths are and like go and do stuff. But hey, here, have some more of your treats.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it's your favorite
Yeah.
flavor, the tarts. I remember you wrote me about them. They're so
Yeah.
good.
Are we all
Yum.
wearing tiaras?
Yeah. They were little teacups. Like, this is so great. This is so great. Gordon, tell her how great Phylon is.
Phylon is great.
Yeah, see?
Best human I know.
Right.
Yeah, so great. I'm the best halfling he knows. He doesn't have to say it. I know it. It's fine.
All right. Well, she winds up asking you like more details and what he's been up to,
Yep.
and
I keep gassing him up definitely
Yeah.
effectively and not awkwardly at
Right.
all.
I literally leave much room to draw a tiara.
And I am like very convinced that I'm being subtle about this
yeah,
too.
that's right. Well,
She sure thinks she is.
yeah, it's going okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so great.
All right. You want to do anything?
I'm
particular?
asking Denk a lot of questions that I find the answers to all very awkward, but
Yeah.
I'm asking them anyway.
Yeah.
Just because even though I know it's going to be painful
Yeah.
to hear,
Yeah.
I'm doing it to myself.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
So how'd
Yeah.
you guys meet? When did you start dating?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was just a little over a year after I left.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Think to write me about it.
And then how did you meet? Was probably like, well, remember when you two went to prom?
Remember when you brought her home for the first time? Yeah.
Barn dance.
Yeah.
She's a great lady.
Yeah. You're very lucky. Super lucky.
So while I'm talking with Jick, by the way, I'm keeping my radar up. I know some women tend to fall for dwarves. Gorn and I've always had this problem.
We're falling for you.
So I just keep being aware in case she is one of those humans that are curious.
It's the beard. It's the beard.
How could you not?
Yeah.
Look at those piercing blue eyes.
I've kind of fallen for you, to be honest. Be straight.
Plus 2 is 15. Charisma 14. That's
She's she respects you professionally.
That's probably best.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure there was no.
Yeah, that's right. It's good to get that. Make sure.
Yeah.
that
Just
that's
gotta
right.
make sure there's
We don't
no
want the wedding to be awkward.
signal. Yeah. All right. Well, eventually I'll head back to his place. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. So nothing in particular is going to happen the rest of the day unless you make it happen. But I think you've had a long
More of the
a
same.
long hike in, and now you're gonna rest and
We're
eat
road
and-
worn, right? We
Yeah,
need to
that's right.
rest and
So tired.
stuff.
Is wedding like in the morning, or what's the?
So wedding will be tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
Still have time.
I need to polish my armor.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that a euphemism?
So we're not going to the ruins tonight.
Yeah, I guess we're not going to the ruins tonight.
I mean, if you wanted to run to the ruins, you could get some lanterns and whatever, find someone. You could go to the ruins.
From having been here, I mean, I know things have changed, but
Yeah.
like,
The ruins.
were there anything? What? No. Okay.
Ruins is just all stones
They're
and whatever,
just
right?
ruins.
That's just, they really are just
Yeah,
ruins.
so I will from time to time when you're like getting the lanterns out and say there really isn't anything in there.
You've camped there overnight as a kid.
Have you ever looked at it with dwarven eyes?
I
Yeah.
haven't.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Dwarves, we
And
are
I'm not going to tonight either.
experts at stonework.
I
think,
don't
right?
doubt that. I don't doubt that for a second.
I've got +3 in that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I have plus a 9 in it.
Okay, I think we just talk about it all night until like we kind of have our stuff arrayed, like we're gonna go, and we just keep it until we eventually kind of nod off. We just don't quite get around to it.
So I put those ruins in the adventure so that for once there would be ruins near the town where nothing happens and
Nice.
there's nothing special there.
I love it.
So
I love it.
So it wouldn't take extra game time to just say that we went
It
when we
went-
came back.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, okay. Yeah.
And we have dark vision,
I
so
like-
we could just go without them without even any torches.
I
Just be
like that.
"Oh,
Dude, maybe we got
can't not see the
quarter of the way
ruins.
there, got tired and came back. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get something to drink.
Yeah, let's take
a break?
let's take an actual break. Okay, so there, that's cameras. They're all on. Hi, woo, everybody wave. Okay, we're gonna take a break, and after the break, we'll be back.
with murder."
Yes, don't go away.
Everyone in chat, are you Team Phylon?
Dang, no, dang is bad. Filing good.
Yeah.
Okay, take us out, Joe. Hi, we are back. Thank you for sticking around. If you did, which if you're hearing this, evidently you did. So this is our celebration of 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons series. Today we specifically are focusing on 3rd edition Dungeons & Dragons. And we have lead designer Jonathan Tweet, designer Monty Cook, writer and designer Sean Reynolds, avid fan and influencer Lexi the First, and I'm Peter Atkinson. We also we didn't talk about it earlier, but we have safety rules in place. One thing is that we will not you will not see in our games here on Gen Con TV is violence to children or sexual assault, and generally any of the other guidelines for Twitch and YouTube. And if at any time something comes up that you're not comfortable with, just cross your arms, X card, and we will adjust or maybe take a break and talk about it and figure out our path through it. All right?
That's great.
Back to you, Mr. Tweet.
All right. So you got here into Dock Along the night before the wedding, found lodging, and now it's the morning of the next day. The wedding is in the early afternoon. And I imagine we're going to just fast forward to it because there's not much for adventurers to do in a sleepy little town like Dock Along. One thing you do hear through the rumor mill is that Belina has showed up, so that's the young halfling woman who's not as pretty as everyone says she is.
Oh, yes.
Right? And she doesn't know where Nolly is either.
Oh, she doesn't know where Nolly is. And is she really not quite as attractive?
She's pretty attractive.
She's pretty cute?
She's pretty
For a
cute.
halfling?
She's pretty cute.
I also have my radar up here.
Yeah.
Sometimes halflings also are sometimes curious about dwarves.
She's very curious.
Gotta give me some halfling loving.
You're an adventurer. Maybe you can find Nolly.
Sure. Let's go look for him after the service.
I hear there's some ruins.
All right. Well,
What, you think we should go now?
I think so.
Okay. Sure. Well, I mean, yeah, because Jick is there. She's in charge.
Yeah, that's right.
She doesn't really need me.
That's right.
Wait, you're not going to the wedding now?
There's
to find Nolly.
We gotta find out Nolly. Nolly's missing.
This is a good-looking halfling, I guess.
I mean,
Do any of us know you're leaving? Do you tell anyone, or do you just?
I'm just like, I'll tell you because we're always cohorts in mischief.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna go and look for,
Right,
look for Nolly.
Look for Nolly.
All right? Okay. Got my back. Right. Okay. Tell Jick she's in charge.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So,
Yeah.
so Melina wants to hear all about being an adventurer. She thinks that's really sexy. She doesn't understand why LSR threw over a cool adventurer brother for the boring carpenter brother.
Yeah.
We're talking about this as we're walking off into
that's
the
right.
woods looking
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
Nolly.
That's right.
Presumably her boyfriend.
Presumably.
Oh, I thought they were siblings for some reason. Okay.
No, the older two are siblings.
Oh, right. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
this is yeah.
Right.
The girlfriend that the mother thought, the boy was going to go see, but instead she doesn't even know where he is.
Got it.
I will go to Jick and be like, hey, so you are in charge. The wedding is yours again. God called, so Doran had to go. You know how it is. Yeah, religious lag, am I right?
Boy, that must be something really important. Must have
Yeah,
pulled
it was
Doran
like,
away. All right.
Wow.
Well,
So
he is. He.
He's praying real hard.
I'm on a mission from God.
Someone's on their knees is all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Well,
And you haven't told us that you've left. You just
Just me, and I'm not telling you guys either. I'm only telling Jick.
I mean, she'll let you know what you need to know. I mean,
Apparently it's nothing. Y'all are just gonna leave, and I got mopey here.
Yeah, I wouldn't care. I was not going down. I'm thinking about not going to.
Yeah. So you get to use your notes. Woo!
We made our point with the hobgoblin.
Good job, Jick.
yeah. Let's see.
So
So I realized I like clapped right in
So
front
yeah,
of
so
the microphone
she
like twice.
she takes you to a spot in the woods. It's a while. She's going to walk with you for a while and talk with you and hang on you and listen to what you have to say and tell you how cool what you do is and then there's a spot in the woods that lovers would sometimes meet at, where there's a nice little waterfall or whatever, and this is where he was supposed to meet, but he never showed up.
She's clearly
So,
very worried.
and maybe something happened to him, but
Well, I will try and console her. I mean, I will.
she needs some consoling.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, just
Yeah. Oh,
try to calm her down
Yeah.
and
What would I do without him?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe just
So
cut to the waves
there you
crashing
go.
at this point. Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, that seems good.
Yeah, well, it's called a veil.
Camera
We call this a
veils.
veil.
All right.
Veil is when you decide not to go into the details of what happens
Right.
next,
Right.
and the movie cuts to
There's just sound effects in the background
sound
somewhere.
effects. Yep.
That's right.
Birds chirping,
That's right.
trains going through tunnels.
I'm with the hobgoblin. They shouldn't let adventurers into towns like
Okay.
That seems to be the case. Okay.
All right.
I'm team honesty.
I'm starting to come around with that.
I know what you're talking about. I'm doing great.
Yes. The hobgoblin was right.
The chat says the hobgoblin was right.
Yeah, I mean, adventurers, right? Like, they're
right.
trouble.
The trouble.
Maybe that side of the table, but not us. Not me and Peter. We would never.
No.
Okay, so the wedding takes place in front of an open air altar, and Jick is performing the ceremony, and unless someone's going to do something interesting, I don't know.
I will not loud or anything. Just like we don't even need to really address it. It's such a small thing, but I will occasionally just like lean over and like just quietly so no one else can hear and just be like, "Are you sure?" Or like in the middle of his vows, I'll be like, like real quiet, real subtle.
Okay, well, you do catch her sort of looking out in the audience, right at Phylon. And she does seem nervous, but they go through the ceremony, they exchange rings, they're declared husband and wife, there's a bunch of cheering and feasting, and they open presents, and so Denk says, "Wow, Phylon, I wonder what's in here. I'm really great. You got us something." He pulls out this amazing statue that's something better than he could do, that costs more than anybody. And he's like, and he's a little shell shocked. But Elisar grabs it out of his hand and says, "This is amazing! Oh, thank you!" And she runs over and gives you a big hug and gives you a kiss on the cheek. And says, and I'll always be able to remember you with this statue. It's so wonderful.
That's why you'll remember me.
Well,
Awkward laugh. Golf clap.
Wouldn't it look good in your bedroom?
Staring. Yeah, I hope you'll enjoy it for a long time.
why? Thanks for understanding.
Yeah.
You'll always be my adventurer.
I'll save the world for you.
And then you provided a cask, right? Oh, how nice. How functional and well made.
That is the true dwarven gift. It's a functional present, a utilitarian present.
What a lovely gem.
I know.
And, you know, it doesn't need to lock here in Dock Log. Nobody steals anything.
I mean, you could like put a lock on, right? Ooh, can you guys not afford locks?
We don't need locks here.
Adventure's still single. It's like, no, yeah, you don't need locks. It's you're welcome. I love
It's a lovely life here.
you. Yay. Well, may this gift add some sparkle to your very long, monotonous days.
Not too long. Humans don't live nearly as long as, you know, the older races.
Ouch, but true.
I'm probably pretty drunk already.
I can't imagine.
Yeah,
that's right.
I mean, we'd probably come back by
I think you're coming back around now as the presents are being unwrapped and your reliquary is presented. And,
Yes.
oh, we're hardly worthy of such a gift.
No, that's true.
LSR says...
Everyone deserves.
Dank, you're lucky that you have such an accomplished brother with such amazing friends.
How does Denk react to that?
He's taken it all in stride. He might maybe have had a little to drink himself, and
He's
everything's
such a good man.
everything's kind of cool. He's just keeping it steady.
What's Sergeant Honesty up to?
That's a good question. He is. He's sort of monitoring everything from the outskirts. He's not in his armor or anything like that. Like he's not on duty or whatever. But he's sort of watching, just keeping track of everything. A little off to the side, not partaking with other people.
Well, as a gesture of peace
Yeah.
and forgiveness, I will bring him a flagon of beer.
He takes this. Much obliged, sir. Glad that you found your way into the city after all.
I respect you being a hard ass and looking after these people who obviously need your protection because they are innocent and weak.
They're soft. It's true. Thanks for understanding.
Gonna clank my flagon to him. I have to go drink for my brother now. My cousin.
Are you going to play in the games?
What games?
Oh, and he points around, and you can see that in the big play field, they've got a log set up on trestles for people to do quarterstaff fighting on, and
These are like children's games. This is interesting.
no, someone is setting up archery bullseyes against bales of hay.
How about caber tossing? Do they mean caber tossing?
They got pig wrestling.
Pig wrestling. That's
Same thing, pretty much.
pretty much. Yeah.
Wait, archery setup and
Wouldn't a dwarven caber be about like 4 feet long?
Yeah.
They're very wide.
Really big around.
It's a barrel. Yeah.
So
is there a knot tying contest?
there is not a lot of time, but you could maybe. So there's log fighting, pig wrestling, archery. There's a stage set up where some of the time a bard is going to be performing, and then a wizard does some magic stuff. There are some not very well managed unarmed fights for people who want to just brawl or wrestle. So if anyone wants to get involved in any of those, yeah.
I want to do archery.
You want to do archery?
Yeah.
Okay. So, someone asked, so you look like you might be really good with a shot. Do you want to try to hit one of those targets and show off, or you want to maybe shoot this apple I toss in the air?
The apple.
Okay. All right.
Hey, finally, isn't this wedding fun? Oh my gosh, this is great.
Okay. So
I just want to make a toast.
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to watch me?
down.
Okay.
Just
Do
a
the
second.
apple instead.
This won't take long.
No.
Just want to drink a toast to my brother, Denk.
It's a dick, yeah.
Most trustworthy person I've ever known. You can. I always knew you could leave him with you could leave your valuables with him, and they would be safe and well cared for, maybe even for the rest of their life. And it makes you feel good knowing that they'll be happy, even as you'll be sad. But not so sad, because you'll be off in the big world, and you won't be here in this little town. The end.
Can I shoot the apple now?
All right. So it tosses the
That was
apple.
really rough. Okay.
All right, roll. Give us a roll to hit. You're going to use your crossbow, maybe,
Okay, yes,
or
I'm using my crossbow.
yeah.
Where'd that come from?
It was under my skirt. Okay, so just total attack, just +1. Oh no, I mean like there's range attack +9, then the +1 from the weapon. Okay. Oh, that wasn't a roll. Ooh, there we go. Why do I keep rolling so low? It's okay. So 15 total.
15. Okay. Oh, you shoot right past the apple, and people go. It's like a murmur through the
Cast Mage
crowd.
Hand?
Sure. Yeah, kind of cast mage hand.
I will drunkenly cast Mage Hand to try to move the apple in front of the arrow.
Why don't you roll a 20-sided die and see how well you can manage that.
I roll an 11.
An 11. Okay, so the apple veers off strangely. And I was like, oh.
That's why I missed, because the apple, the wind caught the apple.
Cursed apple, cursed apple.
Yeah,
Another new apple.
I should
new
try
apple.
again. That one was cursed.
You know what they say about apples?
It's always a bad one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
So
we'll try again.
throws another apple.
Because that one was cursed. Not my fault. Ooh, that's a nat 1.
Did you accidentally shoot?
What's the weird, embarrassing thing that happens as you miss?
So, what?
Weird, embarrassing. That's
What?
cool.
What kind of crossbow is that, by the way? Is that a?
It can electrocute things.
Okay, well, that's
Shock damage.
yeah.
So I'm thinking that this crossbow, it goes pew, right, and then it goes, oh no, it goes past the apple, and then it's coming down, and it sticks a pig. In the pig wrestling arena.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, pork for dinner!
And now that
Nice
the
shot.
pig jumps up out of the pen that it was in, and now it's running through the crowd, and people are trying to stop it, but it's greased.
Yeah.
And bloody and shrieking.
Someone should get that.
And people are laughing and screaming, that was great, do that again! Ah!
Okay, well, no. Yay! We love a party.
Okay, anyone else want to cause some trouble out there? There's log
I mean, I think I'm hanging out
performing.
with Belina still.
Okay, yeah.
Like,
She says, why don't you get up there and log fight and show them how it's done?
oh, she asked me to. I
Yeah.
guess I better.
All right.
You should do that. You
Log
should
fight?
do the
Log
log
fight.
fight. You should log fight your cousin. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, dibs on winner.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should log fight your brother.
All right. You're up against
All right, I'll do it.
you're up against a farmhand. Looks kind of tough, but not as tough as you are.
Dice check.
And
It's a log fight. What do you mean?
you're up on a log.
Oh, so it's a okay, we're fighting. We've got to balance and fight.
You're balanced and fighting with quarterstaffs up on a log.
Okay.
Sounds like
Okay.
something dwarves are really good at.
They're called ockling staves because they're about half as big as quarterstaffs. So, and so you're up against this farmhand. You each have this stick, and you're going to win by either knocking the other person's sense out of them or just knocking them over causing them to fall.
Okay.
Okay.
So now I'm rolling an attack roll.
Let's roll initiative.
Okay.
Because you two are
All right.
fight. Oh, that's an 18.
You win.
Okay. So he swings at you. No one was wearing any armor or anything like that when you're up on the right.
Then my armor class is 11.
All right. He gets a 6. So he whiffs at you, just swings too fast, and now you can swing back at him.
Okay. 21.
Easy. Easy.
Dirty 21.
Easy hit. So you can roll a D4 damage and add your strength.
Okay, let's see. Should have these.
I'll be taking my armor off so I can fully participate in this.
Yeah, that's right.
So it takes me a minute because it's like breastplate and everything.
Oh, first roll. How awkward.
I
have
know,
a D4.
right?
Okay, I'll roll this and have it. It's a D8. Okay, that's a 4. Plus 4 is 8 points damage.
Okay, he's got 5 hit points.
Yeah.
So you deal 8 points of subdual damage and
subdual.
totally wipe him out. So what does that look like? How do you clear this guy off the log?
Yeah, I think it's just like I think I just come in on the side and then lift him up kind of off the bar and dump him.
Yeah. Right. The crowd goes wild. Melina's almost crying with joy. All right. Who else? You want to chance at the log?
We haven't had a spar in a long time.
So I'm gonna cast as they both get on the log. I'm gonna cast ghost sound, so it just sounds like there's all these voices just saying dwarves, 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 dwarves.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
But they're a little drunk.
Phylon's drunk again.
Roll initiative.
Initiative.
Dwarves.
9.
17 plus 5.
All right. So you get to roll to hit him.
Okay.
Roll the hit.
He's got no armor.
Right.
Yep, armor class 11.
So plus 8, because fighter.
So, 3 crit rolls.
Now you've got to confirm.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about that.
So there's a game group out there that would yell my name as a curse whenever they failed their confirmation check.
Well, I'll be ready to
knows
do
my
I would,
rule.
I'm not gonna lie.
So let's go.
Their spirit of them. I will
Yeah.
be ready to do that. But I have a plus
Yeah.
8. I roll a 7, so that's a 15.
15's going to hit you.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
Yes!
So
I
that's-
don't have to curse your name.
It's a D4 plus your strength mod times 2.
Okay. It's D4 plus 4. Whoops, I didn't mean to roll that. There we go. Well, 1 plus 4 is 5, so 10 points.
So that's 10 damage,
Non-lethal damage.
All right.
which is not enough to knock you out, but you now have to make a balance check of DC 10.
Okay. I failed.
Okay. So you're knocking him off the log. Whoa, dwarves! Yay, dwarves!
Praise hell!
Because it's a fighter, every once in a while you gotta let him have one.
That's right. I'm gonna spell this, so you gotta let me have this one thing.
That's why I'm the priest.
Should have prayed harder, am I right?
Yeah,
I mean, you're stronger than me, which is weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
That is weird. That is weird. All right. So Phylon want to take part in these games at all? Do anything other
Start a fight.
other than mess up with what other people are doing?
Challenge your brother.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrestle bleeding pig.
Dank.
Yeah.
Dank, get over here.
Oh. Yeah.
Like we used to do when we were kids.
Yeah. Are you talking about the log thing, or are you talking about just fighting, or what do you wait?
Just gonna beat the crap.
Raise that
Hey,
go.
little brother, remember how I used to beat you up like that? Or
Yeah. Well, what are the other fighting things other than the log thing?
there's just fisticuffs. There's just people boxing and
Yeah, the log
wrestling.
thing's more
Log
dramatic.
thing's,
We'll do
log
that.
thing's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll do that.
All right. I'll try to go easy on you, big brother.
Yeah, okay. You do
I'm gonna
that.
like stand up on a table that's behind you and like rub your shoulders like, yeah, come on, Tyler, you can do this. You got it.
All right.
Get in there.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. May the best man win.
My arm's still a little sore when I fought that beholder.
Wrestled it right to the ground. Yeah. He had like the tentacles in this hand, the antenna in this hand.
Oh,
and
man.
4.
All right, I got a
Great.
19. So you coming in swinging you. Oh, I'm going to get you. And this die takes forever to roll. Look, another 19. So that's a 22 to hit.
Yeah.
For
Did you not cast mage armor?
Nope, I did not. I don't have any German. I had shield, but I'm too drunk to remember that I actually have a wand of shield.
So it's 6 subdual damage, and you have to make a balance check of 6 or fall.
Okay, balance check is so that I have balance.
Add your dex.
Right, so I get a 6.
Okay, you almost fall, but don't.
Okay.
All right. Almost got you.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Should I give you a penalty because you're drunk?
Or a bonus because I'm drunk.
Let's just roll with it. Let's just keep going.
All right. So here I am swinging at him. I roll an 18.
Yeah, that'll hit him.
Yeah. Okay. And then D4, you said?
Yeah.
And I have a +2 strength bonus for some crazy reason.
Yeah.
So that's 5.
Oh, you clock him and he falls off. What is that? How do you clock him? Because I'm drunk. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just for a second, I kind of forget that I'm log fighting with my brother, right?
Yeah.
And like adventure instincts kick in,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
And I see the opening, and I just come swinging in with the staff right into his jaw, right, just crack, and then suddenly realize, oh fuck, this is his wedding. As it is falling down off of that, right? And I immediately jump down after him and I say, "Oh, Dank, you're okay, right? You're okay."
Right, and Alisar is there. Dank!
No, he's okay. He's tough. He's tough.
What did you do to him?
Nothing. Just we.
And now you start hearing some pipes playing. It's weird. You didn't see anyone who's setting up pipes, so everyone make a saving throw versus magic.
Ooh, okay, I'm gonna choose a new dice.
Was that
I guess that's that's right. I guess it's a will save. Wow, jeez. Oh, no, jeez. I'm sorry.
Will save.
Everyone make a will save.
Okay. I got plus.
Why can I not roll higher than a 10?
18 for me.
Me too.
14 for me.
Okay, the DC is 15. So
Great, you guys.
right. So
What'd you get?
26.
yeah. So the three of you hear these pipes, and you can tell that there's something weird about them, and magical. Sally Mae, you hear these pipes, and you can tell there's something wonderful and magical about them. And when you look around, there's a satyr on the side of the crowd playing on these pipes, and boy, he's just your best friend, and he's like come to make everything better and whatever. And those of you who are not under the spell of the pipes can look around. You can see that lots of the people are like turning to him, kind of amazed, and other people seem to be shaking it off and wondering what's going on.
You look way too happy to have just lost the saving throw.
You see him. You see him too, right?
The guy with the goat feet? Yeah.
Okay, good.
What about
Just checking.
Belina? Does she make her save or not?
Oh. No. Oh, she says, it's Lago. You've got to meet Lago. He's the best.
Lago?
Come
I
here.
love Lago.
Oh, let's go see Lago.
Who's Lago?
So I see
Okay,
the
so
two
how-
I go
halflings.
with her. I like go off with her.
The two halflings are off charging off, right?
Yep, we're off. Bye-bye.
Elisar has missed hers. She loves Lago, and so will Dank when he wakes up. So yeah, Belina's pulling over to
This is not good.
I'm going with Belina.
I'm
to
sober,
Lago.
by the way.
yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I have been drinking for 2, but my con is 21, so I'm pretty sober.
Okay, I'm going to cast Detect Magic. I have the
Yeah, he's magical. His pipes are magic. He's magic.
lots of. Is there, if I concentrate looking at him, do I learn any more?
It seems to be like, weird fey supernatural magic.
And I have
like you
knowledge
would-
arcana, by
Like
the
that's
way.
what you would expect from some weird creature of the woods or something.
Yeah,
It seems-
but it doesn't seem. These people haven't consented.
That's right. He's ensorceling them.
Well, but
Yeah, for sure.
But because so many people have failed, we can't just take him out.
Right. So
I mean,
this wasn't part of the wedding
Lago's
plan,
come
right?
back.
oh no, this is some,
Okay,
this is some
what
little
about Jick?
bastard.
That's a good question.
What?
Oh, Jick is like, you can tell she's upset.
Okay, I'm going to check.
Yeah, right.
This wasn't part of the wedding plan, is it?
Well, hell, this is Lago. So we sort of took him in 9 years ago when he was a little pup, a little kid. And everything seemed fine, but now he's kind of grown up and he's become a real pain.
And what's happening? People are following him?
Now he's leading people in a dance, and lots of the people are dancing and having a great time and think everything's amazing, and then other people are upset and talking amongst themselves or trying to shake sense into people.
And there doesn't seem to be any violence or danger.
It doesn't look like there's any kind of danger.
They're keeping their clothes on. I mean,
Yeah.
okay. I mean,
it's just...
it's very, I mean, okay.
Hey, those are fair questions.
It's
Right,
fair
no,
question.
it doesn't look like anything that needs intervention. Like you don't.
Okay.
No one seems to be in threat, but Jick is like.
I mean, let's ask a hobgoblin if this is legal.
Yeah.
I'll go talk to my new buddy.
Well, go talk to the hobgoblin and tell him to restore order.
I'm gonna go as soon as I can. I'm gonna go talk to Lago.
Okay. All right. So Honesty says, yeah, this is a real problem. I don't know. I'd have had that weirdo executed by now, but
Have the hobgoblin take care of it.
but a lot of these soft people have soft hearts for this troublemaker. So you can go over to Lago. He's kind of in high spirits and says, "Oh, stranger, dance."
Yeah, I just wanted to, introduce myself. I'm brother of the groom, and
Oh, it's a wedding. Oh, that explains a lot.
Yeah. Thanks for catching up.
I love weddings. So happy.
Yeah, let's keep it that way. I just wanted to let you know that, I am a fairly powerful wizard, and I've got my eye on you. So let's keep everything happy and light.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on Belina. I mean, on Sally, of course.
I'm happy to see people dance and have a good time. I would hate to see anything other than that.
Well, you're an outsider here. You should mind your own business. This is Docalong. We got our own thing going here.
Yeah.
We don't need you outsiders coming in and telling us what to do.
Yeah, I'm from here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, from before you were here.
I've been here years. You've been. Oh.
Yeah, I've been off fighting
All right,
monsters and horrible threats to the kingdom.
Well, welcome back.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's just keep everything all safe and good here.
Yeah, maybe you're needed elsewhere where there's real danger.
Yes.
Maybe you should leave us alone.
You're making me think I'm needed here.
Oh no, everything's fine.
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Good.
Yeah. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't know how much.
Such masculinity here.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah.
you look pretty quick and agile there. Have you ever dodged a magic missile?
No, it's the first time for everything.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
Let's make
okay.
that not today.
All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Some people don't know how to dance. That's all. Come on. Hey, little lady.
This is so great. Why aren't you guys dancing? You should do this with me. Hey.
Let's see.
So Jick is like, I don't know what to. We're not sure what to do with this guy. We thought maybe we'd seen the last of him, but now he's back causing trouble again. Lots of
Who's
people.
saying this?
This is Jick. You went and talked with the Jick.
Yeah. Okay, but Jick doesn't really have authority here. It's the sheriff.
That's right.
Yeah. So, let's go talk to the sheriff.
Yeah.
Okay. So Jick and I go talk to the sheriff.
All right.
The sheriff's not dancing.
Sheriff's not around at the sheriff's in at the thing. So Honesty is at the event, but Sheriff Savile isn't.
Oh, Sheriff Savile's not here, but Honesty is.
Honesty there.
Then that's where my cousin's
Yeah,
at, right? Okay. So, we go over there. And
He says he's a troublemaker, and if it were up to him, he would have executed him long ago.
I mean, we don't have to execute him. We can put a stop to this if you want.
That sounds great.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's put a stop to it then. Whole person work on the Satyr?
It depends on whether they're a humanoid or a fae,
I guess not.
because faes aren't persons.
Grappling rules.
I mean, I could grab him, but I was thinking maybe we could get Sally Mae to just steal his little pipes.
Let's just keep in mind that he's a lot of people's friend here. He's the bride and groom's really good friend.
That's right. Everybody. What percentage of the town? Yeah.
About 2/3 of the people who are at the party seem to have succumbed to the.
How long does this go on? We'll ask honesty. When Lago does this, does it tend to last for minutes, hours, days?
Question.
So it'll last probably about as long as he'll keep piping.
Well, yeah, but that could go on
So
indefinitely.
if nobody stops him, he could do that for quite a while. Yeah.
And it's the pipes that are the problem?
It's his magic, but he uses the pipes as some sort of focus, is my understanding.
Okay.
So if he didn't have the pipes, he wouldn't be able to. But if you had the pipes, I don't think you could do anything with them.
Sure.
But he couldn't. But maybe it would stop him.
Well, maybe.
So
I just don't want to cause a scene.
Right. Yeah, we can't let on that. Yeah, we have to be clever about this.
Oh, I have an idea. Maybe you could ask Sally Mae to see.
She could still. Yeah, but she's under the spell, which is a problem.
So maybe she'd be down with it.
So a couple other townspeople come up and say, "You're adventurers. You can stop this."
We're working on it.
Yeah, we're working on it. My character
Can't you
thinks
see what he's
faster
doing to all
than
these
I
people?
do. Yeah, it's
my
not.
eyes
It's not
work.
good. It's not good. Like we could. What if we got into an argument and like you and I pretend to have a fight?
Like near him?
Yeah, near him, and we accidentally keep bumping into him and interfering with this thing. But we just the whole time it looks like we're fighting, and like trying to get at each other. You know, just like we do back on during Clan Week. You know, like,
You know,
like we do. Yeah.
if you like accidentally knocked the pipes out of his hands,
Yeah.
there could,
Yeah.
might be an unseen servant that's
Yeah,
right there with
exactly.
you that could take those pipes away.
Right. And if you could like get her, free her up so that she's not under the spell.
Boy, next level. I'm gonna really.
Really good to be able to do that.
So we do some dwarven dancing and kind of work our
could-
way over.
Yeah,
If we did
all
a
right.
whole person on her and forced her to stop dancing, would that break the spell?
It would keep her from dancing, but it wouldn't break the enchantment.
She'd just
Yeah,
be
that's-
sad.
Yeah, I picked like
Holding back a sneeze. When
I
you gotta
think-
dance, gotta dance.
I think we got to focus on the
Yeah.
And those pipes.
I mean, maybe. I'm just trying to think of some way to even get her under a saving throw somehow, but no ideas. Okay, let's do it.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what to
Y'all
do.
literally wrote the book, so if you don't have ideas.
Okay, so we're gonna it's gonna be like I'm gonna like forget that, and I'm gonna go like I'm running away from him. Like, no, don't hurt me. Jesus, just because you're the fighter. We were just I was just like we were just doing act like.
And I'll be like, come on, have a drink. It's a wedding. You don't need your religion reason.
No, friggin' way.
I have cast Unseen Servant, and it's just kind of following wherever they go.
All right, and you're going to try to set up a scene and try to knock the pipes out away from him, and then
while we're-
run
Or like
away.
one of us will push the other and like hit him and hopefully kind of
Yeah.
like dislodge the pipes from his
Yeah.
hands.
Or like swing, miss, and hit the pipes, that sort of thing.
Okay,
Like-
so
like-
so which one of you is going to take the initiative and be the one to try to get the pipes out of the?
Well, it sounds like I'm annoying you.
yeah, sure.
So maybe at some point you get annoyed enough to retaliate.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, we can take turns at it, right? So yeah.
And just make a melee attack roll.
Okay, a melee attack roll. Okay, do I get my strength bonus?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And my as a cleric, I forget 30. You get bonuses to hit as a cleric.
Well, why don't you,
For fourth level, you'd have like
plus
a plus
three.
2.
2. Yeah, that sounds about
plus
right.
3 is 3/4.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that gives me to +7. Sure enough, that makes sense. Okay, 12.
12. Okay, you sort of knock into him, but don't get the pipes going and out of his hand, and he says, What are you going? Why aren't you dancing?
I'm not looking at him. I'm looking at him like I'm pretending that I'm like using him as a shield. No, you as he maneuvering towards me.
Yeah.
And however he's maneuvering, I'm maneuvering to try and keep him between him and me.
Yeah. So now that he's sort of onto you, you're either going to have to escalate your efforts to knock the thing out of his hands, or back off. Sounds like you're escalating.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Escalating.
All right, roll again. See if you can see
Well,
what
I
you
think it's
can.
your turn to roll.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll
go
say
ahead.
something in
Yeah.
Dwarven that
Yeah.
isn't really an insult but sounds insulting.
That's everything in
Everything sounds
Dwarven.
insulting in Dwarven.
Most
Yeah.
things, yeah.
And I am.
I like the
plus-
smell of your mother.
Which is also your aunt.
I'm plus 8. I roll 13.
Oh, all right. So you knock the pipes out of his hands and sort of rough him up a little bit, and the unseen servant grabs it, and he says, "What are you doing?" And he pulls out this knife, and it's actually a pretty nice knife, and which is weird. Like his stuff looks, he's wearing like a battered shirt and some shorts or whatever, but it all looks kind of old and battered together. But you can see now that he's got this really nice sheath that this knife was in. He pulls this knife out, and it looks wonderfully made or whatever. Probably not something that you would find around here, not something that he could have done by himself. And he's not really a warrior or whatever, but he's blustering, and he's like, "Get away from me! Where are my pipes? What are you doing? My name's Lago! Get away from me, you strangers! What are you doing? You're messing everything up!"
So sorry,
So he's not
Lago.
singing anymore.
He's not
music
singing, he's
stop?
not piping. So now people are starting to just starting to come out of it, but if he can find his pipes again, he'll keep it going, but he can't find his pipes
Sally,
again.
we're magically charged, but now you're not anymore. Help us.
Why?
He's the bad guy.
You! And she pulls out her crossbow. Yeah.
I'm like, whoa,
Yeah.
no call for knives here. This is a wedding, friend.
Wait, you said he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
He said he's ready.
Then he lets
shooting?
loose
Am I
with this sort of
How do you
slew
feel about consent?
of profanities,
Strongly?
and then he starts bounding away on his goat feet.
I shoot after him.
All right.
I was under a spell. I woke up. They said, "Quick, that's the bad guy."
All right. And,
that's right.
and nobody says, "Don't shoot him."
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
All right.
Pretend he's a pig.
In fact, you looked at me and I
Yeah.
nodded.
I looked around. Both of these two nodded
Yeah.
at me, so I'm shooting.
Yeah.
Okay, let me plus 10. I'm doing with shock damage, so.
Yeah.
Gosh, why am I rolling so low? 13 total.
Oh, I'm a class 16.
Yeah, that was a 3. You're in dice jail too. God.
So.
Jeez.
So it grazes him, and he notices it, but he keeps running and kicking up mud and stuff, and sort of screaming and my pipes, I'll get you! But he's running away. Anyone else want to?
I want to charge him.
Yeah. Okay. You can chase him.
Yeah, I want to charge him.
Okay.
Can I do like a charge attack?
Well, he's ahead of you, and he's let's see what his speed is, and he's faster than you, so you can charge him. But all that what means is you're pursuing him on foot.
Okay, I'm pursuing him on foot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if he's to get very 3E,
Yeah.
if he is using all of his movement, or is he using just a standard action to move?
He's doing double move.
Okay, so yeah, then you're gonna. We move at 20. He's gonna move at
He
30.
moves at
or so.
40.
40. Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
I'm still charging him. I mean, it keeps him from doing something else.
That's right. And
Yeah.
that's right.
Very intimidating
when we get
Yeah.
momentum.
That's right.
So you're
That's
charging him. You're shooting at him.
We're great sprinters, right?
Okay.
I was just like, hey, no call for a knife, and then he started to run away, and everything else happened.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I saw the knife, right?
Yep.
It's a worrisome knife.
Yeah.
You should turn that over to the hobgoblin.
Yeah, he's gonna get a magic missile.
Now we get to see whether he can dodge it. All right.
he's a pig. Pretend he's a pig.
Is that 2 magic missiles?
4th level, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Roll to hit. Ha ha ha.
I will roll damage. Thank
Yeah,
you very much.
that's right.
One does 2 points, and one does 5 points.
All right.
Completely average.
Yeah, 7 damage. Okay. God, I haven't done anything. I'm the victim here. Look what they're doing to me. He's
So,
running.
I'm keeping very close eye on
Yeah.
like all the like is anybody horrified that this is like she's shooting at him, I'm shooting at him, or now that they're coming out of it, are they like
There are people who are shocked, and there are people who are cheering you on.
okay, all right.
If there's anybody who looks like they are going to intervene on his behalf, okay.
No, everyone's like, wow, whatever. Oh, what's going on? Yeah, that's right.
Do I shoot again?
Okay, you can shoot again.
I'm looking at these guys. I'm like, huh?
I think
You just fired a magic missile.
I think
so-
we're
Okay.
Take another shot.
in for a spell. What's the phrase?
Oh, nat 20. Oh, but I have to confirm.
That's right.
Okay. I just rolled to hit, and if it hits,
Just-
it's confirmed
that's
with
right.
nat 20, right? Okay. I'm so scared. Why am I so nervous? Ah, yay! That's a 23.
Yeah. All right, so you
See, this is the
crit.
dice I should have been using this whole time.
That's right.
Oh, crit. Okay. How much damage is a crossbow doing for?
D8.
Okay.
Oh, wait, you're small. D6.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
D6.
yeah.
You're
Oh, because
small.
I'm little.
That's right. The designers must have hated little people.
Yeah, guys.
But you rolled
twice.
plus 1. We did.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I rolled 2d6. Okay. Okay.
Well,
double
you
your-
get the shock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that goes on both hits, or just
That's
once?
both. So you
So
can
I
roll the
just doubled as
2d6 and double it. How about?
well. Okay. A 6 and a 2. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 with the shock damage.
All right. You've dealt 25 hit points of damage to him, and he's staggering, bleeding, and you have got room to get one more go at him.
I'm going to do a command spell.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Halt.
Okay. All right. He gets a saving throw.
He does.
A will save. That's an 8. That's got it. So that's a 17. What's your GC? Do you know?
17.
He's got a +9 will save. He's
Bonus
fey.
+1.
My was yeah.
+2 because you're. Oh, it's first level spell.
Right, but you got your mace, your magical.
Your sensor.
Yeah, that's +1. My
Gotta be smelling those clothes for a reason.
17. I think.
wisdom is 18, so I got +4.
So it's 14, 15, 16. He rolled a 17.
Did you
So-
include the +1 from the
Yeah.
instance?
Right? So you're.
Rear attack.
It's always harder to resist commands when they come from behind.
So he's, he says, you can't charm a charmer, man. But if someone wanted to do another range attack at him, did you want to do another range attack at him? He's going to be lost in the woods.
Maybe we don't want to kill him.
I don't think we do want to kill him.
After this party, at least.
Yeah, maybe.
And your servant has his
Maybe.
pipes, right?
We've given him some really bad damage. Do we have
Yeah.
a sword?
No, he's got his
No,
knife.
that's what I'm kind of worried about. And I want to find out where he got it. Right.
Yeah.
And that's clearly the
Well, I
thread
can't
that we
keep up.
should
I
be
mean,
pulling.
you could. Yeah. Okay.
Well, none of us
Monty's good at reading these Dungeon Master hints.
Do you have any way to attack to subdue as a wizard?
Not with my current spell selection. I don't. I could blow the crap out of him though.
Magic Mister, you're not going to knock him down to -10. and
I'm just
kill him
gonna
right away.
turn to
I mean-
honesty and be like, "Are you gonna do anything?
Honesty already said we should have executed him, right?
Is honesty gonna do anything?"
but-
Yeah.
I kind of want to talk to him.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. I want to find out where he.
Yeah, no, honestly, he's monitoring the situation.
He
So,
used magic
okay.
without consent, but we couldn't. Ooh.
So it looks like he is
let him go.
getting away into the woods, bleeding and screaming.
He's still moving faster than any of us can move.
Yeah, I'm slow. I'm small.
Yeah. Get a horse. Is there a horse nearby?
What about your
There's some horse in
ferret?
here.
You're a cleric. You're really
Yeah.
close to him. Right? I just say, I'm taking him down, but save his life. And cast another couple of magic.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
He's got 3 hit points left, so let's see how much damage you do. Luckily, you can't crit.
Can I pull them? Can I? I don't have to target both of them on him.
That's
right.
But before
But you don't know if he has
you didn't know he had 3 hit points.
That's right. And I would
Yeah.
have to say ahead of time.
Even if he only had only
I'm just
one,
shooting.
it's like I'm
So there's
stupid.
4,
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
and there's 3.
All right. So he's not dead, but he's at negs.
All right.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
hopefully
Then
our
I'll go
cleric.
up, and
So the funny thing about third edition was we never say that if monsters drop to 0, they're just dead.
Correct.
The rules are they're like anybody else, and maybe they're bleeding out, or maybe they'll whatever. And so lots of times you end up with live monsters that you thought you were killed, but and then do you kill them, or do you ransom them back, or do you whatever? And luckily, nobody paid attention to the rules, and all monsters die at 0 hit points, and that just makes everything easier. Except for this guy.
Except for this guy.
Because this guy, you want him to live, and it makes sense.
Okay.
And the rules are monsters are treated just like anybody else.
Yeah. Right.
The way people play it is monsters die when they hit negatives, because no one wants to the kobold is still bleeding.
Unless they think about it, but aren't that
Unless
smart
they think about it.
and aren't that wise. Okay.
So he is bleeding to death, but you get to him and you can save him.
Okay. But take the sword off first.
Yeah, the dagger. Yeah.
The dirk.
Sure.
The pointy thing.
Is that a compromise?
The way you described it. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. His weapon. Take his weapon.
That's right.
Give it.
Yeah.
Just accidentally kill file on it.
Yeah.
And then save him with a. It's. I'm not sure my god's magic was meant to be used on someone like this. But,
That was not the time to pick that.
well, we'll save him. Yeah. We'll,
Okay, you can all gather around him and bring him back, and he's got no fight left in him. Now he's crying and he's defeated like a child or whatever, like he's just thwarted. You know how the Fae are; they're not robust like real.
Get.
yeah.
And so I wasn't doing anything wrong. You guys attacked me, and it hurt so bad. It electrocuted me. And they had a magic missile. It hurts.
Well. It's going to be a long night.
Strangers, weirdos, go
You
away.
use magic on my brain, you creep.
She's got a point.
Yeah.
I just know how to play the pipes.
Shut up.
Yeah.
You liked it.
No. Okay, kill him again.
That deserves like a kick or something.
Yeah, she
You liked it.
She for sure kicks him. Let me at him.
I don't care.
Yeah, put your hand out there like it's a crossbow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's when she does the kick instead. She pulls out the crossbow first and just gets the kick in.
So where'd you get this?
Yeah, you made it.
I kick him
I
again.
don't speak that language. I speak a lot of languages.
We don't torture.
I'm not torturing
She's just
him.
mad.
I'm trying to walk and he's in my way.
Yeah.
So I got a really big friend now. She's going to be really angry. That when I
Tell us more about your big friend.
Yeah, who's your
your
big
big
friend? Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
like you're making it up story.
Is it a hobgoblin?
No, she's better than that.
Out for him.
What?
She's a bird lady,
A bird
like an
lady.
angel lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's a really good friend of mine. Not like you people, or these people here
Why
don't
did
like
she
me
give you a
anymore.
knife? What did she want you to do with this knife?
She likes me. She thinks she likes my singing. She sings too. We sing together. I get my pipes and whatever. Not like these people.
Yeah.
So you better let me go, or she's gonna be really angry and she's gonna come get you.
Maybe we will. We don't want to make her angry.
Well, if she's
What's her
going to
name?
come get you, that's perfect.
Her name is Erekla, and you're gonna be sad if you make her angry.
Does that trigger anything with my local knowledge? The name?
Yeah.
Maybe we should. Maybe you offer an apology. Where can we find her?
Oh yeah, wait a minute. I don't know. Well, you're probably gonna want to shoot her too.
She was probably out in the room.
No,
We
no.
should have gone to the room.
We want to apologize to her for hurting her friend.
Well, you haven't even apologized to me.
Well, we're not sorry to you.
Well, really though.
No, now we're just even.
Yeah.
You haven't,
We're all even?
You haven't apologized to her.
What do I apologize for? People like when I play the pipes and they dance.
Can I
But
kick
you
him again?
force them to like
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
They don't have a choice whether they should like
Some
it.
of them don't like it.
I did not like it.
All right, see, they got a choice. I'm not forcing anybody.
Another
All
cake.
right. You're making me very uncomfortable.
You people, you seemed normal when I was young, and then you'd all turned weird when I grew up.
And got your magic powers to enchant people.
All you weird humans. Yeah.
Go live in the woods with your bird lady,
Yeah,
and a raccoon lady, and a squirrel lady.
How about that? I'll just go live in the woods, and I won't come back here anymore. I learned my lesson. I don't care about these people anymore.
Yeah, why don't
Good.
maybe you should live with her.
Yeah,
where would that be?
That's right. In her house.
Yeah, where's that again?
Well, in the woods.
North of here, probably.
I don't know. What's
Like
I'm more of a landmarks guy.
yeah, what sort of more like by the river?
What's a
or-
landmark?
You know, I just go by the way things look.
Yeah,
Sure.
You know, it's like she's past that one tree, just sort of south of that one rock, and then over by where you can see that one cliff.
Okay.
You know.
The way I see it, he's got cloven hooves. We can either follow his very obvious hoof prints to where her house is,
Do Faye leave footprints?
Somebody have the
Yeah,
survival.
he leaves footprints.
Survival feat?
or we let him go and he can, run ahead and warn her that we're coming.
Why don't you let me go and I'll run ahead and let her know that so that she can prepare to receive you as guests.
Yeah, I see. Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I trust you.
And so what's she like? What does she want? Does she like the people in the town?
Well, I've told her about them, so maybe she doesn't like them as much as she used to, because they turned all mean
Yeah.
and weird and hateful.
Well, does any of this information sound is any of the things that he's saying triggering ideas among like honesty and the locals, like
Yeah.
the ones who
Yeah.
are actually
Yeah.
locals? Does any of this sound familiar?
None of this sounds familiar. They've never seen that knife before. If he's met somebody, that's probably trouble because he's got very bad judgment.
Right. Okay. So
I think you should take us to see her.
Well, I think you should let me go, and I promise I won't ever come back here because I hate this place.
I think if we meet in the middle, you take us to her and then we let you go.
yeah, I think that sounds great.
Because you might change your mind and want to do something
Take us-
wacky to the town.
Yeah.
That's
Plus,
why you'll just be like,
once you're with her, you won't have anything to fear from us.
yeah,
about,
you can
'cause
have a
she's
good life with
powerful.
her.
Yeah, she's powerful. Exactly.
Well, you're going to do to her what you did to me?
I'm not going to shoot you. I'm not going to shoot her.
I don't know. Is she gonna do to you? Is she gonna do to us what you did to her?
I just played pretty music that people like to dance to. Is that a crime?
Yes.
Oh,
Apparently, I don't know if there are any crimes in this town.
Yeah,
It's just
you-
whatever the authorities
you-
say.
you humans are weird.
Like it wasn't going to do anything about
Yeah.
it. I'm kind of with him on the weird part, but nothing else. I hate it.
all right. So anyone want to be sort of the person who tries to win him over to get him to do the thing you want to do? Who's going to roll the die? I guess is what I'm
I'm too
saying.
bitter. I hate him too much.
I don't apparently have any actual skill ranks in persuasion, but I have the persuasive feat, so I have some sort of bonus. Whoever,
Isn't that like a +2?
yes, so whatever computer designed this character didn't.
What, you want to strike off one of your little skills and put persuasion in there or
Yes,
something?
because I'm the most persuasive dwarf. Yeah, for some, I'm not moved silently, Ing.
I mean, unless I can use religion or admonishment.
Yeah, I'll try and chat up this guy and be like, look,
I can throw a guidance on you.
oh great, that's
Why
plus
not?
one?
Yeah.
I'll take that +1.
Yeah.
So, that'll make it plus, well, I got
Which is
2 from
even.
the feat,
Yeah.
1 from that, +4.
See, if I'd have had a +1 on my last roll.
Yeah.
See how important +1 is?
Yeah.
And +2, yes.
Yeah.
Let's see if I make it with this +4.
Come on, baby.
It was a 6. Ah, look, you little shit.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have belittled him like that. I think that.
Should have taken 10.
I look. I promise. I won't come back here. That's what you want. I've got this feeling that you wouldn't like her. And
I would trust that feeling, yeah.
Got a point.
so
So think of it this
so
way.
I'm not going to take you there.
You could introduce us to her, and then we'll dislike her more than we dislike you, and you'll be the most hated thing ever in the world. You're welcome.
I'm not going to help you.
I'm gonna strangle you.
I don't care anymore.
I think we're gonna,
Nobody loves
I
me.
think we're gonna have to just follow him, or we're just gonna have to be
Okay.
on the lookout.
I'm gonna put my armor back on.
So does anybody have track?
Somebody in the town might be able to help you just track something.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's,
Those gnolls.
Hey, what about the dog? Jake had a dog.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I think before we let him go, we're going to, without him being able to hear us, go find out if there is a tracker.
Yeah, there is.
And if we let him go, we can track.
That's right.
Track him.
That's right.
And we want to make sure that the sheriff
Yeah.
is okay with us doing this, wants us
Yeah.
to take care
Yeah.
of this threat.
Yeah.
That we're not going to get the,
Yeah.
Yeah. BS we were getting before
right.
about horrible adventurers
Yeah. Yeah.
causing problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
We are
Yeah.
helping.
Okay.
Well,
make
boy,
sure
that-
we have the law on our side.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Savalin and Honesty are happy that, so glad we had some adventurers around to fix things. Yeah, what do you know? They've got a young man who knows the woods and would be able to track this guy probably pretty easy because he's got cloven hooves and maybe he's bleeding. So shouldn't be too big of a problem. So you can let him go and he runs off and
Actually, I'm going to. Do we want him to be showing up bleeding? Or it might be kind of funny if he shows up with no signs of damage on him and he tries to explain this to his master. Or is it better?
He's got signs of damage on him.
No, we could
But you
fix
could fix that.
I mean, we could fix that. Or is it better just to leave him
I think it's better to
damaged?
it's easier to track and
Easier.
And in case we need to fight them
Easier to
again.
kill.
I'm
Yeah,
not sure
okay, never
what
mind.
advantage it
It was-
gives us.
You're right, as it happened one other time, Phylon.
Right. All right. So you let him go. He curses you some more.
Yeah.
He looks around
Yeah, goodbye.
for his pipes, whatever, and then he trucks off into the woods.
Yeah.
And then the other people in the town, try to figure out what's going on. You can see that they're conflicted because they liked him when he was young and cute, and they don't like him so much now that he's a big jackass.
Just like real goats. They're
Just-
very cute when they're little,
just-
and then they turn into big stinky jerks.
Kind of like our boys.
I'll make sure that the pipes end up in the sergeant's hand.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Oh, great work.
Should
Yeah.
learn how to play those.
Yeah.
No. I would lock them up or destroy them, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave that up to you.
Yeah. Right. Dr. Lug's really lucky to have you.
Yeah, no kidding.
And
Kind of glance over to see if LSR heard that or saw that.
LSR's loss is our gain. You went and became a great adventurer, and now you're helping us solve this problem, and we're grateful. All right, so the tracker helps you follow this guy's tracks through the woods. He goes past the ruins, but there's nothing there. Just blank. Just ruins.
Is it just blank grid on the map?
Keep telling you, there's nothing there. I slept there as a kid.
Yes, you never know, maybe you missed something.
Door.
Yeah. A magic code word or something.
On the way back, we're stopping at the ruins. On the way
Yeah.
back.
Every 5 foot square.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and the tracker brings you to a big, it looks like a cursed clearing, like the ground cover is kind of dark and twisty and thorny, and then nothing big grows there. There's a old dead tree in the just off to the center of this clearing that rises up really high and looks kind of hollow, and there's scrub everywhere, and then you see. Sort of in the middle of this all is the satyr just lying on the ground.
The satyr's just lying on the ground.
Satyr's lying on the ground.
Hey.
I'd like to ask the kid who's with, like,
Yeah.
is this, have you ever seen this before? Is this?
This looks like one of the haunted places. There are a couple of weird places in the woods.
Haunted.
And,
So he mentioned.
but there hasn't been anything here before.
Before we go in there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
he mentioned they would sing with someone. I'm thinking like creatures like harpies or something that might have magical. Maybe we should have something we can put in our ears to so that we can't hear it. Huh? What'd you say? Yeah, that like that. We can take wax, burn a candle, get wax.
I was
wax.
going to use earwax.
What?
I was going to use earwax.
You're already using earwax.
Yeah,
So,
you're already-
You could wax up your ears.
Yeah, the wax of
does my knowledge of Arcana
Verify that.
verify that would actually work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like it's worth a +2.
Hey,
Great.
that could be the difference.
Yeah.
That +2
It could. You
matter.
never know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I was 1 away from saving on that pipe
That's right.
saving
Yeah,
throw.
That's right.
and I was one away. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right. I guess
And then you use kind of hand signals and mouth because you can't hear each other very well. But,
Yeah, that's
all
fine.
right.
We'll deal with it.
So he's dead.
Yeah, the satyr, but there's nobody else. It's just a dead satyr.
Yeah.
Perhaps a hollow
Is it the
tree.
same?
And
sound?
perhaps a song building forth from the tree that, so let's see, where
Oh, that looks like a tree.
that does look like a tree. Yeah.
I saw a tree
the
there.
pages
You did see a tree there. Let me.
Okay, so what did he say? Did we see a tree? Did he describe a tree?
Yeah, you
He said
saw a tree.
and the satyr's
There's a dead tree in the middle of possibly a hollow tree, and then the satyr's just laying there.
on the ground.
On the ground.
In front of the tree.
Dead.
Dead.
I don't know about dead.
Looks
just laying
dead.
there.
Well, yeah, just lying there.
Lifeless.
There you go.
Motionless.
Motionless. And then
What?
Yeah.
I guess we got to deal with this song.
I guess you got to. I guess here. There's the stats. Yeah. So it's a. The harpy has a captivating song.
And harpy. I called it. I
Yeah.
just want to know.
No,
I
you
called
did.
it. I said harpy.
you-
and not 2 minutes later,
You totally. You,
What? I can't hear you.
you totally. You totally
No one
called
heard
it.
you say
What?
that.
No,
So
yeah, sorry,
I'm going to have
just
you
plugged.
each make a will save, and if the die roll is a natural even, it's an automatic save because you got plugs in your ears. But if it's an odd, then you have to make the DC check.
oh, interesting. Okay.
So-
Even, I want
making up
even
rules.
or
Isn't
high.
that something?
And it's a will save.
It's a will save.
No
So
problem.
you said even or high?
even.
You want to
yeah.
you want to either roll high or even, one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, even.
Okay.
Even.
16.
Both.
Yeah.
High and even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my character sheet printed out from the internet does not include my dwarf bonus against magic.
Okay.
But
Well,
with that,
Yep.
plus 5. 13 plus 5.
18. DC is a 19.
What?
So you are captivated.
But it was
At this
even.
game.
But 18's even.
Hey. Hey.
He rolled a 13. The natural number is a 13.
Oh.
It's the natural number that counts.
Got it.
So the rest
like-
of you can brush it off, but he is captivated and moving towards the harpy who appears at the top of the
Oh, you can't hear me.
spell. And let's say maybe
I tackled it really quick.
maybe some of you have seen harpies before. This is a really weird, crazy looking harpy.
It's got the abyssal template.
Yes, that's right. It's a half fiendish harpy.
I tried so hard
you-
to get that
you said
to be
it
called
earlier.
abysmal. No, but I think everyone thought it was a terrible idea. I thought it was cool. Instead of
Abysmal.
calling it abyssal, I wanted to call it abysmal.
Abysmal.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Seems that 30 years later, we still have feelings about that. 20 years later.
All right. So let's roll initiative.
See, this one's rolling high. I should be rolling this one the whole time.
10.
The chat says, no metagaming going on here, is there?
Dorn is a very experienced adventurer.
Okay, anyone beat 10?
Well, I'm captivated, so.
17. I was.
23.
23.
Yeah.
25, but I'm captivated.
So you are captivatedly walking towards the harpy.
Yeah, I'm quick on my curiosity.
Yeah. All right. So Sally Mae, you're the first one who can actually
tackle him.
do something. The harpy's up on the tree.
Oh.
The top of the tree.
Oh, we can see it.
Yeah, it has poked out from the top of the tree now.
I think she's going to tackle me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but if I can see the harpy, I'm gonna shoot at it instead.
Sure.
Can I shoot at it from? I'm trying to remember the rules of cover. Can I shoot at it from cover?
You're in the middle of an open space, so it doesn't
Didn't
really
we
matter.
come out of the trees into the open space?
You are. That's right. You're out now in the open
But we
space.
did walk out into it. Can
Yeah.
if I just trying to gauge the distance, if I pop back into the tree line, can I shoot from around the tree?
Sure. Why? I'll say yes.
Okay. I am going to do that.
Save me.
That is not a great roll, but it's okay. So that is 17 to hit.
17 to hit is armor class 17.
Nice.
So
Ooh, okay. And then you guys said I roll a d6.
D6.
D6. And I'm going to do the shock damage.
Yep.
That is a 4 plus the shock damage is 1, so 5 with lightning.
So this is a
electric
shock +1 shock crossbow?
Yes.
Yeah, it does it.
Shouldn't that be +1 d6?
Yeah, it adds a D6 of damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not just +1.
No.
Well, it does
And,
both.
and +1 because
Right.
it's a +1 weapon, and plus D6 because it's shock.
Yes. Okay, yeah. So 15 total.
Wow. All right.
I thought you had a
She's-
thing that I didn't know about.
Nope.
She-
I'm figuring out everything as I go. Woo. Yeah. So did that break the spell?
It does not break the spell.
Ah, shit.
And she says, it's too late. The dragon is gonna get you.
I know.
Okay,
Sorry, remind
so-
me how move. So can I
The dragon.
in third edition? Can I pop back behind the tree after firing?
Kinda.
Okay, sort of.
I think you've established that you were using cover
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right.
Okay.
That's right. So move your character or your miniature away from everybody else because you've pulled back. All right, and then Phylon.
So the spells on this spells on this character are all screwed up. So I am.
Yeah, sure.
I've got I've got some first and third level spells in my second level slots, and so I'm just going to go ahead and put in a spell that I know is second level.
That sounds great.
And I'm going to cast Melf's Acid Arrow.
Oh yeah,
at this
that's a good one.
Yeah.
But I do need to roll to attack for that.
Yeah, to be fair, if I go first, I'm only moving 15 feet because I'm a dwarf in Playground.
Yeah. Is the hex 5 feet?
Yeah.
So this is a touch attack,
Oh, nice.
and I roll terrible.
Okay.
Yeah, I roll an 8.
Yeah, that's too bad. That touch value is 15.
Yeah, okay.
She's got a great dex because of that,
That makes
half fiend. So she dodges out of the way of Melf's acid arrow. In fact, she dodges into Melf's acid arrow, and the acid just rolls down her, and she says, "Ah, you fool! The dragon will eat you."
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Taunting you.
Really?
And then Dorn.
She's doing a good job of it, too.
So what does it look like Gorn is doing?
You want to describe it? You're captivated and walking
I assume
toward
I'm walking. Well, you probably got little birds kind of swirling above my head. Or something.
But he's he's not hurting anybody.
That's right.
He's just walking where?
Just walking towards this tree.
He's walking toward the tree. Okay, well, are you much of a climber? Because that was Peter Deshawn.
Yeah, you would know.
That he is a good climber. Okay, well that's not good.
Are you a good climber?
No, I don't think so.
I am.
Like how
I'm a
high
good
up is
climber.
she?
Oh no, I'm gonna get eaten.
How high up in the tree is she?
I can.
Oh, sorry.
I can make you
She's
a very
like
good climber.
40 feet up.
Oh yeah. So we've got several rounds before I could get to her.
I'm just saying real quick. Yeah, several rounds. But it would be even many more rounds if I could cast a whole person on you. So I'm going to cast a whole person on him.
That's good.
Okay.
That's a good.
All right.
That'll slow him down.
We're going to make a saving throw.
All right. I'm gonna roll low here.
Plus
18.
18. Yeah. So what is that? Is it DC plus
It's-
my wisdom bonus plus
spell level.
Spell level.
Plus 1 for your sensor.
Okay, so it's 10 plus 4 plus my spell level's 4 and my wisdom is 4 plus 1.
Spell level is 2. It's a second
Oh,
level spell.
special spell level is 2, so 17. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's,
Almost good enough. That plus 2
Well,
bonus.
next round, I can
Yeah.
make it so that you can climb faster than he can.
So she flies down.
okay.
If you'd be better at stopping him than I would be.
She
Okay,
she
sure.
flies down over the
she's flying.
Yeah, she comes down and sails over you and lets out this unholy shriek and speaks all these obscene truths to you that you're not meant to know, and you suffer unholy blight. So everyone make a
But is it a sound attack?
no. It is not a sound attack.
You sure?
She's speaking a spell, but the spell itself is not. You don't need
All right.
you don't need to hear the spell.
All right, really? Okay.
I'll write that in right now.
Yeah.
It's a declared spell on Holy Blight.
Chat, he's writing in a book.
It's my book.
Okay, so we have to make a...
So everyone make fort save versus DC 20.
Oh no.
Oh, wow.
God.
Fort.
And it was not good.
Made it, exactly. 15 plus 6 is 20.
I
I
got
made
a
it.
10
10.
total.
25.
Oh.
Okay. So
19.
okay, 19.
Plus
Only had a
two.
plus 2. So it's 23 damage. Unless you saved, and then it's 11.
I am hurting. I'm up, but you know.
I'm unconscious.
You're unconscious. Yeah, those wizards.
This is great.
Okay.
And I can imagine that you each have like a healing potion, because those are relatively cheap, and you guys are 4th level.
Well, that's something you have left?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay.
And then and she's sort of spinning around over you.
And 3E, we don't do the 3 death saving throws, right? That's 5E only.
You start to die at -10.
Yes. Okay.
Well, you die, Dave. You would start to die.
And you bleed out? You bleed a turn?
You got a 10% chance to stabilize
Right.
every round.
Okay.
And is
Otherwise you
taking a
bleed
healing
one.
Otherwise
potion
you
an
bleed
action or
another
a
point.
bonus action?
There are no bonus actions.
Oh,
so it's
that's
just
right.
an action.
That I remember that now. Okay.
It's a standard action.
All right,
We got this.
so
Standard action.
it's back to the top of the round. You're captivated.
Am I? Because I just took 10 points of damage.
Oh, why don't you get another save? I'll give you another save. How about that?
Why don't you check the harpy stats and see if it ends automatically if I take any damage from this person who is trying to be my friend?
Oh, you didn't. Oh, that's. It says you're helpless against all of her attacks.
Oh, well then, okay.
So,
I'm just going to take it.
but I'll let you have another will save to break out of it
I
because
appreciate that.
who cares
Oh,
about
it's
the
a
rules?
24.
All right, so you break out of it.
Help friends.
That's right. And so you can take your action.
Is she within melee range?
She's
or-
flying above you.
Then I'm going to hurl my magical hammer at her.
Yeah, hammer.
And probably not going to hit her because my range is not as good. But it's an 18.
That is a hit. She's got armor class of 17.
Awesome. So it's a hammer, d8, and my strength is +4 and it's +1, so it's a total +5. 8 points of damage.
All right, you've dealt 23 damage to her so far. She seems pretty hurt. You fool! The dragon will eat you! All right, so Gorn is up next. No, Gorn just went. Sorry.
What's the other thing we did?
So
I
Sally
didn't-
Mae.
I go next.
What else damaged her? Did you shoot her?
I shot her.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Shot her pretty hard.
I'm
right.
like, yeah, I'm like, I mean, do you keep the dragon away? And I'm just gonna pop
Yep.
out and shoot her again.
That's right.
Oh, that is on that one.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Can it, you? Off camera. Chuckle.
All right, well,
Yeah,
no,
it's easier.
you've got cover so no one can see how badly you took that shot.
Did I just shoot the tree in front of me?
Yep. Okay, Phylon, you want to roll to see if you lose another hit point here?
There's nothing I'd rather do.
All right.
What? Okay, so
I don't know. Got a 10% chance to
I
stabilize.
mean, and well, it's third editions for rolling high is always good.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 1, so I take a point of damage.
How about that? That seems good. All right. And then Dorn.
Right. So you're bleeding out, right?
Yeah.
So you're seriously damaged, but you're actually bleeding.
Yeah.
So I got to go to you first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, you're hiding the trees now, so
That's right.
hopefully you won't take more damage. Okay. I'm going to go and do a heal on him.
Yep.
Cure moderate wounds.
All right.
So it's this
Yeah, I'm guessing her last attack hurt me, even though she could have.
5 plus 1 is 6 plus, I forget what cure moderate does.
To level.
Plus your level.
Up to 10.
Okay, 6 plus 4 is 10 points of damage.
Just called it 11 because of the sensor.
11, yes. Thank you.
So that puts you at positives.
Puts me at positives. Puts me at 5 hit points.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. All right.
A generous GM might say, well, now you can take your action since you're conscious now.
Yeah, were you
but
just
we're playing with Jonathan.
Were you just delaying? Were you just delaying?
Here's readying an action in his unconscious state.
Yeah. That.
Yeah, ready. That would be pushing it, but it could be a delay, right? I'm just going to go out and just
So my
play
action was to
initiative.
see if I stabilized. It's
That's
hard.
made up.
It's hard for me not to be on the DM side.
Yeah. That's.
I'm the DM almost all the time. So that's what I would say.
That's fair. Okay. So this horrible abyssal thing sees that you're using L's magic and comes and lands on you and
Tries to land on me.
tries to land on you.
It's not automatic.
That's right. And then reaches out with a clawed hand that seems to be glowing
And I'm
with
reaching out with
infernal
my
magic.
mace, by the way.
Well, you just took your. Okay, that's right. But
Yeah.
you took your
Yeah.
action.
Yeah, yeah.
So now she's poisoning you.
He's got to hit me first.
That's right. So. Oh, sorry. That's a D10. So let me roll a D6 to see if that's a 10 or a 20. Oh, that's a 20.
Oh.
Okay, so she touches you and poisons you, so you need to make a fort save of DC 20.
And you're a dwarf.
So get that +2.
No.
Okay. All right. So you take 10 con damage.
10 con damage. I spit there, accidentally.
So that
Sorry.
means minus 5 hit points per level.
Right.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, minus 5 hit points, 5 times 4 is 20.
So you lose 20 hit points right off the bat,
I'm,
and your will save goes down by 5, etc.
Yeah.
Fort save.
I'm bleeding out.
You're
I'm
bleeding out.
I'm unconscious.
Okay.
I'm bleeding out.
All right.
Which one are you?
Is there a harpy around? Can you find a cool harpy?
I don't have them organized. That's the
Yeah.
problem. I should do that.
All right.
Little
Well,
signs.
so she feels great. Her spells are doing
Yeah, well, you should be
Marvelous.
wonderful. Great. What happens?
so.
I don't think this ponies was
So Gorn.
Oh yeah, that was the pony.
So it's your go. She's now.
Right, there's only 4 of us.
Yeah, she's.
Yes, the one.
I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, yeah, here. Show it. Wait, watch what it does.
I mean, it's a flying something.
Nice.
Okay.
So
So now she's in melee range, actually.
Great. Then I'm going to use my hammer, which
Yep.
has flown back to me,
Yep.
and I'm going to swing at her again.
Yep.
I don't have any
No notes.
It's perfect.
feats that would add to this. So
Yep.
plus
Racing.
9 to
All right.
attack. 18.
Armor class 17, so that's a hit.
And I do 10 points. 4L.
You fools! You know not what you do.
It's 3E, actually.
So Sally Mae,
Okay, I'm going to.
I think you could run around and sneak attack her.
Yeah, I think you should attack her. I'm gonna help.
Okay, you're
Dorn.
gonna. I was like, I only have a movement speed of 20.
That's plenty.
Okay.
I could have also shifted
Yeah,
around.
let's call it
We have
good.
our tactics.
Yeah, let's call it good.
Actually, if you want to flank with.
You want to be on the
me
opposite
other
side.
of me.
Yeah, this is the one attacking, so you want to be on the opposite side.
God.
We'll flank and then you get
it
your.
was about 20 feet.
Yeah, get your strength
Okay.
mod.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who counts squares?
Okay, and then
Especially when they're hexes.
I'm not on a hex map.
one hex away because it's a ranged attack. Because I'm gonna.
Oh, you can't sneak attack with a range attack.
Okay.
If you want to do the sneak attack damage, then you need to go up and stab her.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to again
Yeah, I know.
Separate 3 and 5 in my
edition.
mind.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, yes, we're gonna do that. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna just pull it out
Yep.
and just.
Yeah. Yeah,
But I have a non-magical. I took magic on my crossbow.
that's fine.
So I'm just gonna roll.
It's a masterwork, so it's still +1 to hit.
All those sweet D6s you're gonna.
I mean, I melee attack. Okay, so that's a 15 plus 5 is
That'll
20.
hit.
Yeah, so that hits.
Yep.
And then what is the dagger sneak attack damage?
You're gonna get
What's it off?
plus
Based on your level,
2d6
2d6.
Yeah.
for a 4th level rogue,
Okay.
and then
And
it's
a D4
for your.
Is it?
It's a D3 because you're halfling.
Well, let's say it's a short sword.
Okay.
And that's a D4.
So D4
Okay.
plus
2d6.
2d6.
Okay.
I thought it was more.
Do you have weapon finesse?
+1 from strength.
I don't think I have weapon finesse. And then +1 from strength. Okay, so that's 4 plus 4, 8 plus 6 is 14.
Nice.
All right, she had 6 hit points
Then
left.
plus that 1. No, plus that 1, so it's 15 total.
All right.
Okay. So 15.
Look at her talent.
All right, now he's bleeding to death.
As soon as I have a turn,
Yep.
I'm pouring a potion of healing.
Okay.
Healing potion into his mouth.
What's that, like a D8 plus 1? You want to roll a D8 plus 1?
Sure. 4? Does that bring you
I'm down
conscious?
2.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, you mean you're at -2?
I was at -2.
Oh, now you're at 2.
Great.
Now I'm at 2. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Go heal thyself.
There's this weird cracking sound, and it looks like there was some weird giant egg inside the harpy, and now it's split open, and a fiendish red wormling comes hatching out of it, very hungry and ready to attack you. So let's roll initiative.
I asked her and she didn't answer me.
Is there dragons? Is there a dragon around? Any kind of dragon?
Okay, so new initiative?
Do initiative, because it's a new fight.
Oh, that was a
Here we
bad
go.
one. Okay.
And now I'll go into one of my other adventures.
How's that?
That sounds great. It's a demonic dragon.
It's a demonic dragon.
It's a fiendish red wormling.
Fiendish red.
Yeah, and this is from Dungeon of the Fire Opal.
Wow.
All right.
Which is the dungeon from the
AD&D, yeah, that's right. So it's got an initiative of 14.
I got a 4.
Yeah, I have
4
an
total?
initiative of 9 total. Doing great.
Okay, what do you guys got?
23.
23
6.
and 6. Okay. So, Mr. 23, you get to go first.
I'm going to smack it with my magic hammer.
Yeah.
That is my role in this, is to hit things with my magic hammer.
Yeah, being a fighter is so boring.
It's so boring. I get to roll dice and add lots of big numbers. It's a 26.
Yeah, that'll hit. It's
And I do 7 points.
all right. All right, and then it goes. So it breathes fire on all of you.
It's really bad news, even with a little wormling.
Yeah, no, it's always great.
So it's gonna. Let's see how. Okay, so it's only gonna hit the 2 of you.
Okay.
So make reflex saves.
That's
You-
you,
you-
me. Reflex
the
save.
really hurt ones.
Reflex save a DC 17.
I think I'm dead anyway. Half damage is gonna be at least 12, I'm sure.
Let's see.
Oh, this is but I take full damage.
Yeah.
Damage is 6, or half
6?
if you made your saving throw.
That's all?
I
6?
Did, I did not.
It's 2d10.
So I'm at -1.
I'm at -1.
I want to sneak attack it, but I also want to help you guys.
Kill it. Kill it.
All right, Sally Mae.
Sorry guys, you're just gonna go back down. I'm gonna sneak attack it. Step.
Okay.
Yeah, kill it if you can.
Ooh, that is 15 to hit. No, 16 to hit.
It's plus
Plus
2
2
from
from
flanking.
Yeah, so it has an armor class of 17.
16,
but
17,
that's
so
your
put the plus
with the
2.
plus 2 it
No,
hits.
plus 2!
There we go.
Vindication! Yes!
You're right.
The chat says, this DM is evil.
Yeah, what's going to burst out of the dragon when I kill it?
We're fighting a turducken or something.
The dragon says, the Baylor's gonna get you.
Cthulhu pops out of the Baylor.
Baylor's like, wait till Asmodeus shows up.
14 points of stabbing damage.
All right, 21 damage. You guys are on the way. Fight, then you're down. So you want to
Oh yeah, I'd love to.
roll to...
I bleed.
All right. And then Dorn, are you bleeding?
Did you go yet?
I hit it first.
Hit it for 7 damage.
Okay, so I'm rolling to see if I stabilize.
Yes.
And it's 10%,
chance.
so I need a 10 on
Yeah,
a
that's the way I
D10. Yeah, okay, great. 1. Okay, phew, thank God there's no...
Okay, back to the top of the round at Gorn.
Attacking again. I don't know, that's only, well, I get +2. 15?
Is that with the +2
That's
bonus?
with the +2 bonus.
You know, it just hatched out of its egg. Maybe it's a little bit slow, so maybe it'll let's call that a hit.
11 points.
All right, 32 damage. You guys have dealt to it. That's not bad.
I would have sworn he was going to end that with, but this is Dungeons and Dragons.
So it can use its breath weapon every 1d4 rounds. So I'm going to roll 1d4, and that's a 4. So it's going to need 4 rounds before it can use.
Claw, bite, tail sweep.
That's right. So it turns and looks at you with a hungry little gaze. You know, dragons and dwarves go way back, and so it starts to drool.
This dragon just got born. What do you mean it goes way back?
It's in the blood.
They have
2 minutes.
That's right. It's
dwarves my whole life.
it's born. Hey, dwarves. And so it's going to use its Smite Good ability, which means if it does hit you, it'll deal an extra 7 damage. So let's see if it hits you.
Ancestry or heritage.
There are no alignments in your game, Jonathan.
I know. So I guess it can smite anybody. Smite L. How about that?
That'll work.
Yeah.
I just like smite anybody. That's my ability.
Smite
Okay.
wall.
So it looks like it's got 5 attacks.
For a wormling?
10 plus 10 melee, +5 melee with 2 claws.
We'll
and
let you breathe.
+5.
We'll let you breathe.
Wing slams. Yeah, maybe you should just let
the
me.
wings, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe let me
right.
breathe. All right, so here comes the bite. That's a 23
That hits me.
for a
You can take him by
14
yourself.
damage, including the smite.
How is this thing a wormling and
revisit
doing
the bonus
because
action
The smite is plus because it's a fiendish wormling.
Don't drop, because if you drop, then she's not going to get flank bonus anymore.
Yeah, then you're in real trouble. Okay, but it's only +5 with its claws, so that's an 18
That's a miss.
and a 21,
That hits.
and then with the wings, it's a a 20 and a
Strong
23.
dice.
Those hit.
How long
Yeah.
of a turn?
Yeah, so five attacks is good.
You only hit on 4 of them.
It's possible.
Let's see.
But it just woke up.
Wing buffet still happens for like young adults.
Like, are its eyes even open yet? It's
like an angry kid.
So that's 10 damage.
Oh, just 10. I'm still up.
You're still up.
I'm a dwarf.
Yeah, you're a dwarf.
Armor.
Okay,
Sneak attack.
and now Sally Mae.
and I'm on the other side of it,
Yeah.
just seeing like limbs
Yeah.
flailing on
Yeah.
you. I'm like, oh my god, are you still there?
I'm distracting it with my blood.
Yeah. And then like when I finally get its opening, like as it slows down, I'm just like, and I just stab
All
it
right.
again.
Yep. Better stab it.
I'm so scared. Okay, it hits 18,
Yep.
18, 19 to
Yep.
hit. And it's sneak attack,
Yeah.
all the things.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, 11 points of damage.
All right. You've done 43 damage to it. A couple more rounds like that.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
All right. Phython, you're down, right? We're rolling. All right. And Dorn.
No.
Okay. So we're back to the top with Gorn.
You died -10, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And you
Let's hit
hear
it.
Sally
Let's
Mae
hit
just
it.
from behind us,
Oh.
this tiny little voice going,
How hurt does this thing look? Does it look like one more round of that we could take it, or should I bring my cousin back?
It looks like you're not going to take it down You're not going to take it down this round.
Okay, then I'm going to pour my potion into my cousin's mouth.
Okay.
Get you 6 points.
I'm at 0.
Okay.
Teacher.
Yep.
Teacher.
Yeah.
Doesn't that draw attack of opportunity?
You could take a 5-foot step away.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll have to rotate around a bit.
And still. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I put her on the other side, actually.
Because if you want to attack it, I could wait until my turn and bring him
Well,
up.
actually, I have combat reflexes.
No?
Which I don't remember. Was that the one that lets me avoid AOs? Lets me take extra AOs.
That's a good question.
I have evasion, which sounds more avoidy.
That's if you make your save, you take no damage.
Did you get damage from the breath?
Yes, I did not make my save.
Oh, okay.
On the breath.
I think combat reflexes give you
all 23
bonuses
points of
against
damage.
it gives you extra oppies.
Okay. So
Yeah,
what we
that's
need
right.
is some more foes.
Yeah, that's right.
Some attacks opportunity.
That's right.
Good plan.
Yeah.
Maybe some more dragons will hatch.
So I think you can get over there and you can heal him up, and I'll give you an extra hit point because Elle's on your side and you're fighting these guys. So how about you're at 1 hit point?
All right,
I am
one hit
scooting
point.
over to heal him up.
And now the dragon's going to turn and attack the one that's been stabbing it. It drools at you and looks at you and bites at you with a 16.
And my AC is 16.
Okay, wow, that's too bad.
Yeah.
That's not a smite. I hope.
All right. No, it's out of smite, so it deals 4 damage.
I'm still up, but it's not pretty.
And then it's got 2 at +5. I got a 12 and an 18.
18 hits.
18 hits for 6 damage.
She's down.
Do I go into the negatives now or just start
Yeah.
at 0? I go into
No,
the
go to
negatives. That's
negatives.
-3.
All right. It's gonna shift a little and swing at you with its wing swaps. And 16? Is that
Yeah, that's wait.
16 armor class?
I wrote down plate because it says
Yeah.
I had $3,000 in
You can have, yeah, you
gear.
have a plate.
Yeah, okay. So that would give me armor class 17.
Yeah.
Not plate and shield.
Yeah, plus your
Plate.
dex.
Plus dex
what?
of 1
Yeah,
is 18.
Okay. So 16 is a miss.
Okay.
But the other one is a hit for 1 damage.
Back to zero.
Now you're back to 0.
Zero is unconscious.
No,
but not
0
really-
is you can cast a spell on yourself
You'll
to
do
heal
yourself a
yourself.
point of damage, but if your action is
that's
to
right.
heal,
If you do something,
Yeah.
you lose. Yeah, okay.
That's right.
I remember. Yep, it's coming back to me
All
too.
right. So
it's a
Sally Mae.
rule I really like because it's very dramatic, right? You're going
Yeah.
down, but you're back up.
So you're down.
Yes.
Got a 10% chance to stabilize.
Okay, so I'm rolling a d10.
Trying to get a 10.
Well, you don't have. Is it your turn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She goes after the dragon.
So I'm just trying to get a 10.
Yeah.
On a d10. That is a 3.
Okay. So you lose another hit point.
Lose a hit point.
And it's Fighton's turn.
I lose another hit point.
And it's Doran's.
Now, is this the version of D&D where you can sub a spell for a cure?
Yeah, you can sub any spell for cure.
Oh, okay. Okay. So,
Forgot about that.
okay. Well,
You got to heal yourself, or you'll go unconscious.
Yeah.
yeah.
We
But is that
have
keep
a
it-
chat question here.
who is? Yeah.
Chat question. How many channel points do I need to spend to give the party one from familiar each?
One from familiar. What's that?
I don't know what that really means.
You
What
take
is
a hit point from your familiar is probably gone because you're down.
I give the party one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is like paying
Yeah.
for cheating. No, we don't do that. We don't do that.
I think that's right.
No. That's a 5e thing.
Save that for
Thank
2
you,
weeks
though.
from now.
Thank you. No, this is.
So you probably,
This is much more. Okay.
you probably have to heal yourself.
Well,
or else
okay,
you dump
I could
again.
heal myself, which wouldn't do anything to drag. Or, I mean, like, who's the most effective person that should be alive right now? Like
those two.
I mean, yeah, it's not me.
You are too,
Like,
because you can take
I
more
don't
hits. You don't go down
do-
as quick as I do.
I mean, I could do more curing, but well,
Well, here's the thing. You have the ability to give yourself another round in which you can, like,
which I
also
might,
heal them.
which I might be able to heal more people, or I might
Right.
die. and
But
yeah.
or you'll absolutely give one of them one round, but you will not get one.
So I
And
need to heal myself. Okay.
Yeah, you need to heal yourself.
All right. Okay.
Physician.
So, yep. Okay.
Roll high. You want
I need
those high
another
numbers.
D8. Rolling one dice twice doesn't cut it for me. But plus my level's 5, and 15 is 20.
Nice.
All right. Wow.
Can I even go? Yes, I can.
You
go
have more
that
hit
high.
points than
Okay,
anybody in the group
great.
right now.
That's
You
me.
made
Yeah.
more points than the group combined.
Yeah.
When you have the two negative people, yes.
All right, back to Gordon.
I'm attacking it.
Yeah.
Do it. Smack, smack.
43 damage so far.
Well, I'm not getting any flanking bonus. This is just +9. That's a 19. Oh, you know, 19, is that a threat? No, axis crit on a 20. It's a long sword.
That's right.
so
Where they do
That's
times
right.
3 crits.
Yes.
Right.
All right, so +5 damage, 10 points again.
All right, 53 damage. Why isn't this thing dead? It's just a
I'm
hatchling.
asking the same question.
Who wrote this?
All right, so now you two are the two that are up, right? And you two are both down, right? Okay. So it hates dwarves and it's going to turn on the cleric.
Okay.
So 15 with its
Yes.
bite
Yes.
and 18,
That's a hit.
Jesus.
7,
I'll just scoot a bit just so we can go for
24, and 7.
Okay, 2 hits.
So, so that's 8 damage with a claw and a wing, and then it's getting ready to use its breath weapon again.
Oh, which is way less damage than attacking.
But it's
Maybe,
everybody. But it's
Almost
everybody.
certainly kill the two of us.
That's bad.
gotta aim.
Okay,
That's bad. So it's done. So it's
Do we get 2 actions? Oh, they have to roll.
Yeah.
Roll to see if you stabilize.
Well, that was the dragon. Who's next?
yeah, Sally Mae. So roll. Sally Mae's rolling to stabilize.
The D10.
Roll G10. You want a 10.
It's a 4.
So you lose another
So
hit
you lose
point,
a hit point.
Right?
and then
So do I.
fight then. Right. Okay. And then Dorn.
Okay. She does probably more damage
Yeah.
than you do.
I've got 1 spell left. And
Yeah.
it's not a bad spell, but I got 1 spell left.
Yeah.
So she's,
Yeah, and she's got the sneak attack.
yeah,
Okay.
she's
I'm. Okay. It's Cure Light this time, but it's 10 points.
Okay. I am at +5.
It's a great roll.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a fantastic roll.
Okay, Gorn.
I'm gonna scoot another 5-foot step to make sure I'm flanking.
Yep.
With my
That's
pal
right.
Sally Mae.
That's right.
And another attack. That is. Well, hold on. I'll make this head sound.
Do some addition.
That's 17.
17 is the armor class.
Okay. And I do another 10 points of damage.
63 damage on this thing. Hard to believe it's still
Is it at
alive.
least sad? Like,
This thing just burst out of a harpy and has more hit points than me.
So it's gonna bite you. 20. I love this die.
Okay.
All right. So that's D8 plus 3 times 2.
Wait, why are you doing ×2?
Oh, I need to confirm the crit. Stupid game. Oh yeah. That's a 28 on my
Okay.
on my confirm. So that's 5 doubled as 10 damage.
Okay, I am down.
Okay. Then it's gonna turn on you with a claw. Oh, there's another 20. This die.
See if you can. You're not going to confirm it though. See? Told you.
11. Yeah.
No.
All right. So that's a hit with a claw
Yep.
for 6. And then 21 is another hit with a claw for 3. Wing buff at 19. No, yeah, 19
That's a hit.
for 4. There's another 20. I love this die. Oh, but it doesn't confirm the crit. So another 1.
I'm down 2.
Okay.
-2.
All right.
Okay, Rogie.
Yeah. Sally Mae.
No sneak attack. Just.
no sneak?
Well,
You got nobody to flank with.
Wait, are you down?
Yeah.
only one up.
You're the only one
Sorry,
up.
sorry, I'm not sure.
I think it's
Yeah.
almost dead.
How
it is-
bad does it look?
It looks bad, but you would do better with your crossbow.
I was gonna say, yeah, back up and shoot it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna. Does it get an attack of opportunity if I back?
No, you can do a 5-foot step and back up.
Okay.
Save the day. That's right. No pressure, but everything's riding on you.
Okay, so it's got 4 hit points left. So before you roll home with this, if you don't kill it, it's going to take its turn next because everyone else is down, and then it's going to be able to use its breath weapon again, and probably everyone will be dead.
Yeah. Yes.
So we'll just say if you miss, it's a TPK. And if you hit, you've killed it, and then
we win.
So it's all on this
It's
single
just
die
a
roll.
single die roll. Yeah.
This is it. Are you gonna hit it, or are you gonna not hit it?
My hands are so sweaty.
So this is where like everyone remember, this little flashback to like the scenes of you all as young adventurers fighting kobolds and stuff.
I will say this. Bonsai sitting in that very chair. She did it. She killed the dragon in the first episode.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. You got bonsai luck.
Can you save the 3 designers from their own game?
Yeah, no kidding. You guys made this.
All up to you. It'd be really sad for all of us, particularly if but you missed
It's a magic. You can.
Just think of all the glory.
So whenever I
dexterity
roll, it's
rolls.
going to be plus 10, so I just need to roll a 7 or higher.
That's
Right?
pretty easy. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
8!
Oh.
I'm sorry, my hands are so sweaty.
Well, it's got 4 hit points, and you might deal 3 damage.
Right, so roll your.
I thought we said if I
He's looking for one.
You're right.
Weasel
Just messing with
You win. It dies. All I wanted to do was eat you all.
It could talk the whole time. Oh my god.
All right. Well, that was a well-balanced encounter.
Yeah, the very well balanced encounter. Yeah.
Now don't spend time celebrating. We all need like potions to. You need to like heal up him first.
That's true. We are dying.
I have 1 healing potion.
Yeah, me.
Oh, I imagine you guys have some
Everybody else.
extra healing
Shove that
potions and
down you.
whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, you're up. I think. Oh, what do I have to do? I have to roll. Oh my god.
No, you're fine. You all made it. You made it. It's
The townspeople heard the
roll.
commotion and keep rushing in with healing potions.
That's right.
No, you didn't. You saved me. I saved everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
You saved us.
No pressure. I feel like I had this dream as a teenager that I would play the game with like the creators and save them all.
Yes.
Like, is that
You saved us all, Sally Mae.
In every way a person can be saved.
Is that not like every young nerd's like dream for a session, like playing it with like, the creators and then getting like the kill shot at the end? Feeling pretty good. Wow. Good.
That's a good story now.
Oh my gosh. No
Remember when I
kidding.
saved everybody? They were the game designer.
You
Yeah.
also find Nolly in the hollow tree.
How come he wasn't
Alive or dead?
Nolly?
Yeah.
He was held prisoner in the tree.
So we could
So
throw
he's
rocks.
alive?
But he was stuck in the tree. He couldn't.
Oh, he's very small. I'm messing with you, man.
All right, so you rescued Nolly. Lago, unfortunately,
There's certain
was not
things that-
rescuable.
Certain things we probably shouldn't tell.
Yeah,
them.
we're not going to tell about your little interlude with his.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't tell them about that.
Nothing that
Oh,
he doesn't
she'll
know
tell
about
him.
that. Oh, damn. That's not cool.
Unless they're like that.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I mean, maybe Belina wants to go off and be an
Yeah.
adventurer.
Our
That's
party
right.
is full.
Somebody asked me.
We don't need any more halflings.
So
Oh, thank you.
I do want to respond to one question that came up from Harvard Blackmore. You can stabilize them with a skill, right? Yes, you can, but if you stabilize them, we've still been unconscious.
Yeah.
So,
You still need to wait on.
although if you stabilize, I don't remember what the healing rules. If you can heal back.
So
you
after like an
stabilize.
hour, you start making checks to gain a hit point.
Okay, yeah.
But it's
So you
In
can-
this
so you can
situation,
pull back.
we
You
pretty
can-
much had to do what we did.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
On the trip back to town, I will say that Sally Mae, you've taught me a little bit about nobility, and I'm gonna go and give my sincere congratulations to my brother.
I'm gonna go.
Thank you.
Oh, we had a cleric to work on that broken jaw. of yours.
Oh yeah, too bad he's all out of spells.
I'm gonna go drink a lot. Okay.
All
She
right.
seems like she's kind of shaken. We've been through some stuff, but that one was all right. I think this is the first time she was the last one standing. So she's just a little gonna start taking things a little more seriously from now on, I think.
Yeah.
Too young for that kind of responsibility.
Nice way to come through in a pinch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went through all the
Most
die.
of
We
my
found the winning
gaming
one.
stories that involve only one person left standing, it's the rogue. Rogue's just
High AC, they got evasion.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of tricks they can pull.
Not in the front lines all the time. Yeah.
Nicely done.
Wow.
Yep.
Yay, team. That was so stressful.
Yeah. That was
very fun.
that was
Yes,
rousing.
thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh my
You guys were
gosh.
great.
That was
Yeah, this
fantastic.
was a lot of
Great.
fun. Right, like you ran with the role playing stuff and the storytelling stuff, and
Like we've done this before.
that's right.
It's like coming home.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all for stopping by to watch. This concludes
That's right.
our episode, third edition episode,
That's
which
right.
is episode 3 of our 6-part series celebrating 50 years of Dungeons and Dragons. And thank you very much
Yep.
to Jonathan
Yeah,
and
thanks.
Sean and Monty and
Yeah, you guys were
Lexi
great.
for coming to hang out with us. Thank
And
you for
Peter.
Stefano
That's
for
right.
being
Yes,
here
thank you.
on chat monitoring chat for us. Thank you all for coming by and watching. We will be back next week to talk about 4th edition
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Dun-dun-dun.
And Rob Heinzel is going to be here.
Heinzel.
He's the lead designer.
Yeah.
I might have been mispronouncing his name.
Everyone pronounces it wrong. Heinzel.
And so-
Heinzel.
and
Heinzel.
it's Rob.
I did say Rob.
Yes, you did.
Rob Heinzel. Okay, Rob Heinzel.